Welcome back, YouTube. Dave with the 2-month membership. What's going on, brother? Yeah, let's take a look at gold real quick. So, if you guys are paying attention, when I went through my metals overlay yesterday, I'm super bullish on metals right now. Stupid bullish.
There's not much red in that candle.
Now, on the macro, it looks great. Macro, it looks great. I'd like to pop out of this channel, though, because structurally, it's still a little bearish here. So, it'd be really nice to break out of the top of that. But yeah, I don't have any concern. I mean, there's while the worst might be over with this war shit, inshallah, knock on wood. That doesn't mean that gold is done. I'm shooting for 4K on gold personally. 4K and then I'm gone. But we do have some work to do, right? Even on a bigger time frame, we're just putting in these bearish channels. So we need to get going. But yeah, super excited about gold. This has been, like I said, my longest trade. Been in since that higher low. It's not a big deal, right? I know crypto guys look at gold and they're like, ooh, it did 80%. But like, if you're used to watching gold, this was amazing. Like, this whole run was so crazy. For gold to do something like that, you know?
Yeah, that fast.
Yeah. I mean, the crazy thing is, so why I'm so bullish on it is because why I was so bullish when I got in was the length of the pattern, right? We started putting in this pattern in 2011. That's when we started the cup. We didn't finish the cup until 2020. We didn't finish the handle until 2023. So you're talking 12 years of a setup, right? That eventually is going to go boom. Now look at why I'm so excited about silver. Silver just broke a 13-year high. And its 13-year high is from right here. This cup has been like 13, 14 years long just in the handle. The cup started in 1980, 1979. Right? This is a lifetime long pattern, on silver that's getting ready to break out within our sort of, while we're paying attention to it.
Coinbase removed its buy and sell buttons. Good job, Coinbase. Keeping it classy like always.
At least they're consistent.
Yeah, man. It's like every time something's moving. Right now, they just got like it loads up, so the page is 100% loaded, but there's nothing on it except its banner and like the left banner.
Yeah.
No buy, no sell, no chart, but it's loaded. You know, it's 100% loaded.
On what coins? Do all of them, or which ones you noticing?
On the desktop, let me see.
We killed that
those
CME
right now.
gap, guys. CME gap is done. Dunzo. GG, anybody that made that hard buy at the bottom trading up towards CME. That specific trade is now over.
Yeah, for me, it's every coin on desktop. Nothing's, it won't load, buy, sell, charts, nothing. Unless you get out of advanced. If you go out of advanced, oh yeah, we'll hit you over the head with a spread. Sure.
Cha-ching. I'm taking profit.
Now we've got to judge if we can get above this 800. If we can get above this 800, then the measured move from this higher low fractals in play at 107. That would be us squeezing through these shorts above us. We can turn this into a green vector here. Market maker, anytime. It's blue. Come on. That was an extreme ass addition of To Catch a Fallen Knife, bro. Shit. Highest level FUD.
Yeah, everything on the mobile site, on the app works. Desktop is down. These bulls are pushing, trying to get Bitcoin comfy at 105 again. 103 right now, 104. Not bad, not bad.
Yeah, this SR flip that we have on the chart here, this purple line, is our full recovery. So coming down, holding support just brings us back into the range that we were in before all that could happen.
Yeah.
This is like opposite of what we saw last week.
Yeah, yep. That's what I was saying. That's what I was saying yesterday. If you flip the chart, this is what we saw last week. False move up that didn't complete on the first day, finally completed on Monday, put in the high for the week, and then our 3-day reversal is exactly what we did back here. Same play.
It just hit me.
Yep. Same play. That's why we put our high for the week there and our low for the week here. We absolutely killed this week. I don't care what nobody says. We were on timing.
Yeah, you had it licked.
Yeah, my portfolio is starting to look a little more lively finally. Portfolio with one coin. Somebody talking about portfolio.
It's still portfolio. Just a
I mean, yeah,
very
but when you say
centralized. Yeah, you
Yeah.
assume it's like a basket of goods. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, look at
Well,
my
you
portfolio.
got a coin and some stables, right?
Nah, I got no stables.
Oh.
I'm all in Dojo.
Okay. Then yeah, you got a position. You don't have a portfolio.
Yeah, no position. The portfolio is gone.
I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right. Three and a half hours until the daily candle closes. I want you guys to focus on these daily candles. We just turned a stopping volume candle on the daily through the 50 into a bullish engulfing blue vector above the 50 EMA with 3 hours left to close.
Sorry, Dbloc, I kind of caught the very end of that. Can you repeat that, or what are we looking at?
That we put in, remember we wanted that bullish engulfing after putting in that stopping volume on the daily. Not only do we have a bullish engulfing, but it's a blue vector at this point.
So we're going to go up, up, up.
I want to put as much distance as we can between us and that range. Well, that's what was so important, JL, about this reaction, right? Because had we closed under, then we would have been confirming the break of that M pattern. Yeah, it's possible, Al. I mean, right now, all I really want, to be clear, is for the next 3 hours when we close to be above that 50 EMA. I'm okay with baby steps here, you know? Our next weekly candle has to close above 1044. No matter what happens, we need to close above 1044. That way we can put this whole sort of deviation out of the range behind us. But that's still 6 days away. Plenty of daily candles between here and there. ETH. Same sort of deal on ETH. Right? We had a stopping volume candle down at the bottom of its measured move. Right? This is the range that we were in. That's about where it should have come down to. But structure-wise, right? Stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing. Same way that we catch fallen knives. Right? That's what we look for.
Is this where dominance goes back up?
What happened?
Is this where dominance goes back up?
Let's hope not. Let's hope that that was our top for dominance. Many people have died on the hill of calling the top of dominance during this bull run, though I'm not about to be one of those. But it would be nice. I honestly don't think that Dom finds a sustained top until either QT is officially over or we get a rate cut. To me, it seems like the only thing that's going to turn back on that risk appetite. And without the risk appetite being turned back on, then we're never going to lose. You know, dominance is never going to bleed dominant. I mean, Bitcoin's never going to bleed its dominance away.
I mean, if you're predicting September, that means it's got full chance to go to 70.
Yeah,
Above.
it's possible. It is possible. Or we could get a cut before then. Or we could get QT at the next meeting, end of QT, and not get a cut, and that be enough. Right? Or you could get green God candles that make everybody feel like it's time to take risk again. Right? That's all. What we're basically seeing is that the risk appetite, right? How many people in crypto are willing to take a risk versus willing to sit in Bitcoin? As it comes down, more and more people are willing to take a risk. As it goes up, less and less people are willing to take a risk. When all the war shit happened, all of these people said, I'm not taking a risk. My money's in crypto, but I'm not taking a risk. So it poured into Bitcoin.
But there's one thing about Bitcoin. I mean, every day you're hearing about new companies purchasing Bitcoin or about to get into Bitcoin. I mean, this kind of reminds you of 2021, doesn't it, in a way? Like Tesla and, I mean,
Well, they started, yeah, when we started getting the news of them accepting, but it's a whole different thing to add Bitcoin to your treasury versus accept Bitcoin for purchases of something. I think it's a way bigger deal. And for us, what it
so like,
means is locked up supply, right?
Good evening, everyone.
What's going on, Zeusy?
I hear you talk about risk. You think it's time to de-risk?
No.
Now that
I
we're at
was
that CME gap.
no, I was saying that for dominance to come down completely, people have to be in a place where they're willing to take risk again. So if we're gonna look for a top on dominance, we've got to look for those factors that make people more likely to start taking risk.
All right. Still, my question is interesting too, right? To TP or not to TP?
Well,
But
we're
can
right
answer
at the
that.
point where we can decide if this is a rescue ship or a rocket ship. In my opinion, if we get above this 800 EMA, squeeze these liquidations, or even if we just hold support at 1032, then this was just a bear trap. If we lose that, then chances are this is just a rescue ship to get out of position what you weren't able to get out of position for before we put in new lows. If I had to tell you how I'm feeling, not that
Well,
that matters, but how I'm feeling is that this is going to hold.
I don't know what price is gonna do, but I know what I'm doing. I buy when price is in a downtrend. So, by putting this lower low, we created a downtrend. Bitcoin is on that time frame. It's in a downtrend since 112, right? So downtrends are not time to de-risk. There are times to increase risk
Yeah.
because eventually the downtrend will end. Now, keep in mind it can go all the way down to 40K. It literally can, and that has happened. But price is going down, so I don't think it's that bad of a time to buy. Now the problem is if you zoom out, well, we're not really going down.
If you think it can go to 40K, this is a horrible time to buy. What do you mean?
Right.
I mean,
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
but
think
if
it's
it was
going to 40K, but if you think it's going to 40K,
there's 1% chance, but there is that
oh,
chance,
okay.
right?
Well, then leave 1% of your bag in case that happens. I'm
Yeah,
starting to
so
just, that's
actually,
exactly how I'm starting to look at shit.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
oh, I
that's
think
kind of
there's a 5% chance of this happening. Cool. I'll set 5% to the side. I'm not about to set 100% to the side for a 5% chance.
and yeah, and then you de-risk during uptrends, and well, maybe
Yep.
it's the beginning of an uptrend now here. Right? Like if we come back down and hold that 100K, 100,300 as support now, well, we've reclaimed that level. We don't even need to come back down there. I guess it could just hold 102, or I don't know. Like we could hold any higher low, right?
So do you guys think Bloomberg's giving 90% chance for XRP, Dogecoin, and Solana ETF? So they said 90% chance of approval. Do you guys think if those all three get approved in the same amount of time, I guess, or around the same time, do you think that can set off the alt market?
What you want specifically for Doge is you want XRP to get approved and then you want that Doge approval to take as long as possible, but with bullish news every couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like that period of speculation before it, because you know what happens when these things get accepted. Unfortunately, it hasn't been good. So if you can stretch out that like pre-ETF range, that'll be great.
Right.
Well, money moves to the next ETF, right? So it moved from Bitcoin to ETH. That actually that hasn't really worked out good for those people there. And I guess now it's going to move from ETH to Sol. People who speculate on the next ETF, right? But it's kind of game over once the ETF is out.
If XRP receives their ETF, it's going to be very difficult to deny other alts.
Oh, so they all get an ETF?
That's kind of how I'm looking at it. If this XRP goes through, I think anything that has an official filing from a legitimate sort of maker, will get it. Yeah, from a legitimate fund will get it. What you have to worry about is if the ETF, if you're holding a coin that's going into ETF and there's already a fund, then you have to be careful, because what's been happening is that they've been dumping off the fund as soon as the ETF comes in, and then that's been sort of killing price right after listings.
But because they were anticipating more demand than what actually happened, right? Like the reason why that fund is big and they need to dump it is because the demand is not as big as they thought it would be. Like they screwed up their market analysis, basically, you know.
There's a lot
Why
more
would you?
ETFs on the board than just Sol and XRP, JR. That Litecoin ETF has a really good chance.
H-bar.
Yeah, there's a lot of listings out. We'll see. A lot of filings. The SEC is on some proving that it doesn't hate us shit, which could work in our favor here. They dropped all our cases. They've fed up all the ETFs for consideration. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Honestly, this news got me. I never would have betted. Actually, I did bet on that, but it's surprising that we end up in a green day today. To me, like it's kind of surprising, yeah.
You know, it's my favorite trade, bro.
Yeah, no. I mean, technically, the CME gap close, that trade, okay. But just the fact that there is no panic in the stock market surprises me.
Yeah, I
They
will
got me
give
with
you
me
that.
with this news. Like,
I will give you
I
that.
really thought it would give a 24-hour red
I thought we'd
reaction.
open like 2% down on Legacy.
Yeah, but we did open down, but it climbed up and never really stopped climbing. No, actually, I didn't even check today.
The cheat code for
It did
this war,
open down
guys.
0. But only 0.6%, not like 2. Yeah.
The cheat code for trading this war, I told you guys a couple days ago, the cheat code for trading this war is paying attention to each new attack. If it's a de-escalation from the last attack, then it's a go. If there's an escalation, then we have problems. But we've had nothing but 2 days of de-escalations on both sides. They're talking tough.
Really?
Remember, ignore what they're saying. Ignore the words. They're talking super tough to each other. But their attacks have been de-escalated from previous attacks. It's like political theater, man. I'm telling you, this is a way for Iran to save face, for Israel to save face, and for the U.S. to get what they wanted, which is the denuclearization, at least temporarily.
Well, what I heard is that the centrifuges were moved, and they got footage of trucks moving all the centrifuges out of the 3 nuclear sites in Iran.
For all we know, that's part of the deal too.
Yeah.
All we know,
So
that's
they
part
know
of the negotiation. Look, you can take your infrastructure out. We're going to get rid of the uranium. You can take your infrastructure and, do whatever. I'm telling you, a lot of these deals that are made behind closed doors, man, it's all theater. All of this shit is all theater.
That's what I was saying. So, and it's good, I think, like, all right, you blow up a bunker that had no one in it and no real equipment, like just the skeleton.
Listen to what Trump said when they took out that Soleimani guy. When they took out that Solar Money guy, Trump said that Iran contacted him and said, "We have to respond. We have to respond. This is where we're gonna attack." They sent 12 missiles. They all landed outside of the Air Force Base, right? None of them hit, but there had to be a response. Go look at that. Go look at that interview. Trump said, he said, "We knew it was coming. It was all for show. That nobody was ever under any danger."
Yeah, and these attacks too, nobody got hurt supposedly on these
Yeah.
air bases, right?
Yeah. There was 25 sent. All of them missed except for one that hit infrastructure, and I think they said there was 25 injuries, no deaths.
It's a very optimistic view of a war, honestly.
It's
That doesn't
how
show
it's how things
some
get
people are
de-escalated.
dying too.
It's how things get de-escalated, though. Right? Iran can't not counterattack. You realize that's death for them in their own regime, right? They have to respond. If Israel attacks, Iran has to respond. If the U.S. attacks, Iran has to respond. But how they respond makes a big difference. Remember during the last skirmish with Israel, where Israel attacked and then Iran sent 200 drones that ran out of batteries before they got to the. That's all of that shit is done on purpose. It's a show of force to show your people, hey, we're not putting up with this shit. We're not going to let them get away with that. But on a larger scale, you understand what happens, right? You understand if you push too hard. This to me was easy. They came in and said, hey, you want regime change or you want to get rid of your uranium? You pick. And they were like,
Honestly,
okay, well, we can't just give you our uranium because it looks like we're conceding. They're like, all right, well, we'll do this. We'll take out the site. You can keep your centrifuges. We'll come in and we'll bomb the hell out of the site, take all the uranium out. You can fake respond if you want for a couple weeks, and then I need you to settle the hell down.
no, I get the idea, but it's just the small time frame reaction is really, to me, it's a bit surprising. I wonder though on the long term, what if this can have an effect. I'm pretty sure it can.
Going to choke Europe out of oil and then bargain for Greenland because now they can only buy from the US.
Yeah, it could dump Euro USD like 5-10%, right? Bring Dixie back up. Yeah. Like not necessarily an impact on crypto, right? But at least on.
Have you seen? I don't know how real it is, but have you seen the Iranians thanking Trump? Been going around all day on Twitter. There's people in Iran saying like, you took a huge target off of us, and honestly, it's the truth, right? If the leader of your country is determined to get a nuke, determined to wipe Israel off the map, and it's got a massive target on you that hasn't gone away for the past however many years, it's got to be a little sigh of relief to know we're a little bit down on that list now. You know what I mean? Like, take away some of the danger. For everyday people.
Apparently,
for me, it's worse.
Israel and Iran, the stock market are also hitting all-time highs. I mean,
yeah, that's nuts.
But it could just be the rise before the trend, right? The long-term trend here, that's the question. It's about putting a new all-time high before starting a downtrend. Just an ABC, right? Get rid of every short.
People are already talking Nobel Peace Prize for Trump.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
It's going to be a hard vote.
Guys.
That's going to be a difficult vote. But I mean, if you take Israel and Pakistan, if you take Pakistan and India and throw that into the mix, there's a decent argument for it. This is two really close sort of nuclear incidents that have been, hopefully, if this works the way it's supposed to, tamed down.
Oh, I like the optimism. We'll see.
I mean, don't put that man. You
Well,
can't expect him not to do anything, bro. He won it second time after nobody gave him the odds. I mean, it's ridiculous what he can do.
Kind of
but
crazy.
personally, I think we're gonna see now terrorist attacks restart and all. Like, I'm not that confident on the success of this military invasion, well, violation, whatever you want to call it.
That's why I said that the next couple days it's really important to pay attention to their responses. Right? We should see an
It's
escalation
a
if
poor
that's the
country. They
case.
can't respond, otherwise they would. What do you want them to do? Other than plant bombs here and there.
Don't sleep on Iran. It's not like they're not capable. They're no match
They do what
militarily for
we
the
did.
U.S., but they can do some damage if they want to.
We made nukes in 1945. We're in 2025. They're still trying to make them, so they're like 100 years behind almost now.
Yeah, but
It's
you
like
know
80
there's a
years
lot of
behind.
weaponry that doesn't count as nukes, right? Nukes aren't the only thing that can.
Well, we saw how their air defense is close to zero. Like, I don't think it's not to annoy America that they didn't down any B-2 bomber, or not to annoy
No,
Israel
they got
that they didn't.
softened up by Israel. That was the proxy attack.
Yeah, so the
Softened up the air
technology gap is
defenses.
it's an asymmetric war where the technology gap is huge, right?
Yeah.
So their only way to respond is through terrorism or proxy. Well, I don't know how they do that, like Hamas and all that.
It's self-assured destruction, right? Like that's the issue.
If they get nukes, you mean?
If they were to escalate. If they were to escalate at this point, it's not going to end well. So you figure even in countries we might not agree with their policies that cooler heads have to prevail at some point unless the plan is just to,
Oh, of course.
ride it into
Oh,
the ashes.
yeah. Of course, these countries are not led by crazy dictators that are stupid and don't think and just want to kill and attack like that. That's just completely
Yeah.
a media view that's completely wrong. They're not evil. They're not anything. You got some pretty well-educated people that know very well what they're doing at the government. Yeah, it's like they're not. Yeah, they're not crazy like
I
they say.
think that my theory on how this played out is that was the easiest way out for everybody. Right? America gets to stand firm and say, "Hey, we said 60 days, 60 days. This is what happens." Right? Israel got the attack they've always wanted. Iran gets to save face and not look like they were completely steamrolled over.
Yeah, but on the long run, nothing is solved, though. That's what's worrying.
Icicle, we're not doing that here, bro. We're not attacking religions here. There's nasty people in charge everywhere, man. Christians had quite the body count back in the day, too, so.
I mean, all these guys ruling all these parts are extremely smart, man. They have their children and families all over the world in different countries. So, and they're just misguiding their own people all the time.
Yeah, like anything else, man. When I don't care if it's religion, government, whatever system you're running, if it gives you total control over people, eventually it will be corrupted, right? And human nature will kick in, and you know.
So what's in the news? Is it really de-escalation going on? Like, I didn't
I
check
mean,
and see.
all we can do is pay attention to the attacks, right? They're not gonna say all the talk is escalated, all the talk is tough, but the actions are not. The actions are less than the day before. Every day is less than the day before. Less rockets, less hit, less casualties.
And you notice how nobody's talking about China and US trade deal.
Yeah, I know, right? That trade war. That's so last year. That's so last month.
That'll come back, don't worry.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
soon as
That
we
hasn't
don't have
gone
anything
anywhere.
else to talk about, we'll be back
Yeah.
on tariffs. And
Don't
I
forget
was
that the
wondering
first of the month,
yesterday,
between the first week of the month, we get news on that 90-day pause. So we still have that ahead of us.
yeah, for 5th of July dip, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's
that's
make
what
it
I
line up
mean.
with Inde- Sorry.
So
But line it up with Independence Day.
they were almost coming to a agreement or something in London or somewhere, right? Sweden or something. But certainly nobody's hearing anything about it.
Doge Viking with the 20 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, Doge. W gifts. Welcome to all the new members.
It's normal we hear less about it because there's like worse stuff happening than attacks, right? But I was wondering yesterday, which one could have more impact, right? Tariffs or oil prices going crazy. By the way, why did oil dump 10% today? What's up with that?
It's the oil prices going crazy plus tariffs that's the issue. Right? Chances are there's going to be tariffs. They're not going to take those tariffs down to nothing. So there's going to be tariffs. So anything on top of the tariffs is just going to stress the situation.
Well, we're back at the ABC on oil. That $70, $68 is now support, right?
Rocky, it's not, the thing is that these skirmishes get pushed to the point where if you go any further, there's unacceptable consequences, right? And then they've got to decide how to scale back. Like, how do you come back from the edge? The problem is that neither side can look like they gave up, right? Each side has to look like they tried their hardest for their people. So you get a lot of this sort of political theater at the end of wars. Honestly, it's the smartest way out of this situation. And it kind of scares me when I just assume that we're taking the smartest way out, because we usually don't take the smartest way out of shit. But so far, the way this has played out has been the easiest way out of this sort of skirmish or war, however you want to call it, since nothing's been officially declared.
Well, I just hope there's no new 9/11 or something like that to come.
It's honestly at this point, and like I said, I'm not here to decide what side is wrong, what side is right, all of that shit. None of that shit matters to me, honestly. War is a war, but Israel can screw this up. If Israel does not de-escalate, if their next attack is bigger than the last, it's going to force Iran's attack to be bigger than the next. It's going to scale back up until the U.S. has to come back in and do something, and we don't want that. That's where it'll end up, Olu. They'll shut down. They'll shut down. They'll send the Houthis into the Strait, backup ships. That would be the next step, in my opinion. That's an escalation from Iran.
Well, China is going to be against that, no?
Yeah, if you guys received a gifted membership, definitely hit that like button, hit that subscribe as a thank you for the gift. And you might as well stick around. You're a member for 30 days now, so. All right, I gotta eat this sandwiches. I've been avoiding eating my breakfast, and my stomach is killing me, so I'll be right back.
Bon appétit, Dbloc. So where's the POC of this whole thingy? It might have moved a bit lower now with all the volume we saw during the weekend, which, by the way, is kind of higher than what's happening today. But we have some good volume that came into on futures, at least. On spot, it's a bit of a different story. We dump on high volume, we pop back on, like, I mean, the daily is not in, so we might get more volume, but It's gonna be in pretty soon. Lower than the dump. So, you know, it's easier to pump than to dump. Which means people have been able to exit more than they could buy. Someone scooped it up again. Probably BlackRock, Wall Street. I don't know. Can't blame anyone for Bitcoin not dumping more. Especially if you were thinking 90K. Well, this candle changes a bit stuff though. But depends where we're gonna close it, but no, I don't think it's gonna drop back below 1015. Although we could, it's just like 2% down. We like testing the bears' resolve at holding their shorts, yeah. I definitely would not TP. But yeah, if you've been short from 106, or let's say even better from the previous all-time high. Like if you're short from 110, 110, or 109, 800. Well, you're now starting to see a very small reversal ABC, right? You have the topping upward ABC that tells you to stay short from 110. Try and catch, well, a mini bear market at least. Like, you know, back down to golden pocket, which is like much lower than what we achieved this weekend. It's more around 90K, even 88,000 than 98. But you have now a smaller time frame downtrend, kind of tells you also to attempt to stay long from 100K. Usually they say the bigger time frame wins. Well, I guess you'd hold, maybe holding both is the good plan, right? Hold short from 108 in case we are to, like, you know, start a bear market, while hedging long at opportunities. So, you know, this was one. We'll likely get other opportunities in the coming months. You know, other downward moves. In the end, it's a very small down move. It's 10% down, 12%. Okay, 14% from the top to the bottom. For me, 106, 500 is the decision point because it's the, well, it's the high volume area of the whole thingy. It's also golden pocket. It's also the initial, you know, after that rejection at all-time highs, we found support at 106.5, but then lost it, and well, whatever. It's an SR, right? 106.5. So if this up bounce is able to start trading above that area, then we'll kind of have to do a fake out above the downtrend, and we'll see what happens after that. Maybe it'll be successful, right? We could even get a successful breakout at 109 if it was to happen this week. But more likely that we'll just stay in this range actually until July, yeah. Maybe end of July even. Why not continue to like 106 and then come back down to put like your higher low, right? And then attempt to raise all-time highs. There's a nice setup too on dominance here, right? You have potentially a topping structure on dominance at 65.5%. Getting back below 65.5 would be a very early sign of a topping structure on dominance, yeah. Which took 2 months to create. So it's not small. It's like roughly 6 weeks, 6 weeks apart. A double top with 6 weeks in between. These ETFs get approved and there's FOMO and all, then yeah, that could help Bitcoin dominance stop pushing and some money going to these alts. Because they're gonna need a lot of inflows to catch up. You know, we still have Doge at 15 cents. Well, closer to 16 now. Sui at the hourly 200, while Bitcoin is above it now, right? Oh no, it's also at the hourly. Okay, I guess Sui doing decent. ETH though is still couldn't touch that 200 EMA yet, so it's a bit behind the Bitcoin. But that wick on ETH BTC, that wick to 50% of its up move, yeah, it's just a fib level, but it was a good reaction on the pair. Yeah. We fell short of hitting 2nd of February for now. So it's just maybe it's a patience game, and we need to wait to get the entry now that things are starting to turn over. Like it's not good to FOMO in, right? You wanna patiently wait for your plan. Now, if you think we overreacted with this war and in the end it's still gonna be a bull run, then this is still not a good area to buy, right? Like I would wait for, well, a trading pattern to go in. If you didn't buy anything yesterday or the day before, then yeah, I would Patience pays, usually. And if we didn't get 2nd of February's low, where I would have bought more, but we came close enough, yeah, to consider it close enough, yeah. Not be too greedy on the. What's the difference there? 1% difference, yeah. So yesterday's wick, well, Saturday's wick came 1% higher than the exact level, yeah. So instead of 2089, we got 2111. So you're missing $20, man. That's all. Like, and $20 of 2000, it's 1%. So yeah, we're like that dip could have gone 1% more, but it got bought up before. So I guess if you were waiting for that level precisely, you got front run by 1%, and now you're watching price pump 10%, and you feel a bit mad, and you're like, oh damn, my order didn't fill, which is kind of my case anyway. Actually, it's not my case. I filled plenty orders, but yeah, that my advice would be not to FOMO, because we could very well come back down to put well, maybe just a double bottom. Well, hopefully even a lower low. I mean, not hopefully, but in case we come back down, would be nice to put the lower low. That way I can confidently attempt to long it. But I'm already in the long, so I'd rather the price just go up, actually. I'm already in plenty longs, like 16. I'm gonna close a few, though. Like Chili's, it's a nice revenge trade going on. I mean, it's playing out. It paid off. Thank you, Chili's. Time to let go. And I'll probably play another swing at this level. Just close and re-enter, basically, to call it a day. Because yeah, Chili's is now back at the previous low, so it hasn't even triggered its bullishness. We're like we made new bear market bottom, and we're back at the previous bear market bottom. So if it can reclaim this, then it's a bit more bullish, or well, that's when the bullishness starts. Like for now, I'm not really bullish on it. But if we can just pop this, then it's gonna be a bit different. Because the next low after that could be the one to kind of hold to. And especially if after that we manage to go above 4 cent, 42 cent, or 4.2 cent, yeah, then big things can happen on these shit coins. Kind of same on Doge than if, like, you're getting front run a bit, right? Like, it's a patience game, so because the best opportunity to go long on it is if it puts a low below that 13 cent, right? And here we're close enough, but we're not there, right? So it's actually the previous setup that's holding. So I just re-entered the same level, so I'm long again from 14.9.
Bitcoin short.
Let's go, people. There's resistance at 105 a bit on the book, 70 Bitcoin. Maybe we can touch that. Also, 104,500 is a number we paid attention to. Maybe it could react. Well, we'll see. But Bitcoin, yeah, it's pretty obvious it ain't going down right now. And people are even probably looking at SPY and they're like, wait a second, why the hell did Bitcoin go down 14%? There's a divergence going on, you know, the stock market is like 2% away from all-time highs. It's been like that for 10 days, actually. Well, the whole month of June has been just a bit below all-time highs on the stock market. It's going sideways, and whenever you get a tiny red candle, there's like panic on crypto. It's kind of funny.
Looky here, we're back over $104,000.
Yeah, with negative CVD, more people sold today than people bought again. I mean, on you know, aggressive marketing. More people press market sell than market buy today. Yet price is up 4%.
Whale
Just went for the
accumulation.
downtrend.
Whale accumulation.
Yeah, exactly. Limit orders matching market sells, and there's been market buys too. There was a big buy at 102,800. That one was pretty big. Like 400 Bitcoin market bot to break the level. That's pretty big. And we're still in the aftermath of that since then. Since that big market buy, that stopped whoever wanted to constrain price, to reverse price back down by putting limit sales. Well, he got matched by that guy who just scooped it. So that stopped, but that allowed price to continue. Because when you have like a big seller wall, you know, they can make price do whatever they want. Like all they have to do is move the wall until someone matches it, and that wall is gone, and then you'll see if a new wall appears. If it doesn't, then price is a bit free to well, it's not constrained, it's free to continue whatever the flow is. If people are pressing sell, it's free to go down. People are pressing buy, it's free to go up. And right now they're pressing more buy than sell. That's been the case
Can we help? Can we help?
since that big buy, actually. CME is closed, right? Yeah. No, we're in the CME intraday gap. So, I mean, if you want to squeeze shorts and then reverse it back down to put a low below 98, this is the good timing, right? There's no ES, there's no reference really. Pump it up, get rid of the shorts, and then maybe resume down. If we get back inside the symmetrical triangle on the daily, then I think we're gonna need the fake out up and finish the unfinished business up there. That's it's 1065. If you get 1065, you're trying to get back on the daily symmetrical, inside the daily symmetrical. You could fail just below 1065, right? Like at 1058. That could be a plan for entering a short. Wait for late shorters to be stopped out to just join them. Any other TA? What do you guys think? We've had a pretty interesting weekend. The C-leg has its POC at 1045. Well, 104,650, but let's 104,500. But that's just the C. It's the second dump. If you take the whole thing, it's higher. Oh yeah, I guess you'd expect 1045 to react a bit, no?
Hey, would I be able to ask a question?
Of course. But Dbloc is not here right now.
My question is just when I'm looking at this chart right here, I can see like the liquidation level sitting above, and then we got like the darker red, the purple, and then the blue. What exactly is that representing? Is it all shorts or some are buys?
It's liquidation level, so it's an indicator that uses order flow data provided by exchanges to show you what some traders did, and it calculates where the liquidation point is. Looking, honestly, I don't know how it works, but yeah, it's supposed to be where people get liquidated.
And
Yeah,
just
you're right, Susie.
just
The
the
red
color.
ones, the
Yeah, go
red
ahead.
ones are 100x. The purple ones, I'm pretty sure, are 25x, and then the blues are 50x. I might have the purple and blues mixed up. I know 100% that the red ones are 100x leverage.
No, I appreciate that. That kind of, yeah, and that kind of makes sense because the blues and purples are a little further away, so they got more room for their liquidated, right? Compared
Yeah,
to
I
the
think the
100x.
purples are actually the 50x, and the blues are the 25x. And then the buy liquidations are on the bottom, and then the sell liquidations are on top.
Oh, you're always gonna have blue on the top and blue on the bottom. But what's interesting, I think, is to find areas where they're stacked up, and areas where it's black, so where nobody took a trade. And if nobody is trading there, then maybe it's more likely than random that price will just jump the level, right? Because if there's no orders there, like if nobody gets leaked, then maybe price will just go quickly from a level to another. But you can see that just in the chart, though. You don't need leak levels, right? Like you see how Bitcoin went straight down from 108 to 103. Well, after that happened, we actually didn't go straight up, but it could have, like, it made it a bit more likely that it could just go straight up, right?
I appreciate that. Thanks for explaining that.
Hey, Zusi, is that the 50 EMA on Dbloc chart at 101.5?
The white line, yeah, I think it's the 50 MA. MA or EMA? I think it's MA, you know. I'm not sure to be. Well, let's look. No, it's EMA. He uses EMAs, I think. On the 15. Oh, that's the 200. Oh, well, maybe not. But she's on the 15-minute, right? If I open the same chart. We'll ask him when he gets back. It'll be easier. Yeah, if I go on the same ticker, BTC USDT.P, Binance. See, the 200 MA wouldn't have had really time on the 15-minute to start curling up, while the EMA would start curling up quicker. So I think it's the 200 EMA, that white line. I don't think it's the 50 because the 50 is way higher on the 15-minute time frame, and he's on the 15-minute on that chart, right? It's not the 5, it's the 15. So I think the white line is more like the 200 EMA. Yeah. The blue could be the 50. You see the light blue where there's the cloud around it, like the channel. Is that like Bollinger Band stuff? But all of that is probably somewhere on Discord, yeah. I haven't really looked at all the new channels, but it's probably explained somewhere.
I had to step out real quick. What was that, Susie?
He was asking on Dbloc chart what's the white line, and I think it's the 200 EMA, but I'm not like 100% sure. But it's
The
close enough to
white,
be the...
the one. If it's the TR main, the one that's kind of crossing that the 50 MA just crossed. Yeah, that's the 200.
Yeah, and the
And then
blue is the 50, right? But with the cloud around it, so it's not just an EMA, it's an EMA
right,
with
yeah,
a volatility measure that expands and contracts.
yeah, exactly. And then
But
the
it's the
purple
50,
where
right?
we're at right now is the 800.
So we have a
The red,
golden cross on the 15-minute, like we've had that like a while ago. Well, an hour ago, or 2 hours ago.
yeah.
Hours ago. Right, top signal? No, I'm joking. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, try and make a plan and stick to it.
Yeah, but whoever's asking, if you're in the Discord, if you scroll down where all the channels are, there's an educational tab, and Dubloc's got all the things you need to get going, and as well, just Dbloc will be back pretty soon.
Yeah, but we can explain rather than just say to look there, right? But I tried to do it, but I was looking for which channel says what he uses. I think, yeah, it's in liquidation levels, and there's plenty of stuff there. That 5-minute scalping strategy also explains a lot of stuff. But we can just see it on the chart, right? Like that's a 200 EMA. It's I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but that educational tab is a great place for reference, especially if you guys are just getting in here and still kind of learning the 5-minute scalp strategy with the 13 crossing the 50. It's a good little reference to have that up while you're while you're looking at the charts.
Mastering the art of exponential moving averages. There's also a exponential moving average category. 5, 13, 50, 200, and 800 EMAs. Who uses the 800? What, really?
We do, Zuzi. What are you talking about?
I just change time frame to see the 800. Like when I go from the 1 hour to the 4 hour, then you jump from, well, what was your 200 became your 800. Huh?
Yeah, that's true.
But actually, yeah, it's a good idea to put an 800 EMA. That way, you don't have to change time frame to see where it is. But you see, he doesn't have it on his stream. There's no 800 on the stream, right? Because it's too much. Like when you put too many things, like if you put,
What?
you know, it
The
becomes too
800
much.
is the purple line on Dbloc's chart.
Oh, okay, never mind. Right. I mean, I was wondering what the purple line was. Yeah.
Yeah, right now we're literally right at the purple line. At the 800. But like you said, Susie, if you go up in time frames, the 800 will get pushed and it will be another one. Like I think that you said the 200 would be the 800 right at a higher
Yeah.
time frame.
Well, on the 15-minute, the 800 is the same as the 200 on the hourly. So.
Yeah, exactly. And all the EMAs do that, so they'll scale the same through the time frames.
Yeah, because an 800 AMA, it's the average of price weighted through time with the 800 lost candles. So on the 15-minute, if you look 800 candles, that's like 200 hours ago. And well, if you want the average of the last 200 hours, it's the 200 EMA on the hourly chart. So yeah. But we could also put the 1600 EMA then to have the 8-hour. You could even add the equivalent for the daily 200. So that way on your 15-minute chart, you also see where the daily 200 is. Right now it's at 93, by the way. And losing the 4-hour. Turning the 4-hour 200 EMA into resistance currently on Bitcoin, right? Failure to reclaim the 200 typically calls for the 50 on the 4-hour typically calls for the 50 for the 200 on the daily. Well, I mean, if this one is resistance, then we have a bit of an issue for EMAs. But if it's only an EMA issue, I'm not worried at all. Like that's easy to beat. It's about confidence. Right?
Yeah, the more confluence, the better.
There's no point in worrying. It's just emotions, right? What was the plan? Stick to your plan. I had no plan of TPing 104 when I bought below 100. Well, at 100. So stick to the plan. Oh, but wait, I forgot to plan where to TP. Damn, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's a very important point of a trade.
You know, roughly, I figured it should be good risk to reward. But the thing is to scalp it or not, right? Because yeah, you could fully exit even aggressively here in an attempt to buy back. Well, you would think about buying back only once Bitcoin is back below 100,300, and maybe if you're greedy enough, you would wait for a low below 98K. But that's like a scalp to me. Yeah, it's a bit like a scalp, right? The swing is like 108, like the swing has its TP or at least at 10, well, above 1065 for sure, and probably more like at the top of the range. So top of the range is 110. So if you want to swing, the whole thing, then I think your TP is at 110. Yeah, well, maybe a bit below, maybe 109. Yeah, somewhere there. Maybe we'll get like a topping pattern to catch that. Yeah. Last time we didn't get anything, honestly, on that 108 push. You had like, it went flat up there. We pushed and we went flat, and then we reversed down. But 110 gave us a reversal pattern. 109, yeah, 110 triple top and all, like that one wasn't too hard to catch. And currently on the 15-minute, you have a wick above 104 that, couldn't, well, it's an SFP above 103, 800. But yeah, you have to go really small time frame to find an argument to take it, I don't know. Anybody thinking about shorting this here? I mean, or earlier, or in this area between 103.6 and 104. I mean, I'm just too bullish to think about shorting here, especially now that we're in a downtrend. I rather catch a better long. How about these alts? Anything happening interesting? Seems like Solana and Fortcoin are outperforming in percentage at least Bitcoin. But some of these also are like 20% green already. Got Link up 10%, AVAX 9%, Uniswap 10%. But yeah, the big ones, they're not pumping crazily compared to the dump, right?
It's not fucking working now.
Hello?
What's going on? Why have it no sound?
What? What? What's going on with what? Oh, your mic isn't very clear.
Better?
Where's everybody? Yeah, pretty silent for Monday evening, no? I guess maybe this weekend got many of us, so. It shouldn't matter though. What's fear and greed at? $37.
Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hey, what's going on, Zeusy?
Nice to hear from you.
You as well.
What's going on? I mean, I'm really surprised and shocked at the irrationality in the market's reaction here, but I guess I don't read price correctly, or
Like, is it
actually
ripped?
no. Yeah, it's surprising, right? I mean,
I don't know, there's a lot of there was a lot of people shorting.
yeah, we can explain it. Like I think it was a likely scenario too, right? But it still defies just common sense, right?
Slightly, yeah, but I don't know, just things can change so quick in crypto.
Well, it's not really about crypto. It's about the global stock market and the global money liquidity. Everything went up today. It's not crypto actually. Crypto kind of is the only asset that experienced a downside like that. Tesla is up 10% today.
YouTube working?
It's like
YouTube,
breakout up.
YouTube. Oh, shit.
SPY pumped 1%. Nasdaq pumped 1%. You're closed red. Dixie is red. Oil dumped 10%. While we have news that the strait could be blocked and you have tankers diverting from the area. Like it defies a bit common sense, but it could be the liquidity grab to give you
So,
the.
I mean, does anyone think that we're gonna retrace from this a little bit before we continue to go up? If that's what we're gonna do?
But the real question is the opposite for me. It's more, Bitcoin is now in a confirmed downtrend. We put a lower low, lower high.
Yeah.
You have nice ABC downward. We're back above the previous low. So
I
it's a
don't
very
know why you
conservative, early assumption that we're going to reverse
Yeah.
trend. The trend is
Like,
down.
it's just working.
Somebody has an open mic. Surge 888. I think it's you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, I mean, on this time frame since 112, we have bearish market structure, right? With lower highs and lower lows. It's like maybe a parallel downward, like it could be a bull flag in the end.
Yeah, I mean, we can still go up, like, just not that much.
Yeah, but probabilities are more to the downside than the upside. Even with this recovery, it doesn't change that until, well, in my opinion, until we start trading above 50%, even above golden pocket, that's when probabilities change a lot, right? So we're taking a calculated risk by buying it below 100K, expecting, probabilities to change to our side eventually, right? But like, I think it's more like for now that hasn't really happened yet, right? It depends on time frame, I guess, but we're above golden pocket if you just fib it from 1065 down to 98. So on some time frames, you could say that this has already pumped too much, right? To be more likely that it's gonna put a lower low. But on the bigger time frame since 112, yeah, we're in a downtrend. It couldn't it couldn't put a flat ABC. Like it couldn't just go sideways. It did a bit of a swing failure on the daily.
So
Below 100K.
It took 32 days, but I finally convinced you, Zeusy. I finally got you to say it. We're in a downtrend.
That's why I bought. I buy during downtrends. That's why I bought.
No, but remember at 112, you were like, "No, I need to wait to see if it drops 5%." And I'm like, "Dude, we're gonna go down. We're gonna
Yeah,
start
yeah, yeah,
trending
yeah.
down for me." You were like, "No,
You're
I
right.
need
Yeah, yeah.
5%." And then now I finally now a month later, I finally got you to say, "Okay, we're going down."
Well, now if we zoom out a bit more, we ain't going down.
Well, yeah, that's true. But I mean, we are kind of we're
But
retracing.
waiting for a lower low below 74 to say that Bitcoin is going down is a bit too big of a time frame even for me, who like to hold on to trades for months. But if you manage to short 110, like me, I took the decision not to. But that's when your trade actually wins. It's when you manage to reverse the whole uptrend.
Yeah, but so who's to say that it doesn't go back up to like 109 and you can short there? It would still be a lower high and a lower low.
Yeah.
And then maybe we work our way down to 92. And then if it hangs out down there for a little bit too long, then I think we'll have just like a big flash crash. And then after that, we should be up and only up and at 'em only. Up and at 'em and
But
at 'em up.
that 5% metric, like for me, it played out in the end because when I saw that it dropped more than 5%, I did take that as a more of a signal or a bearish bias, because it meant that the uptrend we were in since 74 could shift. And yeah, it did. It did shift. It went sideways for a month, and now we put that lower low below the previous low, and it reacted.
Well, we're coming into resistance now. I think that if it's not able to get past this area, like especially like 104.3, then it's probably gonna take another drop down.
I'm
Because
not
we
sure
sort
we
of
can call
lost
it
that
resistance,
range.
right? Because there's so many. Like, look at how long price spent at this level, at the current level. Like, we spend so much time here. It's really it's the point of control of price.
It was support, but now we're below it, so it's technically resistance.
Yeah, but it's an area where price likes to hang out a lot. So you don't really want to trade it. Like if we extend below it or above it, then you want to trade it. But my point is Bitcoin is back it's back to the mean on the hourly, right? On the 4-hour, sorry. We are back at the 4-hour 200 EMA, so it's like in the middle of something. Yeah, you're right. Either it's going to get rejected and come down, in which case we can go maybe long, or we're going to pop above it, and then we can maybe go short to come back to that 400 and expect that price does nothing and just go sideways. Yeah, that wouldn't be my most profitable trade.
But what if it's gonna get rejected here? Why not short down until you see a longing opportunity?
Because it's
What, what's wrong
overtrading.
doing?
Because it's a bit overtrading. Because
It's playing the charts.
I guess, yeah, but you're gonna get plenty of opportunities like that.
Total 3 is nose diving down, so these alts are gonna come down pretty good here before they ramp back up.
What time frame are we nose diving on?
Go back and take a look here.
Because total
2
market
hour.
cap, total market cap in the end is back above COVID all-time highs. So we just found support at COVID all-time highs.
Yeah, total crypto market cap 2 hours. Just look at the RSI, look at the path. It's all lower highs and lower lows. Just going right down the channel.
Yeah, it's a downtrend. Yeah. The thing is, for me, an ABC is a reversal potential. Like there's a less than 20% chance, but but there's a chance we reverse. That's what I'm betting on. So I'm betting on the reversal of this downtrend. So, well, personally, that's the bet. It's not likely, like I'm saying, like I said earlier, the most likely is continuation to the downside. Yeah, you'll just put a lower high and continue down. Now, if you're scalping on the 5 minute, you're gonna TP very quick. That's short, right? Like you'll probably TP where Dbloc on Dbloc's chart where there's the SR flip, right? You just scalp $1,000 down on Bitcoin, something like that. Well, back down to 1026, yeah, 1028, somewhere there. Those probabilities change though if we start trading above 1065 and all, then at that point you're closer to the high than the low. So it's because you're closer, it's just more likely to hit that than the low, right?
Dude, why is Dogecoin just completely ripping right now?
It's not, man. It's destroyed. It's down at bear market bottom, kind of almost. I mean, no, that's not. We're not
No,
5 cents.
on the 1 minute time frame, it is ripping hard.
Let's go. Really? I mean, we're below 20 cent. We're below 16 cent for all I know.
Yeah, but
16
off the
cent is the
bottom.
macro SR. Like that's why Doge went back below its bear market support resistance. Like it's very low. It can easily pump 10-20% because it's relatively very low here compared to Bitcoin, which is the case for most also at the moment, right? So reclaiming 16 cent is a bit like, I mean, that would be a good sign, yeah. Like, but we didn't, right? I mean, we didn't find support at 16 cent. It went down to 14. So, but yeah, let's go. People maybe will buy alts more than
There's a big
Bitcoin.
push on Bitcoin right there. I don't know if that was to liquidate shorts or what, but that was all vectors on the 1 minute.
Yeah, Bitcoin is up.
Yeah, there's a lot of liquidation above Doge. It's probably going after right now.
Doge is up 5% in 24 hours. Oh no, Bitcoin is up 5. Sorry, Doge is up 8. One dumped 12% from top to
It's one of
bottom,
them
while the other dropped 42%. It's not worth it.
V-shape recovery, boys and girls. Potentially.
To which level, though? What do you want to complete the V?
Yeah, it could totally go complete. What's the
1065?
What's the S&P 500 doing in post market?
It's closed.
Yeah, but there's post market as well.
No, it's closed. Even post is
Yeah.
closed. No, it just reopened actually, and it's ripping. It's up 0.3% to yeah. I mean, it's not ripping. It's up.
Post market is still quite strong. Yeah.
Man, what if we just put a very tiny new all-time high and then blew up? You know, same on Bitcoin. You want a short squeeze, or I don't know, like if SPY puts a very tiny all-time high, like the previous all-time high is 6,169. How about we put 6,000, like just one point higher, and then destruction. Well, back down to COVID all-time high, where crypto already is, by the way, because okay, Bitcoin is doing fine, but when you look at total, we are at COVID all-time highs. We're just trying to bounce up from it. And yeah, it bounced 10% up from it almost. Yeah. 5% up. 7% up. Crypto is behind. Like in that sense, crypto is still behind the stock market. Huh? When you look at total value in crypto, but we just retested COVID all-time highs. It's as if SPY was at 4,800 and was bouncing. And it's exactly what SPY did a few months ago. So crypto is like lagging 3 months behind SPY. So maybe you could say that. More than 3 months, like 4 months. 5 even. Never mind, I'm saying bullshit here. But in the meantime, Bitcoin is reaching 105.
The TA
So
is bullshit, but it fits my plan. So
Yeah, that's a very rapid bounce.
Trump just announced on Truth Social that there's a ceasefire between Israel and Iran starting tonight. So that's probably what's doing this. I don't know if it's who knows if it's real, right? But that's probably what's doing this.
Well, until the terrorist attacks restart, I guess we can have. Really, is that fake news or real news?
It's on Trump's Truth Social, so
There
true
you
for
go.
him.
Okay. Well, we have a bit of a problem then, because roughly 10,000 Bitcoin got market sold on the news of the war, and for now, even today, we're negative 500. If people buy what they sold, there aren't enough sellers to stop price. Market maker will have to intervene, liquidity providers will have to be called, but people aren't gonna buy back. They lost, they have less buying power now. Now they'll buy at 110.
Bing bong. There's a little sweep we were waiting for. What's going on, everybody?
Seems like Israel and Iran are now doing a ceasefire. I mean, at least
Wow.
that's what we see in the charts.
We could have seen that coming.
Just an ABC.
You guys want to take a quick little look at this hilarious daily candle of ours? Bullish engulfing, then some. Almost out of our 50 EMA cloud. Screw the 50 EMA. We're almost out of the cloud at this point. What I like about this is that this gives plenty of space for retracement to hold the 50. Right? Not getting hype, not thinking this is just going to go to the moon. What we want to do is give a lot of space between us and the 50 so that we can have a retracement at some point, only hold the 50 and take 50% of the vector, right? When the time comes.
Yeah. But 1065, no?
Yeah. We don't want to dabble underneath. Well, we'll pull it up. We'll see what happens, man. A couple of green days will be good. It'll help bring the 50 up. We're above where we want to close our weekly, but we still got days left for that. I honestly couldn't have painted a prettier picture myself if they let me do it. If I was the market maker, I would have ran the same plan. Beautiful. ETH almost back up.
you said we got the sweep we were looking for. Are you talking about liquidity sweep?
Yeah, we had a sweep above that CME gap. I was like, if we can get above the 800, there was a little sweep there that helped bring us away from our fully recovered zone, which is good. Our measured move
So you think it's
is
gonna come
about
down from here?
halfway. I mean, I would imagine, yeah. I think we could have a couple of days though. Today, tomorrow, maybe keep pushing. But
Well, no, I'm saying just in the more immediate
oh,
short term.
I don't know.
Either.
I still think that we got this measured move ahead of us. The question is, do we stall out a little bit and make that move, or do we do it now? We're more than halfway through our measured move from that W.
Where's Drew? Because we could have said big buys here.
Let me
And
see what
usually
Soul is
people
doing.
buy tops.
Yeah,
But
Soul's
this time,
looking good too. What happens when you keep a level head, guys, girls? Let everybody else freak out while we lock in.
So it looks like he's dubbed it the 12-day war, Donald Trump, in his Truth Social post.
yeah, but we already know that at 112 there's going to be a terrorist attack, and price will put an up with ABC, and it'll come back down. Like,
Who knows? Hope not. I hope not.
All I know is we've hit today's goal where we can sort of breathe easy, which is getting that bullish engulfing off that daily candle yesterday. That is a thing of beauty.
This is another good example of don't let a tragedy go to waste or a disaster go to waste kind of thing. At least in markets, right? Like when buying the dip.
Yeah.
But yeah, no financial advice. The disaster of the tariffs, the disaster of Elon having a fight with Donald Trump, and then now
who goes
this.
to
There's been
who
a
goes
few.
to prison on this insider trading though?
What are
Last
you
time we
talking
sent
about?
Sam.
What insider trading?
How about Trump?
What insider trade are you talking about?
Well, they knew they would come to a peace agreement, right?
Did they?
There's
Well,
gotta be some
don't
insider
get
trading
overly
going on.
excited, because Iran already apparently just now said, the Iranian leader said, people who know Iranians know that we never give up, so we never surrender.
That's what they have to tell their people. Watch what they do. Screw what they say. Watch their next attack, or their lack of a next attack, or the strength of their next attack. That's exactly what I would expect them to tell their people. You have to tell them that. They have to feel like their nation is somewhat secure and protected, or at least
Yeah, I guess
somewhat
it's like when they
defended.
said something big's going to happen tonight and then nothing happened.
Yeah.
I'm more worried about the cells that came into the US when we had open borders. They say there might be up to 1,000.
Oh man. If anybody's gonna be accused of having insider information, it's gonna be us, because we snatched the hell out of the bottom of this dip.
No, I'm just joking. It's just that
No, I know, I'm
when you
talking
sign
shit
a
too.
peace treaty, like they kind of that maybe they traded it a bit, right?
Well, Dbloc, it was your call. You said we're going to go below 100, and we did.
Macro, if you can remember one thing out of this, just remember high levels of FUD at macro support. That's a combination that you should always focus on. You get to a macro support like 100K, and you got high levels of FUD like World War III, nuclear bombs, death and destruction. That's always something that I'm willing to buy with tight stops. You guys saw how tight my stops were. But that's something that I'm always willing to swing at, just because we've seen it so many times.
Wait a second, you can't call this FUD. It was real. Like it's
FUD
not the
is
typical crypto
fear,
FUD, right?
fear,
This was
uncertainty, and doubt. Whether it's
this is
artificial
real and
or
it's still
no,
happening.
FUD doesn't mean it's fake. Nothing about FUD means fake. The F doesn't stand for fake. It stands for fear. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. We had the highest levels of fear, uncertainty, and doubt at macro support.
You're gonna start
Yeah,
moving into alts.
Not yet.
And both
Not
real
yet.
and fake news can incite FUD.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
Yep.
We're just so used to them throwing fake FUD at us all the time that it's like, But
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Dbloc, so how long have you been working for BlackRock, did you say?
Don't put that on me.
Day
BlackRock
one.
won.
When's the alien invasion, G-Block?
How do I break this to you guys?
He is an alien.
Probably
they're
BlackRock
already
who
here.
scooped up the weekend dip, no?
Okay, each and every one of us, what's your prediction for the next 5 days? Just your opinion, not financial advice to anyone out there. I think we might go down a little bit lower still and then go up.
5 days.
I think we're going up.
Oh, new all-time high.
We got one down, one up.
I mean, it's gonna be more precise than just up, no?
Next 5
Okay, we
days,
got one
I
neutral.
think.
Thanks, Suzy.
Next 5 days, I think we can do a 108.
Oh.
We can do a 108, 107 back to a 103, 102.
Oh, so you think up and then down.
Well, what I want to do, so we're going to have to prove this move, right? We're going to have to retrace this move. What I like is that we have a big enough sort of, what I would love is if we can get this measured move maybe a little higher and then get a retrace to support. It would still give them a good significant retrace, but not something that breaks our support and brings us back down into these ranges. What we want is for the next retrace, the next retracement to not kill sentiment. But chart-wise, I think we can do 107, 106. Remember, we're in the middle of a 3-day up, so I'm looking for our midweek reversal to come in on Wednesday or Thursday.
You know, on the daily, last time we did a downward ABC, Bitcoin was at 74. This is the first time we do a downward ABC since. Higher is to come for me. Like as long as we're above 100, higher is just to come.
Your alts, I don't expect to hold.
Well.
Yeah, and your alts, I don't expect to be as strong. So you're gonna get retracements on pumps of your alts here, in my opinion. Not full retracements, but I don't expect it to be a smooth move. Dominance is still crazy right now. So yeah, to answer that question from earlier, I have not started going into alts just yet. Jasmine's up 14%.
But it's down 50, right?
Yeah, but it's also up against support. So like we've got to prove these moves, guys. We still got to prove these moves. It's not time to get all giddy and shit, but it is a feather in our cap.
So you want to stabilize around this price?
I mean, goal is to stay above 102.8 for me. More than anything, screw going up. What I don't want to do is come back down into this range. That was our full recovery mark. So if we're able to stay above that and either consolidate or show some support above that full recovery, then we can take all of this and sort of put it in our past. That's just a bad thing that happened.
With this ceasefire news, you could expect people to go ham on longs, funding rates to become positive, and yeah, eventually you might get a liquidation party to the downside.
Yeah.
Until then, Bitcoin is up 5% with negative CVD. The daily is negative.
Yeah, virtuals is going crazy. We looked at that earlier. Everything is starting to put in those bottoms, guys. Those higher lows that we've been looking for. Right? It's up to you to decide whether it's the bottom or not, but this is what we've been waiting for. Right? If you didn't get in these positions and you didn't chase, this is what you've been waiting for.
As soon as you had a confirmed downtrend, right?
Well, everybody's confirmation is going to be an individual thing. But I've showed you guys what I look for. I need to get a breakout and a retest. Unless I'm catching a falling knife.
Oh, XRP is looking happy.
Well, everything is.
Susie, I see France. France has surrendered in the Israeli and the Iranian conflict.
Wow, look at the damn inflows here. Yeesh.
It's insane.
Oh boy.
We're
It's
still
still
down
going.
400. If it could just go back to the mean, you know, to 0.
Oh,
France surrendered to Israel? What?
it's a joke. France surrendered to the
You were
Israeli.
saying the dominance was crazy, but it looks like dominance is dropping right here.
Yeah, but we're still above 65%. It looks good. I mean, the alts are gonna
That was
feel
good.
this,
Oh.
but we're way elevated.
Yeah, but you see the you see the ABC with the higher high, and we're now back below the previous high.
Mhm.
This could be a top as long as we are below 65.4%, and we're just tiny bit below it now. 12% chance of that playing out. At least according to my trades.
France surrendering to Israel. That was good.
You guys realize that these were my two favorite setups given to me on the same trade, right? Trading that false move down into CME gap before Asia
CME
comes
gap, yeah.
in, and getting high levels of FUD at macro support, both on the same trade. Both
Inside
super
Western.
high
How long
percentage
have you been
winners.
working for BlackRock?
It was, I mean, it was a
Spill the
risk.
beans, bud. Spill the beans.
It was a risk, man. It was a calculated risk.
No, it's a good risk. Now you know your stuff. You know your stuff, dude. That's why we're here.
Sam with the super chat.
Last 6 hours.
Yeah, man. Let's hope. Let's hope. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Allah, we've seen
Give it
the
some
end of
time.
it.
Let's see what happens.
Doesn't the dominance pattern look like a middle finger?
A what? A middle finger?
You're actually right.
You see?
I see it as well. Yes.
That's awesome.
Let's go.
Well, what can stop it? If 106 gets ignored, 106.5 gets ignored.
Why do you want to stop it, Sus? Come on.
We're at a pretty important.
highs?
We're at a pretty important SR flip here. Also, careful. This brings us back. Screw getting back full recovery. This brings us back to a full recovery from this dip. We're not even trying to recover this dip anymore.
You know what,
The
Dbloc?
112 dip, Dbloc. The
Mhm.
106.5 is the initial low after new all-time highs.
Yep.
It's what it tried to hold and couldn't, but that was very early to hold. Yeah.
Friday, I thought this is a weekend trap. I'm not going to fall for it, and I should have jumped in. It's one of those when you kick yourself because this could have been a nice one because we're back where we were basically, and yeah, I could have made money.
But we'll see if they absorb our buys or not, because you know they all those whale limit buys below 103, they're gonna need to exit.
If we get to 107.2, we had a $10,000 recovery. And we talked about how Bitcoin can move 10K at any given time. 10K is where I'd start to worry about it.
7% is a bit of metric I noticed now on the up moves on the daily at least. It seems to like 7-8% pumps. Yeah. Yeah, breakouts were like 7-8%.
And yeah, this is a nice one. Huh?
Which brings you to 120, right? Like if you break out 112 by 7-8%, you end up at 120 for a pause before higher.
Yeah, JL, you can use the 13 and the 50 on any time frame. If you use it on the hourly, it takes a little longer to enter. right? Because you've got to wait an hour for that confirmation candle, but it works the same.
Well, de-risk or not de-risk?
I'm almost there.
Because, you know, de-risking below 100, nah. But de-risking now,
Damn, Dbloc, what had you said about WIF?
What happened?
You had said something about WIF, right? Dog with WIF.
Dog with that.
With yeah, we're looking to put in our bottoms here, just like everything else. It's gonna take a couple days though, right? Couple days to ensure that the right side of these W's are really solid. Getting over the 50 EMA on the daily is the goal for every coin right now. No matter what coin you're looking at, safety comes as you get above the 50 on the daily.
Open mic. Open mic.
Rubber, you got to open mic, brother.
Give him a bath.
So yeah, I mean, it looks decent. So I'm not really concentrating too much on the alts. We need a couple daily candles out of Bitcoin, and that's gonna put all the alts above sort of where we need them to be.
Can anyone check what was the biggest amount of buys we had now for this up?
I saw 340 something across the tape.
450 Bitcoin got bought at, that's the biggest buy. That was huge on spot.
There's gonna be more strikes, XM. There's gonna be more Israeli strikes. There's gonna be more Iranian strikes. What we're watching for is if they're escalations or de-escalations.
In an 800 Bitcoin volume candle, you had 450 excess buys.
450.
Yeah, at 105. That's the breakout at 105. Also, 102 800, 102 800 had a nice battle too. 102 800 was 220 Bitcoin excess buy. But overall, much more sells than buys today.
Yeah.
Yep. Did you walk the dog? Is that why?
Yeah, I walked her around 6 p.m. Yeah, when I came back from work.
There you go. That's why.
It's because of that higher low dip. A lot of volume happened on that second dip there. That put the higher, well, the W, the right part of the W.
Minute the 105 too.
No,
105.3. Was it the lower one? Because one came in.
No, the
we went up.
99, the one that found support.
Oh.
You know, they
Yeah.
bought before, like, they bought before we came back to being fair with the weekend, right? Wall Street didn't let it go double bottom at 98. They scooped it up just below 100, right? We wicked down to 99.6. You know why?
What?
Well, guess what? It's close enough to golden, right?
I'll be right back, yo.
Yeah, you can call that a golden B test. It wicked 0.15% lower than golden, so.
Oh,
I guess 100x has got wrecked. Oh no, on 100x you can still
I
have
think a
that
lot of people
0.15,
got wrecked very quickly on this climb. Very quickly. I didn't look at Bookmap. I should have. I think they took a lot of liquidity there.
No, there's none. It's coming live. It's more, you know, liquidity providers providing stuff live, but no, there's. I mean, there was a 105 was a sell wall, but it was small. Now it's appearing though. There's plenty of stuff going on the book map on the 1 second. Too much for me to handle actually. But yeah, you got 1065, 107 that just appeared. You have someone who's blinking.
Big sell coming in. Some sell-off, right? On Coinbase.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff happening. But we took out the 106 level because price reached it.
It's a good recovery.
We're back into a good zone, I think, yeah.
Well, you could see this as a short opportunity, right? Like a lot of people are going to jump on shorts, I guess, and maybe
Yeah.
enough will that it could
Short
like
swing.
continue a short squeeze, yeah. But I don't know about.
All right, I'm
continuing
back,
a short
guys. I shaved a little bit of profits.
Short-term short. And then back up.
Sound like you have chipmunks in the background.
Yeah,
Do you have your voice
TY, you
suppression
got
off?
a weird mic.
All right.
I'd wait for 1065 personally.
I took 20%.
Maybe not.
Block, you said about 107.
De-risking on the way up.
Yeah, I just, well, this resistance, right? I'm taking 20%. If
Mm.
we do get a full vector recovery, I'll put it back in for the move up. But I'm just taking some of these profits. There's no reason to
GG!
get that 98
good.
hit and not take a little at 105. Yeah.
Nice trade.
Yeah, man, I should have done a spot when we went down. Jeez, that would have been a big one.
I'm not selling anything. I'm
So-
holding.
Me neither. Me neither.
The
Screw it.
Dogecoin millionaire.
We came so close to putting all-time highs. Lower high, lower high. Wow. Okay,
Let's go.
let's
I'm
put
holding a
on
lot. Let's go. Let's do it, Susie.
Well, here comes the next green candle. Let's see. Recalibrate.
Sorry if I cut you off there. I think my phone was delayed. I'm sorry, Susie.
No, you didn't cut me off. Even if it's the case, you can cut me off. I won't be mad.
I'm going to need to hit the gym today at some point to get rid of all this, this pesky human euphoria I'm feeling.
My dog is insisting I go for a walk right now.
Mm.
Yeah, perfect timing.
The timing.
You know, actually, when I walked my dog, I remember things were hitting 100K again. That's when I went to walk my dog at 6 p.m. French time. So yeah, right. So it was a good time.
Thanks, Susie. I always ask you, go walk your dog some.
Honestly, I don't care what price is doing. I walk my dog at the same time. Like, I can be about to get stopped out. I can be about to TP, whatever. It doesn't matter. When it's time to walk her, I walk her. I
The
just
most exercise dog.
I can be, maybe I just took a trade, maybe I was in a long trade, maybe I wasn't, I don't care. I just leave, walk my dog, come back. Priority is the dog, it's not trading. If I lose money because I don't watch, well, maybe I would have won, maybe I would have lost, who knows.
Is that what you call going to the pub in France, or just asking? Walk the dog. I'm going to the pub.
We're very close to putting a weekly bullish engulfing. I mean, of course, we're not going to print for another 6 days, but just a little bit more, and we're already in the scenario of a weekly engulfing bullish.
Look at the daily.
Good.
That daily is
It's such a thing of beauty, bro. When I said we need a bullish engulfing, let's be completely clear. I would have been happy with, like, would have been happy with 102.4, you know?
We're up here.
That is one hell of a candle, bro. I mean, we're getting into these ranges,
Insane.
right? We're getting
Easy
into
to
like,
pump.
Wow.
Dbloc, this is easy to pump, hard to dump.
It's not D-Block, it's D-Rock from now on, reference to BlackRock. Just saying, Suze. D-Rock.
Zeus's dog is the market maker.
Yo, whoever just said something for the past week or two sounds like you're talking from a vortex. You okay over there?
Yeah, your mic is really screwed up, Ty. We can hardly understand what you're
I think
saying.
he's driving, perhaps. Sounds like he's driving in a vehicle.
Dbloc, that thing's almost up to the bullhorn.
Oh,
No.
What's up, guys? Hello.
What's going on, brother?
I'm just watching D-Block's OCD. I'm just checking how he's
It's
moving
driving me
that
crazy, bro.
bear and the
I
bull.
had to move it. I had to like change the chart. There's so much wrong with it right now that I'm not about to even go into it. Too much going on.
Dang, that's the candle. Man.
Hello,
These
hello,
charts are looking
everybody.
crazy. Huh?
What's going on, BJ?
So, can I just take a, whoops, I gotta turn off my phone. Sorry.
Nobody was worried that this could be false move Monday green.
I was thinking about that, and I got
Guys,
my
the
finger on
false
the
move already happened. The false move was down. I called the false move when it happened. I told y'all this is going to be the low of the week. The false move frees one side, whether it's the trap shorts or the trap longs on the move out of the weekend trap.
On
False
crypto,
move or
okay,
not,
but
people
if you
made
look at
money.
SPY, that's not the case. They haven't seen the false move down because they were closed. It hasn't happened, right? For them, this is a false move up, right? That was
Yeah,
your
why is those moves like when the war is going on, like the strikes are happening? Like I don't know. And I'm betting on short term.
Oh, but because peace is already supposed to be here, and I will see. We'll see when
Guys,
the attacks actually
when
come.
Russia
Come,
invaded
but
Ukraine, price went down for a couple days. The war never
6
stopped.
months.
Through all the bombing, through all the killing, we went to 112K on Bitcoin. The war effect
Yeah, but
doesn't last for the length of the war. The war effect lasts through the shock and awe period in the beginning.
Yeah, that's why I'm losing all my money, and I will watch you all the time. Just watch, not betting.
me, what I remember from Ukraine war is a dip to buy immediately, to sell it for a lower high because the real dip was yet to come. And it took about 6 months for everything to reverse up. And then, oh boy, we reversed up. We've never stopped since. Like, war started in February 22. Somewhere there, yeah. Like, it's the dead cat bounce, basically, yeah. No, was
I
it
don't know where
2023?
Adam is. That's a good. Yeah, where's our permeable in chat? I hope he didn't get shaken out at the bottom.
You said Adam?
Tomorrow.
Oh, maybe we'll get
That
an Adam and Eve here, no?
no,
Like
I'm
if this
talking
is the
about
V.
somebody in chat.
Yeah, I heard, but it also lines up with price action. Like this looks like a V Adam. Maybe we'll get like a more slower, rounded higher low. But if price doesn't come back below 100, I don't care. It can do whatever it wants.
Good TPs so far. Good TPs. Good TPs.
Might come down and settle again, yeah, at 10369.
Good TPs and vectors left on the way up, which is also good news. Market maker feels the need to set long positions at 105 to 106. I'll be right back.
Well, he longed 98 though.
I long 98, 500x over here.
Wow, you're on BTCZ?
Yeah, BTCC. BTCC is nice, man. Like, you can do stocks, you can do SPY. It's actually a pretty nice platform. It's a
It's
little
funny because
laggy.
The biggest fiscal paradise is London, right? And it's a Londonian exchange. No
Oh, this is a
KYC, 500x. You can be American, not American. They don't care. It's in the
this is a
EU though.
this is a London exchange.
I think so. Yeah. Last time I checked, it was based in London, but don't quote me on that. It could no, it's Virgin Islands. No, I forgot, but it's somewhere in England, Great Britain.
That's nice, dude. It gives you BTC 500x, ETH, Sol, and Solana. And I actually did long all of them 500x on the bottom down there.
I took plenty too, but it was costly to catch on these also.
Hey, Mike's better. Sorry about that.
Yep.
Got some shorts in.
Good luck. Good
This,
luck.
this green candle reverse, yeah. I can't maintain that, you know. My opinion. Short-term short, long-term backup.
I don't know about the long-term backup, honestly. We're in a downtrend now, and this Iran war. Okay, we've had war news, people panic. Now we have ceasefire news, people buy back. Okay, but the long-term effect could be pretty bearish with the oil issues, and well, we'll see.
I think it's just gonna disappear. Remember, I was saying this yesterday. Remember last summer when Israel was attacking the Iron Dome and like everything was crashing, and then Israel shot back, and then 3 days later it just vanished. Like everyone just stopped talking about it after like 3 days.
Yeah,
And I
because
never.
Palestine is too small to really impact economy in the world. While here we're talking about 20% of the oil going through that strait. Like we're talking about Iranian oil also, and it's bigger. It's a bigger conflict, right? So
No, but that was it was Palestine, but it was Iran was sending missiles to Israel. Remember? It was
yeah,
being
yeah, yeah,
broadcast on
yeah,
Twitter
yeah.
on it was a Saturday. I remember it was a Saturday because I woke up to like everything crashing and I was like, what the heck? And it like killed all my position.
Only time will tell. We can't guess that, honestly.
But that 20% they've never shot, man. They keep threatening, but they never do it.
Yeah, I'm worried about a terrorist attack now because that kind of makes sense.
No, but if you think about it, they closed all the loops. They threatened and then they did send missiles to the US base. So like they saved face on the world front. Like they did what they said and they sent back and they attacked the US. It was intercepted or whatever, but
Yeah, calling ahead saying, "Hey, man, we're about to drop some bombs on you," and then not even hit target. I mean, come on now. I mean, really, come on.
It's the news. Reality is probably a bit different.
Yeah. I wonder about reality, seeing as if I'm watching Al Jazeera, they're saying that where they're handing food out, they're just Israeli soldiers are waiting for people to show up and shoot them. So I mean, it is what it is.
Well, it's what fascist governments do, right? It's what we did in Europe 60 years ago. They're going through that right now. It's how nations are built. It's how you build a country. It's by killing those you consider not part of your country. Every country did it. In America, it was Indians. Like you see what I mean? Like it's just part of the nation building process, and well,
Yeah,
it's horrible.
I don't have to like it. I understand what you're saying though.
Every nation got created on a crime, basically.
man, I could have took a nap, man. I stayed up for like 24 hours. And I finally passed out like an hour before this news. But I mean, I've been in position, so it's all good. But maybe I would have caught some more.
We always want more. More contracts.
Yeah, more contracts. They're not even coins, they're straight contracts.
I got destroyed on some curve earlier today. Oh my goodness.
Were you shorting it?
Yeah, I'm only down 78% right now.
Damn, what leverage? You trade high leverage, right, bro?
No, this is only 10x. I guess that's pretty high.
I always thought you were like a 75x guy, man. I mean, but we need to retrace no? At some point.
Yeah, that's my thought. I'm not stressed on it. I'm not stressed. It's only what do you call it, like 5% on my bag. Or 5% of my capital.
That's a lot on one trade.
I got 100% of my capital on one trade. Let's go. No leverage. All in, baby. To the moon.
We're coming back to you. 20 cent. Yeah. Golden Pocket is at 20 cents, so that's gonna be decision point.
Yeah.
To get an alt season or not this summer, basically.
I think this summer will
Also,
be okay.
on the hourly for hourly, you have 3 nice Elliott waves on Doge, like since that 26 cent top. You have like textbook Elliott wave stuff going on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. That puts a higher low. Couldn't put the lower low, but
There's a lot of Elliott people that actually like to trade Doge. Like they say it's pretty easy to trade for them.
Really?
Yeah, I remember there's like 2 or 3 guys from last channel that used to say that Doge falls in like an Elliott wave somehow. But I'm not a fan of the Elliott wave, so I was always rejecting the idea. I'm like, you guys are just looking at coincidences. That's all.
No, but you don't necessarily trade Elliott waves, right? But it's one more confluence for a reversal.
Yeah, a confluence. I guess you're right.
I gotta say,
And
this bounce, this recovery has been very impressive so far. Like very quick.
as
I
quick
like
as the
Impressive.
dump, right?
There's still
As quick.
there's still room to go, but just saying,
Actually,
that's a pretty
actually
big bounce.
quicker. The recovery has been quicker than the dump, right? The dump was
Yeah,
more like
yeah, it has.
regular.
Yeah,
It accelerated on Saturday, but
it's
on Sunday,
almost
but
it's almost crypto realized it was overreacting, because the stock market didn't really
yeah.
display that level of fear.
But
Crypto's
because
like,
it was
oh,
closed,
I
they
see.
couldn't. They would
Well,
have
I think
experienced
Yeah,
it
right.
too, but they
And
couldn't.
I think this is the strategy behind doing an operation on the weekend. Like
I
part
think
of it, like perhaps they don't want to spook
Yeah,
the markets.
it's to
I
avoid
don't know.
a mini crash on the stock market.
yeah, crypto reflects
Maybe.
investor sentiment much better than the stock market, in my opinion. It's so fluid. It's just like quicker. It's more responsive.
Always, yeah, always there ready to respond. It's never down. It's always like, yeah, it's always online. Yeah.
Like if I was a stock trader, that's what I'd be 24/7. Is like the way we kind of watch if we're on the alt watching Bitcoin. If I was trading a stock, I'd probably be watching Bitcoin also, just as like a lead indicator.
He's also still going
Yeah,
towards
it
zero,
does.
though.
It does make you wonder how many like traditional stock guys now look at crypto as like a little, like you're saying, Drew, like a little indicator. Or not a little indicator, but a big indicator.
Yeah, well, like a big like a lead indicator, just to give you a little heads up, just like that 1
Yeah.
minute, maybe 30-second heads up before a big move happens.
Yeah.
Hey,
My
Drew.
my leading indicator has always been Pepe.
Oh.
Hey, Drew,
Yeah,
if
I
you
don't know about that.
if you hold it on a 30% down move, are you gonna hold on a 30% up move? Like that brings you almost to
Yeah, I mean, my plan is to hold
27 cents, somewhere there, right?
my plan is to hold this full position I've been accumulating to at least 47 cents.
47?
46.
Oh, I'd be careful that golden though, no? That 30
Well, yeah,
cents.
and it's going to be depending on what the other
Yeah.
market's doing, but that's the goal. That's the ultra bullish goal, is to reach the local high, that big move, at least to do a double top there. Maybe a lower high, something just a little bit lower than that 47, 48 area. A lot of people are going to be taking profits at 29 cents, I think 30 cents, if it makes it that high in this move. It's not like, not this move. This move, I
Well,
think
yeah,
this move is over for the
that's where
day.
my TP1 would be, because at that point we've reversed the downtrend since 50 cent, because you've made a higher high locally, at least. It's not higher than 50 cent, but if you put any higher high above 26, then you can say that you're now in an uptrend, right? So at that point, yeah, the reversal kind of worked.
Zusi, I'm gonna need to hear a little bit more excitement in your voice right now.
Sorry?
We're up, man. We're up.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
We're up.
Although
We're up.
I would really advise against FOMOing.
No, yeah. Well, it happened really fast. Like Deep is up 21%, Sui 12%, almost 13%. It was quite a bounce, man, off the 236. That's great.
Yeah, the problem is this price action pissed let's say like 1/3 of the crypto traders. You know, they're pissed at what just happened. So you're not gonna see all the money come back, right?
No,
Some
I hear
people.
what you're saying. I'm not I'm kind of in that boat because I was all in before the dip, so so yeah, I didn't get in on that bottom. So yeah, I miss out on that 21% gain, but at least it gives me my bigger perspective of like, okay, this is a great bullish bounce. Let's continue. So I'm hoping for the next
Yeah,
continue.
but it's gonna take a while because people who lost need to move money back to their exchanges, and well, that takes a bit of time too. It's not instantaneous, right? Especially if you do like bank transfers or stuff like that, it could take even a whole week for people to really become bullish again.
It's got to pivot somewhere.
And you need peace to hold in Israel, Iran also, which likely will not, but I don't know. Maybe we can trust Trump on that.
Well, we're gonna get world peace eventually.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that. It's been 3 years. There's still no ceasefire in Ukraine. Trump got elected. He said, I'm going to do peace. There's still no peace.
I think that's after all.
He actually attacked another country and called it peace. And well, hopefully it's going to work out.
Well, think about it though, Lucy. If there's communications beforehand, there could have been a very equilateral strategy that Iran was happy with this too, and they talked beforehand. They said, "Look, hey, buddy,
Yes, they
we're
were.
gonna have to, we're gonna have to do this. You can do that, and let's just call it a day, okay? We're not gonna
Yes,
hurt
they
anyone. Move your things, move your equipment out of the area because we're gonna bomb in 48 hours. So hurry up, chop, chop, chop."
I get it, and I'm not against Americans' intervention in these countries. I'm with you, but still. I'm not sure Iran is happy about being bombed. The people have died, and they've been attacked by Israel too. It's not only America. Like I don't know, there's odd
I
stuff
mean,
happening in the Middle East. I'm not a
yeah,
Middle East expert.
it's nothing new, man. Since I was 13 years old, I've been saying peace to the Middle East, and there still hasn't been peace. So
At this point, I'm more like, let's nuke the whole area so it's over. Just nuke it all. Just go kill a million people and it's over.
That's extreme, bro.
that's kind of
Yeah,
fucked
I
up.
know it's
I mean, that's kind
extreme.
of
I know, but they're just fighting all the time.
no, that's messed up. But big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out. I'll be right back.
The markets love ceasefires. The markets love peace. You know, stability. It's great.
They love deals tariff deal, maybe.
But I haven't looked at the news, but I'm gonna go read. But does Iran agree with this peace, or is it just Trump tweeting now this peace?
It's probably just Trump, and Iran's gonna be like, we in
Oh.
5 minutes we're about to get. Iran has never agreed to any ceasefire. We continue to defend. Missiles on the way.
Does Israel still attack airspace of Iran? Or do they still bomb, or have they stopped?
So, guys, we have some scenarios. Some alts are making higher lows right now, and Bitcoin has not. I mean, a higher high. Bitcoin has not on the local. Sorry to cut you off, guys.
Yeah, the difference is Bitcoin is a few percent away from all-time highs. Like it needs a 5% pump to go in price discovery, while these alts need like a 5x, 3x to go in price discovery. Even Solana needs a 2x, right? So
this is what I was talking about yesterday on this dip. I was like, this might be the dip to get alts. I mean, Bitcoin holding 100K, I think that would be folks rotating out of Bitcoin into alts on the rally up. Alts would start catching up.
they're so small that you don't even need people to sell Bitcoin to buy them. Don't forget the stable coins and all these also represent 10% of crypto, barely, you know, because
No, but like those folks that took profit already at all-time highs and have been waiting for this like correction on Bitcoin. Are they jumping back into Bitcoin on this round, or are they putting their capital into alts this round? That's because that's what typically happens. Right? Bitcoin that makes its unless I guess you're on Bitcoin's going higher, right? Yeah, never mind.
Well, Bitcoin dominance chart gives you the answer, and it's a red candle on dominance, so people are buying alts, yeah. Since that high, yeah.
No, like the old school way was like that. I forgot what it's called, but when liquidity rotates out of Bitcoin into alts, it's usually after Bitcoin is topped out, right? That's usually how it works, or no?
Nah, well, you know, they say ETH continues to rise a few weeks after Bitcoin has already had its SFP and all. And we've seen that happen, by the way, because ETH... We've seen that happen lately. You know that 2008... Look at the timing of that higher high on 2,800 on ETH and how it continued to pump while Bitcoin had already started a down move. Look at the timing when ETH reaches its high of the range, does its fake outs and all. Like ETH made a higher high there while Bitcoin made a lower high. So that happened. That cycling happened once, but it's gonna happen multiple times. I mean, I hope. Otherwise, the bull market is already in, and we've already seen ETH continue to pump while Bitcoin starting to go down for 2-3 weeks, even a month. And yeah, next it's smaller caps. See, 10th of June, 11th of June, ETH makes the higher point in the chart, while Bitcoin puts a lower high.
Well, when was this?
Well, after Bitcoin's price discovery, we saw ETH continue to rise for like almost a month, well, a bit less, 3 weeks, while Bitcoin was done going up, right?
Oh, you said like a few weeks ago.
So
yeah.
that made people feel bearish because it's what you expect at the top of a bull market. You expect Bitcoin to top and then money to move into ETH, which is exactly what we saw. You see that on the ETH BTC pair and all. Well, a bit of a different time frame, of course, but the money really moved to ETH in May. Not at the end, not on the 22nd, but well, never mind. But yeah, that's the cycle. Normally, it's Bitcoin first, then ETH, then smaller caps, and then back into dollars and back into Bitcoin.
But during that cycle, Bitcoin can still continue to make a new high, right? A new all-time high.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's just the last cycle at the top of the bull run. That's when Bitcoin will not continue to go up. Yeah, and you'll see ETH continue to rise while Bitcoin is not rising anymore. But you can see it in the middle of a bull run too. It's not like a definitive rule or anything. You know? It's just something that a behavior of the past, which kind of changed anyway, because this cycle we saw alts rise before Bitcoin. Yeah? We saw ETH rise before Bitcoin. That's what happened at 17K on Bitcoin. We saw ETH pump to 2,000 while Bitcoin was at 20K, and
There was a narrative behind it, right? That was the
Yeah.
was the ETH upgrade. That was the upgrade that was pushing it. ETH was dominating. Everything else was
Actually
falling.
no. The upgrade came like above 1600. That narrative came towards 2000 even, but we knew it. We knew what.
It was by the rumor, right? People were already buying the rumor for the news.
I think it's really the basketball analogy. You know, it's the volatility playing out. It's because we were coming from a dump from 4,000 to 800. You had potential for a big bounce, and that first big bounce was the most money making machine actually in this whole cycle. It was the bear market bounce, that cat bounce in volatility. You know, in time it was quick. Like it didn't take us a year to go up. You know, that was a very fast recovery, and it's true for every alt, not only ETH. Like if you look even at Doge, right? It pumped back up there nicely. Or I don't know if you look like at AVAX, you had a pump from 14 to $30, so at 2x. Well, okay, AVAX is not a good example. Solana, let's not mention it. But it did go from 8 to 25. Yeah? Not the same time frame though. So it's a bit what we see on our alts here too, right? Those who dumped a lot are actually the ones quickly recovering here. Well, all of them dumped a lot, so they're all recovering more. Well, they have potential to recover because they dumped more.
Yeah, Mogcoin actually did pretty well on the dump and now on the pump. I was saying this earlier. A lot of the ETH plays are doing pretty good. Even on a lot of them made higher lows.
Yeah, then if you look at something like BNB, for example, it hasn't actually it's doing good too here, of course, but it hasn't seen like a 70% dump in these last months, right? So well, actually BNB is recovering amazingly too here, but it's following Bitcoin. Yeah, BNB is just following Bitcoin here. But like stuff that is less volatile has kind of less potential, no? So I figured BNB is probably the less volatile of alts right now, no? Like it's been sitting at all-time highs, like Bitcoin is the whole time. Well,
Yeah, well, BNB's been artificially injected too.
yeah, it doesn't matter. It's sitting around, it's sitting around 70K in the last 6 months, going a bit above it, a bit below, a bit above,
I
a
mean,
bit
it
below.
depends.
It's sitting
It
at
doesn't matter if
70K.
you're not invested, but if you're invested, it's good to know if it's an artificial injection or if it's actual organic market activity that's helping keep the market cap. Because if it's not the organic market activity and it's just the devs and the owners that are artificially inflating the price, that means the deflation is bound to come sometime, right?
Not necessarily, because it's what makes BNB be what it is, right? It's the fact that people buy it and hold it, and
Well,
They
yeah,
don't
if nothing
they don't
wrong
sell it.
happens with other positions, but I think if something happens to one of his positions, he's probably going to use BNB to fix his other positions.
Yeah, well, I don't know, but that chart is interesting. It's a different chart, right? It's one of the
Yeah, I
only
just don't.
alts that's stable, right? Like it's not that volatile. Look at the volatility on that chart. You know, the bear market is smaller. The bull run is also smaller. Like it's pretty stable asset.
Yeah, I'm not touching it. I'm going to stick to Doge.
Yeah, right. Well, it's less interesting of an alt to trade just because it is less volatile, right? Like, you get a dip, you're gonna catch it at 500. You get a rip, you're gonna sell it at 700. Well, cool. Why not just trade Bitcoin? Because that's how Bitcoin behaves. It drops 20-30% maximum and it pumps back up, right? That's exactly what BNB does here too. It drops like 20-30% and it recovers as good as Bitcoin does. So I mean, almost as good as Bitcoin. You see it on BNB BTC pair.
So what was the low of Bitcoin on this dip? This
98.2.
fear
You got front
98.2?
run by $200 of the buy wall at 98.
And it was the fib level too. It front ran the fib level, which is crazy.
Everything got front run when you look at it. Every level got front run. ETH got front run also by $50, $20, $25. Bitcoin by 200.
Look, it could be worse, guys.
Doge.
You could have had this 1,400 Bitcoin position at 9781 and got front run by $100 and woke up to this recovery without your position filled.
Oh yeah, that would be
that would
painful.
suck, bro. That'd be so painful.
Unless it was just meant to defend the long position, you know. But
And there's probably a lot of
ouch.
spot trades that got stopped out somewhere around 99, 98, and might have woke up and caught, or like, oh, I got stopped out, and now Bitcoin's back to above where I was looking last time.
Take a look at take a look at this right quick because I'm digging into the ceasefire thing, but we got to be clear about what this says. He said, "Congratulations, everybody! It's been fully agreed between Israel and Iran that there'll be a complete and total ceasefire. This is important. In approximately 6 hours from now, right? They're not in a ceasefire. There's still operations going on. In approximately 6 hours from now, when Israel and Iran have wound down to complete their final missions for 12 hours, at which that point the war will be considered ended. Officially, Iran will start the ceasefire, so Iran's gonna stop first. Israel gets a free lick. Remember what I'm telling you about political theater. Israel gets a free lick after Iran has already stopped. After the 12th hour, Israel starts the ceasefire. Upon the 24th hour, an official end to the war, blah, 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 blah. So there is rockets in the air right now. There's operations in the air right now. It doesn't mean that they're breaking the ceasefire. Right? There's a bit of a buffer there for them to do what they have to do.
Yo, it's kind of gangster. I'm not gonna lie, cause I remember I messed with this dude from DMS. His girlfriend's like some gang in New York, Lower East Side, DMS stomping crew and whatever. And after when they were squashing beef, they're like, the only way we can squash it, you got to stick your chin out and let homeboy just sucker you.
You got to save face, bro. Everybody's got to feel. Nobody can look like they lost. You know what I mean, to their own people.
So I had to let this dude sucker punch me, man. And they told me they were gonna. It was like, you got to let homeboy sucker punch you.
Yeah. So remember, I told you after Soleimani, Iran contacted the U.S. and said we have to retaliate. We're gonna hit this base at this time. They missed with all the rockets. No sort of casualties, right? Again, this morning, same thing. Iran hit 3 embassies in surrounding countries. No damage, no injuries, no deaths.
And they called ahead.
They called ahead and warned, yeah. And the U.S. moved all of their officials and all of their equipment out of there 2 days before the big bombs. All of this shit has been written, guys. All of this has been written from the very beginning during the negotiations.
The fact that they are so careful at not killing, could it be because of the risk of the real risk of World War III behind
Yeah,
with China
of course,
maybe backing up
1000%.
Russia,
Yep.
and maybe they already have nukes. That's why they're so careful at not killing
Well,
too much.
Russia and China have participated in Iran's negotiation process, and they've been helping them the whole
Listen,
way. And
they came
they've
to
not
a
been quiet
deal.
about it.
Yeah, they came to a deal. I guarantee you, China was like, "Look, you're gonna have to take a L on this, but we're gonna work on making it look good."
Yep.
So are the oil tankers moving again in the area? I remember Sinlos had a map of oil tankers online. Like you can
Well,
find that
what's
data.
interesting is before the news came out today, oil dropped by 10%, and
Yo, that was
oil
What's up
price.
with that?
Well, it was being priced in that the strait would be closed, and before the announcement came up, oil dropped 10%. So somebody was on the inside, right? Somebody knew that there was something coming, and they positioned themselves for it.
The Saudis knew, right?
Yeah, guarantee you.
Trump came out and blatantly just said, "Oil, I'm watching you. Don't increase that price or something like that."
Well, oil is back at support. You know, this $63.8 is the swing point that last time brought it up to 93. So if it holds this, I would expect it to reverse upward again. But if it doesn't, then yeah, you're in for a continuation of the downtrend, right? It's just an ABC. 63.7.
I get that, guys, but if Trump would have tweeted keep the oil prices low and there was still risk of the strait being turned down, I guarantee you that price would not have given a shit. That price would have continued to rise. What he did was say bring oil down now, knowing what was about to happen, knowing the effect that was going to happen, knowing that it would look like he had effect over oil prices just by saying a word. But it has more to do with the decisions they came into that brought down the oil prices. And a well-timed tweet.
Wow, this is good news if Israel stops its aggressions. It's good news. They'll just restart whenever it's needed, though, right?
Well, there's still going to be problems with Gaza. It's like we're still going to have perpetual problems. That
Guys,
it's just part of life.
the problems in the Middle East aren't solved by this. The
Exactly.
fear of nuclear war is what we get to take a step back from here.
Yeah, maybe they'll turn that doomsday clock a little bit back.
Yeah, it had to take a couple of ticks backwards.
You think this was like
point.
you think they're gonna compare this to Cuba crisis in 10 years?
They're doing it now. They're doing it. They're already doing it.
I just saw a diagram on just like a pie chart of how many nukes Russia has, U.S. and other countries. Crazy. In France, well, good jobs. You guys have some nice amount of nukes too, man. France is stocking them up.
You know, Chirac did underwater tests in the 1990s. It was like a scandal because we were still blowing up nukes while you guys had already stopped that and all. And
but it's crazy to see the differentiation between the United States and Russia versus the rest of the world and China. Like those three, it's basically Russia, China, and United States. They have this, like, I think
10 times more.
30x, 30x, 20x more. It's crazy.
20x, you're right. But Great Britain, France, and China, we have roughly the same number. It's around 300 nukes, I think. And America is more like 6,000, and Russia is like 8,000 or something like that.
Yeah, this just came in. It says Iran agreed to U.S. ceasefire. Iranian officials say.
Big buys, big buys.
See, I just
France has more nukes than China.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought they were catching up and all. Oh.
France has more nukes than China does.
We wouldn't use them though, don't worry. We wouldn't fight.
I don't know.
See, I'm scared when France gets a woman president. That's when people got to watch out.
Yeah, because women can't
not
make
to be
decisions
sexist, like
or
not to be.
anything. That was hella sexist. How are you gonna unsexist that?
Well, no, let me put the
But
reason behind it. Well, because I saw the president of France get slapped around by this lady, so I just could tell that it's it's dangerous out there.
Well, they say it's women who send men to war.
American women been slapping us for centuries, bro. The French are just catching up.
Yeah, but I never saw Bill Clinton, Obama, Bush, nobody get slapped around. Trump, seeing the president get slapped around, that's, I don't know. If
Can
I
you
was
guys
her,
hear
I
me?
would run. I would run for president if I was her for next term, straight up.
Yo, is it true that she used to be his teacher, Lucy? Is that?
Yes,
is that
yes, yes, yes.
Oh
Yes,
wow,
it's
that's
true.
crazy.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's an interesting love story. I mean, he married his teacher.
That's
There's
crazy.
like 20
And there's
plus
like a
years of
40
difference between the two, and
40-year difference.
Oh, that's why she slapped the shit out of him. That's just the first
There's
time
at
we
least
saw
40
it. Listen,
years.
that is not the first time Macron's wife has slapped him. I promise you.
oh,
That's the first
definitely
time
not.
it got so bad that that she couldn't resist slapping him in public.
Hey, mic check.
Got you.
She's
I
like her
just got off the
Marxist mom.
phone. I just got off the phone with my 97-year-old grandma, and she told me when she was in high school, all 4 years World War II was happening, and every single day she would return to school, a boy would be missing because they were being called to
Gone
service.
to war. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another thing. There's no draft anymore.
Well, there is, right?
I was
In
sure
the
you were
U.S.,
gonna
you have to sign up for selective service just in case.
You-
Every boy does before 18. You have to, because I know when I'm doing job applications, they still ask me, like, have you done your selective service?
When did
The
this
draft.
start?
The
I
draft.
ain't signed shit.
Well, I've been a criminal my whole life because I have never.
You didn't do it in high school?
Nope.
Selective service? Maybe I'm a little older. I don't know.
It used to. It used to be. It used to be that you would get your selective service card in the mail the same time you get your social security number. Back when you didn't get a social
Yeah.
security until you turned 16. Now I believe selective service is at birth.
Back when I was 18, you had to go to the post office and you had to get a little card from they had like a little
Yo,
postcard from the
good
post office.
good
You had to fill it
luck.
out and send it in.
Good luck
I
calling in a draft
wouldn't-
in 2025.
You weren't even able to vote unless you selected. This is only for males. Like females didn't have to do it. Only men had to.
I mean, maybe I did it without knowing what I was doing, but I don't
Probably did, 'cause
remember
you made me do it in
ever.
high school, bro.
Yeah,
You
I
made me
don't
do it in
remember
high
ever
school.
doing
I
that.
didn't even understand. I didn't understand what it was when I was even doing it because I was only like 18.
Yo, did you guys hear about the ceasefire?
Yeah,
Well, we see it in price.
yeah. But can you imagine 2025 next month full draft? What a disaster that would be. Nobody's showing up.
Oh, people will show up.
You'll
don't
get
worry.
some.
They
No,
don't
there's
have a
always
choice.
some. There's always some. But I don't know if there's this huge patriotic undertow that's just got everybody willing to run off the war.
But
Let's
COVID
just say
gave you a
Canadians
glimpse of that, right?
Canada's population would increase by 10,
No,
20 million males.
When there's a common goal, democracies are pretty good.
Well, we saw it during September 11th, right? People volunteered. The number of volunteers were through the roof, but they never called a draft.
But because it's professional army now, it's very high tech. I mean, it's too costly to like. You
That's
need to
another
train for
thing. Yeah,
1
if you
year
draft a
and
bunch of
all.
civilians, what exactly are we supposed to do at war?
Well, you can be just meat. On the
Front line.
basically. Yeah.
Bullet shields, meat shields.
Isn't it true that like U.S. is like 70% of the people are technically not qualified to even get into war because they're unfit?
Interrupted me completely.
We can hardly hear you, Aeon.
Really?
Yeah, that's the first time I heard your voice.
Honestly, if I...
Oh no, I mean I've been trying. I was trying, but like I was just being patient because I'd like go and then nothing, and then I couldn't get in.
Go ahead.
But then he I had been talking for a little while, and then he just started talking right over me, so I was a little frustrated. Can you hear me now? Is it quiet?
Yeah, you're good.
Yep. It's good, but the volume is low.
Kind of not over, but I'll say it anyway. I just when Tana said that she was talking to her 97-year-old grandma, I was sure the next thing going to come out of her mouth was, and she asked how to buy Bitcoin.
That's a top signal. Let's be glad that didn't happen. That would have worried me a little
I'm
bit.
so glad that didn't happen. Sorry about the little outburst there.
No, I asked her what she thought about the war, though, and she said that it was necessary. Well, by war I mean the strikes, that we just did. She said it was necessary, honey. So.
Grandma knows.
Telling you, women
Yeah,
send men to war, and they have no issues doing that. Sending your children to war to protect your name. Talking about drafts, I'd gladly be drafted in American Army because the survival rate is the best in the world. Even during the Second World War, you had very little chance of dying, actually, compared to other armies. I mean, compare
Not
being
in
drafted
Vietnam.
no,
Vietnam
even
did
in
not.
Vietnam.
Vietnam
No,
was the
Vietnam.
last last big cluster that we got into. Yeah.
Or our
No,
Civil War.
Vietnam, your survival rate is 99%, something like that.
Vietnam was the last. I mean, maybe it's just because of the era that I grew up in, but when I think war, I think hand to hand in the trenches, up close and personal. You know what I mean? Like war.
Oh, like boots on the ground.
Yeah, like
French
war,
warfare.
right? We haven't really seen anything like that since then. Even in Iraq, when we put boots in the ground, we just demolished all the way through. In Afghanistan, some of the cave, some of the like person to person fighting. But the problem is that there was such a asymmetrical advantage, right? The technological advantage is insane. Even in Vietnam, right? We had more than the Viet Cong, but it wasn't, the disparity wasn't as great. Like, this is crazy now, bro. Like, you're talking at one group that can see in the dark, just at that level. One group that can see in the dark, one group that can't.
When it's also the way we fight. Like, soldiers don't go in and go, gun to gun anymore. They go, oh, there's guns here. We back out and we bring in drones and bomb people. I mean, it's a completely different way of fighting.
But in Ukraine, they do, though. In Ukraine, you got some trench warfare like World War I going on at the same time as drones and aircrafts and all. But no, you have some hand-to-hand
Ukraine is
combat.
actually. I was talking about this earlier. My bad. Ukraine is the actual only modern day war that we've seen, like since probably like World War II or maybe even Vietnam, like a modern day like two like technological advanced countries like going at it.
Yeah,
like,
tank v
drone
tank,
versus
soldier v soldier. Yeah.
And they end up in
Drones.
Trying to
trenches
hold
like
lines.
Drones are going to be the new future, and swarm attacks and drones. That's going to be the next, like all of the wars coming up.
That's
Drone and
now.
swarm
I mean,
attacks.
that's already happened now. Yeah.
yeah, they built trenches like in World War I. That's what's happening in the Ukrainian front right now. It's like trenches.
But what I mean is, American soldiers haven't had to deal with that sort of warfare for a while, right? So
Since
because
Vietnam, right?
we were talking about drafts and shit, right? So it's like, yeah, you're signing up for a highly, advanced military. But if you're going in with no skills off a draft, you're not going to be controlling any of that high tech shit, right? You're probably going to be at the front lines with a gun, trying to hold the line.
My point was, if there's one army I'm okay being drafted into, it's the American one, because my survival probability is very high.
Yeah. Rubber, you got an open mic,
The
bro.
French army is good too, but we kind of lost World War II, and the survival rate was pretty low.
Yeah, I gotta figure that out, Gloomy. I gotta figure out how to do the permissions for it. I'll do it. I'll do it today when I go eat.
Altcoin making a new high, or not a new high, but just continue high.
It's Bitcoin that's closest to price discovery, no? Or is there any alt that's about to go in price discovery? Maybe some small caps? Because that's the one I can TP.
Hype is pretty close. Hype didn't drop that much at all. It was at like it had just gone into price discovery at 45. It held support at like 31, and now it's back to 38.
Yeah, it's a new coin in the pump phase still, no? When did it get released? Oh, actually, December 24.
Oh, Kier, the
6 months
profits,
old,
the 20% profits that I took either get put back when we clear this vector or they're going to go into alts. I still got 80% of the position open. So it doesn't, if we don't get back and I can't get back in, it's fine. I'll just pick some alts that are strong against their BTC pairs.
I was gonna say, price is running right now, bro. I left the house. I was like, do I sell? Do I leave a little limit just in case? I was like, screw it. I'm gonna just bite it and go. And I am checking now, and I'm up a lot more than when I left, and I was about
Let's
an hour.
go. Damn right. Yep, there are rewards for doing the spooky thing at the spooky time, man. As crazy as it feels to buy during those ranges, 9
What's
times
messed
out of
up
10
about
it
this whole
plays
dip?
out.
Like, you know how we've been saying this is like episode 7 of catching a fallen knife. We've been buying these fallen knives on all the headlines,
Bro, we have
and then
been...
it just kept going dip deeper and deeper, and then finally just capitulated this
Well,
weekend.
that's okay. So the problem isn't the buying at the headlines. The problem is that not selling, right? Because we've caught all these fallen knives, but you have to take profit. We weren't at a point yet where you could hold it, right? So if you're gonna go through a downtrend, cool. But downtrends are made of dead cat bounces, and if you can catch those dead cat bounces, then you can kill the sort of pain of the downtrend. But you can't hold it, right? You've got to have your invalidations.
No, I just kept holding.
I kept holding it. That was an issue.
Yeah.
I held it for 8 weeks. I want a Medal of Honor, please.
Nice job. It's hard to
Okay, but
hold while things go down too, you know.
there is one question I had though, because I don't think my grandma had this right. Is that she said we got 2 bombs, like we took out 2 bombs in those precision airstrikes, and she said I thought that they were Israeli, but I think I misunderstood, and I said, Grandma, I don't know if they had bombs yet. I think they were on like processing them, but I think I don't know. It's a little hard to conversate,
In World War II?
things get. No, like what we did right now.
Iran.
There was 14 of
They had
them.
60% like weapons grade uranium, I think is what I heard, and you need 90. So they actually didn't have the uranium, but they had all the components supposedly. So they were close, is basically, we don't know maybe how close they were. And then you got the news. What do you believe? Who knows, to be quite honest with you. After Iran or after Iraq, everybody's skeptical about what anybody actually has, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I know whatever was in that mountain is gone, though. I know that.
Yeah, whatever they had, they ain't got no more.
I saw the before and after. They finally showed the pictures. You guys seen them yet?
Yeah, but we don't see the underground like
No, but you can literally see in the before picture. You see the mountain, you see the entrances, the tunnels, you see the surface buildings. When I say that those surface buildings were wiped, I mean there's no debris. There is literally a stain on the ground on where the building used to be. But the crazy part is the mountain itself. When you look at the after of the mountain, it looks like there was actually like a collapse. Like one side of the mountain imploded.
Oh, you know, you could probably see the signal in seismic detectors, and there's public info on that. If those explosions were really big, you should seismic detectors would have picked them up. Oh wait, this could be some fun research.
They dropped 14 of those bunker buster bombs.
We have any live public seismic detector in Iran?
You mean like some open source thing? Like
Yeah, you know, you have
public
webcams. You can like watch live stuff. Maybe some of it is live too.
I'm just guessing Iran didn't have any webcams pointed at their top secret nuclear enrichment facilities, but it's possible.
If they did, they ain't gonna release the footage.
They're not really top secret if they're all over the news.
Yeah, definitely not top secret because it's labeled on Google Earth.
Well,
See the it says enrichment facility like on Google Earth.
I mean,
The interesting thing is they call it Fordo, but it's actually north of a city called Qom, like Qom.
Yeah.
Qom in Iran. Yeah. Maybe it's just the name of the.
It's the name of the yeah.
Fordo.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
you looked at it on Google Earth. Is
Yeah.
it blurred out at all, or is it high def, like you can see
Well,
everything else?
I'll show you. Hang on a second.
You know, a lot of this stuff you can't really see it, especially American stuff. They don't want you to see. They'll be blurred out or whatever.
You guys ever jumped on Microsoft Flight Simulator? You can basically jump in a plane and go through Google Earth. So it uses Google Earth maps, right? The same sort of resolution that you would get, but you're like in a little plane and shit. So you could literally fly there right now and see what it looks like. Not you, Gloomy.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Not you, Gloomy. I know Gloomy's like, that's for kids.
I was like scanning over Bordeaux because there is a place called Bordeaux, which is south of that Qom city. And I was like, where is this white building? It should stick out like a sore thumb, and I couldn't find it. And then I like looked on some Reddit page, and it's actually north, like just up here. And it sticks out. It says uranium enrichment facility. Like it literally has it tagged.
Google is really
When
quick.
did you look? Because I think that's probably gone now.
Google's really quick with that type of shit, though. The second something gets doxed, they'll put it up on the map.
Yeah.
It probably didn't say that 4 weeks ago, you know?
Someone tagged it yesterday and said it was a Burger King parking lot as like on Google. Like it was tagged.
Oh, no.
It was wild.
Wait, so what's the new name of the Gulf of Mexico now?
Gulf of
Gulf of America, baby.
It's Gulf of America?
Bro,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the-
And Twitter's called X, but it'll always be Twitter. And I don't think I'll ever wrap my head around calling it the Gulf of America, personally.
You can even see to the east of that site, the enrichment facility, you can see where they launch. They've got like massive silos just down here.
Go on YouTube and look at search up the pictures. The dude came in and talked about the entire plan, what they did, showed the before and afters.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the actual where the holes are, like where the bombs went in.
How do you spell that?
Your bombs created an earthquake that was recorded at 2.5 magnitude in the area. It's not like definitely linked, but those mob bombs at Fordo could potentially generate small seismic activity. And you know, Iran is a very seismic area. It's a bit like California. So when you bomb underground, you can affect the natural earthquakes in the area. Yeah, it can trigger an earthquake. And there is a 2.5 magnitude earthquake that fits the timing of the American bombings, which happened between 2:40 and 3 o'clock Tehran time. So yeah, you guys created an earthquake. A little earthquake, 2.5.
That is so funny, dude.
Wow. It's the biggest bomb,
not the
right?
earthquake, like the analysis.
They call it the mother of all bombs, and also, yeah, it can.
Imagine if they never announced the attack at all, and the only news we got is that large earthquake destroys Iranian enrichment facility.
All three of them in different locations.
They'll be like,
it's
these
how
guys are controlling the planet now. This sucks.
It's how they detected North Korea's nuclear test. It's through seismic surveillance, and like when you blow a nuke, you can detect it on the other side of the Earth with just seismic detectors.
Is it just me, or is this whole hillside is like covered in like craters? Like they've been trying to hit it. Like Israel maybe have been trying to hit it for a long time, and
In the
just
pictures,
nothing can get through.
in the pictures that they released today,
Mm.
you can see the entry holes for the penetrating bombs. Just these big
Oh
gaping
yeah.
holes where they're
Yeah, they
in
look very surgical.
perfect circles, bro. And there's one where there's one
Yeah.
circle in the middle, and then there's two small circles right next to it. And that's where they
I
send
mean,
they
yeah,
send
it's
two
crazy.
penetrating bombs to loosen it up, and then they send a big one right through the middle, right through the rubble.
I'm seeing a photo and it's got like two different, on the same photo, it's got like two different sets of buildings, and there's like 3 holes in a very straight line. And then on the other set of buildings, it looks like there's like almost a straight line, but it's more of a triangular shape, big hole, little holes just offset just a little bit, but it looks very surgical.
You know, during the Second World War, the idea was to bomb Germany to stop their industrial production. That thing kind of failed. They were able to quickly rebuild and adapt and go into caves and all. How long before Iran puts that site back in working order?
No, I guarantee
Month?
you, it's
Month?
probably
I
going to
said
be
they'll just
watched.
dig deep.
Probably going to be watched very closely. These type of things usually come with international observers, quote unquote, impartial.
But no, you ripped that. Trump ripped that deal. You know, there was a deal between Europe and Iran, by the way, and America said no.
Well, yeah, because they had international observers, and Iran wouldn't let them into any of the buildings.
That's not true.
Yeah, well, at least that's the story.
Yeah, but
Or they let them
yeah,
into the buildings that had nothing, obviously. Yeah, but there were certain places that the international observers wanted to look at that they wouldn't let them look at.
that deal was working. I mean, at least that's what Europe thinks.
Not if they managed to get the enrichment to 60%. You only need 3.5% for energy. They managed to get it to 60. They only needed 85, 90, something like that. So somebody was slacking on their job, if that's the truth, if they really did. And the crazy thing is, it was
Honestly,
Iran
I don't know
themselves. It was Iran themselves that came out and said that they were making progress on enrichment. It wasn't even like somebody said it. Like they came out and said, "Hey, by the way," yeah, they were like, "Hey, by the way, not only are we ignoring you, but we're making progress."
after
Hey,
the deal got broken by Trump last term, when Trump gave up in 2018, I think, when he
Yeah,
when he
I'm not
threw that
arguing that. I
deal,
don't
then
really
Iran
remember too
said,
much.
"All right, I'm gonna enrich."
Rubio spoke today and was saying that that European thing you were talking about, that they've been in violation, and he was today. So that
Yeah,
I
but
believe that's
I
what they're
mean,
talking about.
I didn't read the news lately, so I don't know what's in the news. But I know Macron says the same thing as he said 10 years ago. It's all basically it's a lie that Iran was trying to make a bomb. Yeah. A
That
bit
means
like
that he's
Iraq.
in on it. We got to go check out, see what's going on over there in France, bro. You guys have been moving kind of funny
It's like
style for the past 4 or 5 years.
we don't want to fight,
funny
man.
style.
We said no to the Iraq war. You guys created freedom fries. Now we're saying no to Iran war. You went in and bombed the hell the thing. Well, I guess we're back to freedom fries now.
It's funny. I kid the French.
But no, I mean, lately Macron was about diplomacy again, but it's because he doesn't have anything else to say. Like, it's not like we have the power to bomb or anything. But Macron wanted
Wait a
peace
minute, didn't
talks.
I just hear y'all have all kinds of nukes?
Yeah, but they won't
Yeah,
use
but
them.
it's just to show off. Yeah, it's for
It's a
the
deterrent.
memory. But he played the diplomacy card. He wanted peace talks and to talk and come to an agreement, like it was the case in 2015 or somewhere there.
Zuzi, we're getting that huge engulfing candle I was telling you about on the macro. Some results.
Cool.
I'll be back,
Hell
guys.
yeah. And the S&P 500 in post-market has done very well. It's basically recovered all of the progress that it had lost
6,100, right?
toward,
We're
toward all-time high. Yeah, it's like it's doing
but
very well.
but you see how there is no downtrend on SPY chart? Like there hasn't. You didn't get an opportunity to
Yeah.
buy.
Oh, yeah. Like, I mean,
There
it
was no
had
downtrend.
been in kind
This
of
is
like a flag situation. So yeah, I
a
guess you
bear
could say
flag,
you could
right?
have bought. No, bull flag.
Oh, it's a parallel upward. No, like you slow down of the recovery a bit, maybe rounded
If
top-ish.
I don't know if you're looking at my screen or not, but yeah, like
No.
that's the way I've seen it. If I turn off the extended
Oh,
hours
okay. No, you're on the
data,
small time frames.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
No,
something
well,
like that. You mean like daily? I mean, even you can sort of see it on the daily too, still. And there was a similar one over here, but it was a bit steeper, something like that. But yeah, like I think the stock market certainly felt the effects of the whole tariff situation, like way more severe than crypto did. But then in
yet we did the
turn,
same
crypto
thing.
felt,
Sorry to
yeah,
interrupt you, but you're right. But we did exactly the same thing, structure-wise. We retested COVID all-time high, both on crypto and on SPY. SPY found support at
yeah,
4,800. It's COVID all-time high. Bitcoin found support at 74K. Inflation corrected. It's the previous all-time high, right? Like it's close enough
you know,
to 69
yeah.
to call it all-time high.
You know
The
what's,
COVID all-time high.
yeah, you know what's wild? It's like equidistant. So you've got the COVID dip,
Yeah.
you've got the bull market high of 2021.
We were finding
2022.
support at the previous high. It's
Yeah.
very.
And then look, that was a perfect 50% correction off the COVID low to the bull market high. It bounced exactly at the 50% point. And then
The
look,
problem is
if you use this leg here as a measured move, it hits the highs that we've been getting recently. It's the same distance in in points, not in performance, but in points. And look, that dip there struck the high of the market of the
yeah,
previous
exactly
bull
like
market.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin did the
Like,
same thing.
isn't that incredible? Yeah.
Yeah. And it's the same on Bitcoin. We retest 74. The problem is it's only the same on Bitcoin. It's only Bitcoin that managed that. There's no alt that found support at COVID all-time high currently. I mean, very little.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
for ETH, that's 5,000. It's imagine ETH is finding support at 5,000. Like, no, we went to 1,400, right? And when you look at total market cap could not hold the COVID all-time high. We went 30% lower. So this time on this dump, which just started, right? Like we started the downtrend. I'm assuming it's over because we're back above 100, but you know that could be very wrong. Well, maybe this time we can hold a higher low and not come below COVID all-time highs, and that's what's happening on total. Total found support at 3 trillion and it's trying to go back up. It needs to be confirmed in the coming weeks and months, but
We've actually, if you compare the COVID crash with the tariff crash, we're actually
very similar.
recovered faster. Yeah, it's actually
Very
faster because look,
very similar,
this is
half
where
the size.
COVID was out here.
It's half the size.
Oh, from a performance, yeah, like
Yeah,
as in
from
like you're measuring like
percentage wise.
yeah,
Yeah.
percentage, yes.
It's a bit less than
Oh,
half on crypto, but on legacy it's
yeah.
half. We
Linear,
dropped
from a
20%.
linear perspective, though, they're pretty damn close. If not, tariff might be polar.
But COVID was
In
a
a linear
40%.
sense.
On SPY it was 40% dump, and here we got 20%. So you know, roughly it's a mini COVID. And you know, the funny part is, if you go back a year ago, I mean, before Trump was getting elected, I kept calling, when Trump is back, COVID is back. But it wasn't COVID; it was tariffs. But it doesn't matter. Like, I was expecting, you know, a COVID-like dip with Trump back. It made sense.
Yeah.
And it happened,
I
and it was half of it, and I didn't play it at all.
wonder
Which
where we
is
were at in those comparisons in the M2 money supply cycle. Were they similar areas of the cycle as well?
I'm not sure. I think
I mean, were we in the bull run back then at that same time during COVID? Because we were hitting all-time highs, so I'd assume that it was near tops if we were in a bull run, tops.
you get global M2 again. What's the ticker for it?
the money supply increase that happened during COVID is something we haven't seen in decades, and
Oh,
it's the
because of the
reason, yeah, because of the COVID,
free
because
money,
people,
COVID money.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
okay. So it was a
And
huge money supply.
it's not the value, it's the increase that was spectacular, and that's what created inflation, right? Now we're paying off the COVID debt. Basically, that's what's happening. Yeah, it's going to take a decade to pay off those months of staying at home and getting paid to do nothing, basically, through inflation, debasement, and this and that.
Yep.
And we've done half of it already. It's been 5 years, yeah. So half of that decade is already in, and it seems like inflation has slowed down. Wow. I don't know if I can trust Powell on controlling inflation. He lied to us last.
Or our government, as far as that goes.
Well, 2%, right? Like 2% is still inflating, right? It's just a lower rate than 3%. But no, but the inflation is under control right now. It's not like crazily going up, especially in Europe. Like here, it's much less than what's happening in America. But we could see it come back. For roughly a decade in total, lining up a bit with what happened last time we printed like this. And that's all crisis.
What you cooking up there, Rick? What you thinking?
Oh, I was just looking at like what the measured move would be if we did like a 1-to-1 move.
I saw that.
Like that.
It looked
Like
nice.
that to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we went something like that. I mean, it doesn't look totally out of question. Like it's not asking too much of the market to do that. It's
Definitely
pretty
not.
local. Like it's impressive. Like I didn't expect to see this after our, dramatic weekend of, Middle East events. For us to, be within how many percent is that? Not many.
2.
Like from the high to the highest point that we've achieved this year, 0.75%, 0.75% to go back to where we were, what we were building. We were building on this progress back over here. Yeah,
But
so
right,
it's great.
if you get 2-3 green days, we're in price discovery on SPY. We're 2% away from all-time highs. And it's like,
exactly. It's very close, like that.
and it's been like
pink
that
line
for
up
a whole
there.
month now. It's like we're gonna spend it's like it's gonna spend the whole summer below all-time highs,
I know.
doing nothing to then potentially break
I'll show you.
down to just go up.
I'll show you a
in the end.
frustrating chart, and that is the inflation, US inflation chart.
Hey,
It's like, check this out though, very quickly. So there's peak inflation, right? In 2022, June of 9.1%. Inflation hasn't gone that high since, let's see, when was the last time? The early 80s,
1990s.
back when Michael Jackson released Thriller. Like that's how long it's been since we had
that's
inflation that
like
high.
84 or something.
A long time ago.
But
I
it's
was
the
just thinking
90s,
early
right? It's
80s. Like,
before
what's an event that happened in the early 80s?
before dot-com bubble burst. Yeah.
It's the Reagan years.
Yeah.
That's
So,
what my
SNL
parents
crisis.
met.
So the white line is the target. That's the Fed's target. So they want to be somewhere at or near 2% inflation. The frustrating thing is we made all this progress, like very impressive, but the last percent, which is between 3 and 2, it's just been like doing that, like bouncing. And it's they call that sticky. Like it's been sticky. Like it hasn't. We just can't get it to go to the place that we want. But the thing is, like we've had it for inflation at 2.4% before, and we nowhere near had our interest rates up to where they're currently at. Like if I overlay the interest rates, the US interest rates, over the top like this, let me just like line it so that it's not going to let me. That's okay. But you can see, so here's 0% when it's flat down the bottom here, the pink line, that's no interest rates, or 0.25%. Like, okay,
Which also means we're in a recession at that point, right?
Yeah, like there's different periods with different like economic factors going on, but look at this, inflation at that spike there was 2.9%. We're currently at 2.4, but for some reason we deserve to have an interest rate at 5.5, not what was that, 2.5?
Yeah, it's a
back
divergence.
here?
It's a divergence.
Yeah, like 2.5% was sufficient enough to bring inflation back into line, you know? Like they managed
but
to look at all this
it's a different.
disinflation. Like, I mean, it got down to 0 back here, the inflation rate. And look at that disinflation back over here. That's during the GFC, that huge spike down.
Notice that they front run
Yeah.
that drop there, right? While here they're lagging behind.
They're afraid
Yeah,
of
they're
tariffs.
late. This is why Trump said too late.
Yeah,
or
but
that
he's
Jerome
right
Powell's
technically,
being too
right?
late.
Because
Yeah.
He has a
look
point.
at where the pivots are, and
Yeah, like if you see look at how inflation was rocketing up to 9.1%.
and they didn't hike, right?
And look, they didn't act until here, which
Yeah,
was near the top. They
because
did
it was
not
a
even
crisis.
touch the
They
interest
couldn't.
rates yet.
They would have. They
Yeah,
couldn't.
but
because
even in February of 2022, like they were still not acting. Like, I think COVID was already like sort of wrapping up by the end of 2021. Like even, the third quarter of 2021, I'm pretty sure. 2020, so 2020 was the bad year. That was like when everything was, fever pitch, terrible. And yeah, it took like the inflation just went out of control in all of 2021. Like I guess that's when they were doing the QE, right? The quantitative easing, printing money. And I think he was saying that this effect here, this huge spike in inflation was transitory, meaning that it would settle down by itself. Like I think that's what they were suggesting, that it's just like an anomaly that will come back under.
they were not
Kind of like
thinking
here.
that.
Because
No,
look at this. Look, the interest rates were coming down when inflation was up, but inflation came down by itself.
Yeah, but
Because
that's
of the
2008
disaster, right?
crisis.
Because of
We need to put
GFC.
some.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
know.
got to look at job
I
numbers
know.
and all that
No,
too.
but
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
You need
exactly.
to add a spy chart.
The
And
difference, yeah, the difference is that the
handled the
labor market
crisis,
in the
right?
US is very healthy and strong, and this is why it's taken so long to get, I think, that last bit, because there is no like mass unemployment at the moment. It's everyone's fairly comfortably in work, I guess.
2008
According
was
to them
housing
anyway.
market crash, right?
It was, yeah.
So they lowered rates in order to support housing prices a bit.
So, yeah.
I
So
think we're
right
getting close to
here,
that now.
right here,
The housing market isn't good.
yeah. This is where Bitcoin was born, right here on this X. Like just in the midst of the GFC, right? Look at the interest rates, just 0.25% for all this time. They only started increasing the interest rates in like 2016 or like late 2015. And even then it was very stably like stepped up. It wasn't rapid. It was just creeping up, and then I think the terminal rate was, what was it? Just 2.5% interest rate. But look at the inflation. It stayed relatively dancing around 2%. So they were like kind of doing their job, right? Everything was like on average stable
No, but
at
you,
2%.
no, it's not that they were doing their job. It's that their tool was useless. It was at zero. You can't. They're not gonna like. You can't go lower than zero. I mean, could you go lower than zero? Force people to.
Well,
You'd
yeah,
be giving some
the
money
opposite.
away.
Well, the
Yeah,
extension of going below zero is giving money out, like increasing the money supply, so making money easy.
No, but who would buy government bonds that give you a negative return? It's like I'm gonna give you 100K, you're gonna give me back 95. Like nobody would buy government bonds like that, right? So the minimum is
Yeah.
zero. So
Just this
the tool
period
was
though
just
is just
ineffective
very
there.
this period between here and here was just very odd. Like look at that. You've got inflation going up above 2%. They did nothing through that whole period there.
I wonder if there was
Like, for
stimulus.
years. That's like years on end. Yeah, probably.
Because they couldn't do anything.
They were trying to reignite. Well, I think they were letting the American economy get back up on its feet again after the GFC, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So
It's like
so that whole period was like
printing
rebuilding,
money, and money is free
getting everything
basically.
rolling
You want to
again.
borrow to buy a
So
house, you
so
can.
that means Bitcoin saw like a really like good time of growth in that window between here and here, where there was no interest rates. And then only recently was there that spike, but we still got our bull run. This is where we hit that like record bull run of the time, like between 2017 and 16, like just in that part there. And then 2018 was the bear market, right? And that's when, yeah, the interest rates were like the terminal rate was at the floor of the bear market, pretty much. Yeah. And then we got through. There were some cuts made before the COVID outbreak, and then the COVID outbreak happened, and they emergency cut it all the way down to like 0.25%, or basically zero, and kept it low, kept it at 0%.
So you're telling me that analysis makes me think that right now we're at the bottom of a bear market, right?
I think so.
And we're waiting for rates to go down to 0.3% to have a huge bull run.
No, like my main point, like what I was trying to allude to, was that the interest rates are so high. They're 5.5%. And look where the
4.2
inflation
right
is
now.
so close to where they like to have it anyway. So like what warrants this 5.5% interest rate? It's crazy.
Because tariffs
I don't
may
get anything.
affect the economy. That's it. That's all the excuse they got. Hey, I heard more
Yeah,
about.
I mean this is why Trump is jumping up and down about Powell being slow to act, because it's like, we're so close to that 2%.
I heard more about a possible rate cut in July. Y'all heard anything?
Dbloc mentioned it yesterday. He looked at the FedWatch tool and all, and
there's a
it's not very likely. It was 20% probability, something like that.
FedWatch tool. 36 days till we get an FOMC meeting.
Actually, even less than 20%.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, 20%.
That's pretty.
Yeah.
That's the strongest likelihood that I've seen in a while, or that we've all seen in a while of a cut.
Did you guys hear what happened in Iran?
What happened in Iran? What, just now?
Apparently, I don't know if this is rumors or not, but apparently someone's dead, so it could be the supreme leader. Someone's dead.
Oh,
His
really?
home was targeted.
What?
Apparently. That's what Iranian media or the
where are you
opposing
seeing that?
party of
Twitter?
him are saying that. Yeah, there's this space that I'm listening to, and they're saying that apparently that's what.
The regime change.
I don't know if this is true, so that's what I
Macron was
heard.
against that too.
I haven't seen anything about that, and I've been scanning.
Let me check.
Apparently, it came from Iranian media.
Per unusual Wales 49 minutes ago, Iran confirmed ceasefire.
Yeah, I read that one out, but I haven't seen anything about anyone dead.
Trump also said we could have a permanent ceasefire.
Yeah. Be careful of Twitter as well. Like, there's so many fake like news sources on there that like just
Exactly.
they
Yeah.
spread
That's what
whatever. It's pretty misleading. Yeah.
Either
But
he's early or, who knows?
yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could be. You never know.
I mean, if that's true, chances for ceasefire. Who wants to say yes or no?
I think it'd be pretty good because that would have. I don't think it would have been Israel. I think it would have been within, right?
Well, of course, it's Israel that wants to change the regime. Oh, no.
But I would think that it would be a party, the opposing party, the crown prince or whatever. So I would think that that would be within unless they targeted him. And if that's the case, if Israel targeted him, maybe not a ceasefire. It's according to how it went down, I guess, right?
Yeah,
You
that's what
can
I'm
kill
wondering.
leaders, replace them, but
I mean, it's still rumor. Let's wait to hear confirmation.
Yeah, I gotta see like what's like a pretty early news source.
Al Jazeera.
Yeah. RT, Russia Today. Do we trust that source? Maybe. I don't know.
I mean, with news like that would come out slowly because everybody's trying to verify before they report, right? Because that's big news.
It would be big, yeah. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything like on the major outlets. Nothing like.
Yeah, I follow a lot of accounts that like I've structured my Twitter to just have like just news alerts from some people that just are like some of the fastest people to report stuff. And I haven't seen
Yeah.
anything.
That crypto panic website can be pretty cool, but it's usually just crypto related stuff directly, but
I was hearing on here when the bombs hit, that people on this channel were saying that, and I'm not a news look it up person, so you guys have way better sources than me. But I was having a hard time to verify it after I heard it on this channel that we had dropped the bombs on Iran. Me and my wife are both on the internet trying to look it up, and we were having a hard time finding anything. I'm like, well, I'm hearing it on my trading group.
Did you hear that the Federal Reserve removed the reputational risk like statement from how they
Moody's.
review banks, which means that like it stops banks losing reputation for endorsing or offering cryptocurrency like onboarding or on-ramping or off-ramping. So that's
Part of
cool.
the SEC stuff. It was the debanking choke
Yeah, I'm not
point
sure,
thing,
but
right?
yeah,
Operation
if
choke
you
point,
Google,
part of that.
oh, maybe, but this is the Federal Reserve. This is
They were all in on it.
I mean, possibly
My
Federal
opinion.
Reserve reputational risk. So if you look that up and go into news, I'll find an article.
We had two
Yeah, Fed
Fed
to no
speakers.
longer police reputational risk in banks. And that tied into crypto. Crypto was a part of that risk. And that, that would affect a bank's reputation, essentially. So they're removing that, which is excellent for crypto. It means banks can do it with no shame. They can get involved with cryptocurrency without any reputational harm, according to the Fed. So that's good.
Yeah, it's getting closer all the time to being mainstream.
Hmm.
There's two Fed speakers that spoke today. There's Fed Bowman and Fed Goolsbee, and
Oh yeah,
Goolsbee was asked about cryptocurrency, and I forgot what he said. Something he's just neutral to it. He didn't have anything to really say about it.
that's cool. That's good. I mean, that should be their position because it's their job is fiat US dollar. Like that's their job. They don't have any kind of it's not their jurisdiction to be commenting or making recommendations on crypto, whether good or bad, you know what I mean? Like warning or anything like that. It's like it's not their kettle of fish,
Bitcoin's weekly candle only has a little bit more to go, and it will be over the closing body of the candle of the previous week.
No, they're saying it's not the supreme leader. Apparently, it's some top figure, but not the supreme leader.
Oh.
Khaleesi from Twitter said 8 minutes ago that it was the supreme leader, but it is unconfirmed because it's the opposition of Iran media reporting it.
Yo,
That they were targeting the bomb. What do you call it? The bunker
bomb.
bombs.
Bunker
Yeah.
bombs. Bunker buster.
Yeah, that's sort of what I heard.
Yo, that sounds
So
like
a civil.
that sounds like someone that's in short positions that's trying to create some exit, dude. Maybe.
Or it's the CIA trying to start a civil war in Iran to overthrow the government from within.
I think regime change.
Yeah, regime change stuff. Yeah, Mossad trying to put its guy in power.
The Crown Prince something or other. I read something about it today.
But the other government didn't want.
So, is the Ayatollah is he considered like the head of Islam, like the Muslim
Yeah, I think
faith?
they're
or...
considered the clerics, right?
Right. So that he's
Religious
pretty high
leaders.
up. Right. Yeah, I have no idea.
No, it's not the
idea.
head
I'm
of
not really
Islam,
clued
but
in
he's
on
the head of Iranian theology. Yeah, it would be a bit like killing the Pope, basically, but I guess, yeah, in a sense, it would be like killing the Pope. But we can do that, no?
So they're saying it's one of our bombs that got him. If that's true, it was a bunker buster bomb. Is that what I was understanding? Because that's not good. If that's true,
that's too American.
Target.
It's bad.
Targeted. It doesn't mean that it got him.
I think it's wild that the extremist arms of whatever regime, right? They think that they can just take on the world. It's insane. It's like, how are you gonna get this passed? You know what I mean? Like, it's like 1% versus 99%. It's crazy.
but I don't think they thought we were going to do what we did.
Yeah. Yeah, it's live and let live, man. That seems to be a good ethic to live by. Instead of forcing things or like a regime or a mindset on everybody.
It's a tale as old as our history, and I mean world history.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this has to be a pretty pivotal kind of moment, I would say, in at least our modern history. Like this, whatever comes out of this has to be pretty big disturbance.
I have a feeling they're going to call it the 12-day war. You know?
Oh, geez.
The way that Trump sort of dubbed it. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Possibly.
Y'all, I mean, he does that stuff. Like whenever he did the whole Gulf of America thing. Because people don't care.
It's
like
kind of like right.
People either don't care, they're like, hell yeah, or they're like super pissed. So he's either trying to get under your skin or it doesn't matter.
I don't know. It's like he's trying to leave a mark or something. Like,
yeah.
Like he's trying to be the reason behind why things are called this and that. And
I think that was all just to get attention to help bring attention to our situation with China and Panama. That's all that was. It was because if he doesn't say some crazy stuff, nobody pays attention. So it was literally to get attention to basically say, this is Gulf of America. We got to do this with Panama. I don't think they knew exactly how China was going to react, and that there may be some type.
Yeah.
But I think it all had to do with that, man. Honestly, that's my opinion. Once again, but I think I'm right.
I thought the only mark he was trying to leave was that in his underpants, but maybe I'm wrong.
You know, that's the same reason he did the stuff with Greenland as a state,
I was waiting for
is to bring awareness to, hey, we've got this whole area up here that we can't defend, and these people aren't defending it, so let's make them a state. And then he wanted to deal with Canada, so he says Canada is going to be a state. He never meant those things, I don't believe. It was literally to bring attention to those issues, and he does it through radical means, if you ask me, but it seems to be effective. People start talking about the stuff that he wants them to talk about because he you know, he says that crazy stuff like that. But I think it's all for effect, you know?
No, yeah,
Guys,
I
real
honestly, I
quick,
think it's
the
funny.
price. We might see some sell pressure come in pretty soon here.
Oh,
The
yeah?
daily's closed already, and looks like the first 15-minute is red. So we might be losing momentum here. Things got pretty hot, overbought on the lower time frames. So we might see a retracement and be prepared for it to get back that whole move, or at least see like a 618 or something. Because those vectors, I don't know about the one down lower. That 1 hour vector is going to get taken at like 100,666. But I definitely see us going back to 103,630. So just watch out on your altcoins, because if Bitcoin starts dropping and dominance bounces, then you know what happens to the altcoins.
Hey,
So just be prepared for there to be a down move coming.
Yeah. Yeah, for anyone playing the swings, it's not a bad little take profit area, I guess, because it's gone up, right? It's pumped. If you had bought the incredible dip and you're a swing trader, like you're looking for moves day in, day out, yeah.
It might be like a rescue ship.
Yeah.
That's nowhere near my area.
Yeah.
I was hoping we were going to squeeze out those 50Xs.
I think the context really matters on like how long you're playing your position for, and like what your targets are, what your goals, and what your tolerance for drawdown.
I'm going wicked short term these days, because you never
Yeah.
know with all the news that's been coming out.
Well, yeah, that does suit. That's the way it's been this year. It's been
My
like,
target is more of
nothing
a
lasts.
timing than price.
Potentially, yeah. Yeah, who knows what's going to be like, hot in the news this time next week, Like, who really knows? There could be some complete other thing going on situation. We don't know.
Just let that Supreme Leader stuff come out and see what happens.
Yeah.
Not to say that's true once again, but case in point.
Knows, hey? Do they still do anything, or do you guys still have like a big base on Guam in the Pacific Ocean?
Yeah, that's what they said, that
was
the bombers were going. They said that they're going to Guam, and they headed out that direction, but then turned and went to Iraq instead. So that was part of the whole deception, was Guam. Yes.
Right. Okay. Because that used to be like a big U.S. like base.
Yeah, that still is. That's how we keep a lot of our power in the Pacific, or the Asian area. That was part of that whole thing.
Okay. Cool. Pearl Harbor, Guam, and now you've got what's that other place?
Yeah, the bombers went in both directions. They didn't turn around from a specific point. Some went towards Guam, and the other 7 went towards Iran. In regards to Rick, what you were saying about who knows what's going to happen in the next, week. Who knows what's going to happen in the next 48 hours, right? These guys have a cool-off period.
Who knows what's going to happen in the next hour?
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, it's getting very speculative. Like the level of speculation has always been like high in crypto, but at the moment it's very sensitive. Like it's very highly speculative about what's next.
I think these next 48 hours, are like gonna not make or break, but they're gonna be very interesting, because if somebody tries to throw a wrench in the engine on the either side, or even a third party that doesn't want it to happen, this is like the perfect time for them to come out of the woodwork and
and give it a shot, if you know what I mean.
You know, one thing that I've been observing, like it's almost like the one thing that is certain that if you buy the dip, it's been going and it goes up, right? And eventually you're okay. There hasn't been a moment where if you bought the dip, it doesn't turn back around. Like if you look at stocks, like ever since the tariff news, when we had that crash, and then when the pause came, there hasn't been any retracement. So if you bought any of that dip, you're still sitting pretty from like April. Same thing with crypto, like Bitcoin, like everyone that's bought that dip still sitting pretty.
I like that
Except if you bought
attitude. Let's
And
go.
another factor
But
is
then, but then it makes me
the
think
whole
like
this
is
whole
that a false sense of like safety? Like there's
Mm.
gonna be a time where you buy the dip and it keeps dipping. But so far, all year long, there's been dips, but they've all been bought, and it just usually goes.
Has there been, you know how there's all this ceasefire talk and whatever from the Trump's Truth Social post, that has that been echoed from Israel or Iran? Like, has anyone
they
corroborated that,
confirmed.
or is it just him? They have
There's some
confirmed that.
Iranian officials confirmed ceasefire.
Oh, okay, good. Because yeah, it would suck if it was just Trump doing some silly, you know, like off the cuff, like tweet just to calm things off his own effort when it's
Do we know
not
if
actually
Israel
the case
did?
or something. You know what I mean?
I haven't heard anything from Israel. No,
Don't
I've
know.
not seen anything.
Netanyahu.
Actually,
That's what honestly kind of scares me.
Well, Dbloc
Yeah,
was
what
talking
does
about it
Ben?
earlier,
What does Ben
and,
think?
and he was saying like there was an agreement where the ceasefire was going to end on a certain date. Is he around? Because he was talking about that. Like there was a deal in place where, and y'all were talking about the free sucker punch. Did I misunderstand what y'all were saying? You know, he was saying, oh, well, they get a free sucker punch, and so
Oh yeah,
what
like how the
ceasefiring at this
ceasefire
date.
timings.
Yeah,
Right.
I thought he was
Like
saying that was like a deal and that was made, but I don't know. I mean, I took it as that, but maybe I was misunderstood.
like as though Iran's ceasefire starts sooner than Israel's one. Is that what?
Right.
That's what I got
Yeah,
out
and
of
he
it.
was saying
Yeah.
the date was going to be this and that. I don't know where he got that news, or maybe he was speculating, but it sounded like he was giving like specific timelines. But maybe, like I
I
said,
have to look
maybe I
up.
misunderstood.
I think it's in the Trump Truth Social post, like with the times, like the 6 hours, the 12 hours.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if I can
Gotcha.
find it. Yeah.
And
Well,
who's
that's
to
not
say
cooperating again with
if
anybody else with Trump's social.
yeah, who's to say if maybe, you know, just like the U.S. has said several times or continuously that the element of surprise was important. You know, what bans Iran from using the element of surprise? For saying, yeah, let's do a peace agreement. So there's many.
Nothing.
You know, they say you have to be bullish when everybody's bearish and bearish when everybody's bullish, right? So, you know, it's interesting. It's, you know, we got in the next 24 hours, 48 hours, you know, are going to be very, very important. But nobody can deny the fact that it feels euphoric to know that, you know, this news is actually playing out, you know, so quickly, you know, right before our eyes.
I'm hoping some stable coin stuff gets announced this week. Some good crypto news gets announced this week. We don't die in World War III, and then right after that we get some good crypto stuff. You know what I mean? Is there anything more bullish than that?
That would be
Besides
cool.
me.
Like if they started to approve some ETFs in July or something, you know, that'd
With
be
the
cool.
rate cut.
That's
With
the
a rate,
next.
yeah,
I think that's
rate
the
cut would
next.
be great.
I think rate cut, and then for
Hey,
crypto related, it's the ETFs. I think for altcoins.
Didn't the Fed's Bauman suggest cutting rates in July just recently, just like today sometime?
I heard
Yeah,
something about that. I was
two Feds
asking,
have
but
pulled
they were
Victor
saying
down.
it's not.
Two Feds. So the Fed has like different like officials. Like there's Powell, that's the head of the Fed, but then he has different members. And usually throughout
Yeah,
the
there's a whole
month
board.
before like meetings, the Fed will come out and do a bunch of like press conferences and stuff like that. And within those conferences, you can kind of get a hint at like what the Fed is thinking. And last Friday, one of the Feds came out and said he sees a rate cut in July. And then today, another Fed came out and says she sees a rate cut in July.
The
See,
painful
I
thing
wasn't
is it's
making it
the
up.
30. It's the last day
Yeah,
of
that's
July too,
tough.
so it's like a long way away. It's 31st of July is the funds rate. Or the 30th for you guys.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see some late 4th of July fireworks in crypto.
And another really pivotal, important thing that happens in late July is you get the Q2 GDP results, like to see how America did for Q2. If that's negative, then that's a technical recession because we've already had Q1 being negative of GDP, right? So if you get 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP, that is a recession, technically speaking. So hopefully your Q2 was healthy. Hopefully you had some growth. Has it felt like things have been okay in the US? Like as far as, prices, jobs, blah, 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 like has anything been out of the ordinary? Or?
Jobs is the
Eggs are
biggest
cheaper.
concern.
Eggs are cheaper. Okay.
Yeah, I think prices, that whole price shock, that somewhat got stabilized to an extent, but I think jobs have been pretty hit hard. Like jobs are dropping fast.
Our housing market isn't good either.
People are worried about that tariff thing, but I think, like, when it all pans out and you look at the whole quarter, I don't think that's gonna. It was only like anomalous, maybe it was like a week or two of just a bit of instability, but I don't think that'll have much bearing on the whole quarter, the whole of Q2. I don't know. We'll see. GDP. So it's basically production, right? Is America producing more than they're spending? Gross domestic product. So I think having a strong labor force at the moment, like having low unemployment, means that you guys the engine's moving, the engine's working and ticking around. So things are working as they're supposed to. Hopefully that results in positive GDP.
I would wonder what all goes into that math. And I don't know. I haven't researched enough to know. Right. So is jobs even a large portion of that, or is that more trade with other governments? You know what I mean?
I think it's definitely, it's domestic product. So it's like, how much are you guys producing within the country and buying your own stuff, like GDP, and exporting it, like, as well, selling it to other countries.
Correct.
That helps your GDP as well. Yeah.
I think that the jobs would be correlated, but it's like how significantly, because if you have more people working, manufacturing more things, then you're probably going to have a higher GDP. I would just imagine.
I would imagine. Yeah, that's what I would think. Because usually a recession means negative GDP, right? Like you're not making profit as a country, and then like a big telltale of that is that you've got high unemployment. Like a lot of people are out of jobs, companies are downsizing and laying people off. Like mass layoffs is kind of like indicative of a recession. So that hasn't been the case. Like Jerome Powell keeps saying, the labor market is strong, which is good.
This last meeting he was a little bit weak on it. He's not. I don't think he said there's seen some cracks, but it's something that they're looking at.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully it stays healthy. Just, can we get a decade of just no drama? Like just everyone getting on.
No way.
Growth and like profits and like just productivity and growth and what's been the
lots
best?
of money to be made in volatility.
I was going to say the volatility is great as a trader.
True. Yeah, no, that you're right. It's definitely good if you're a trader.
At what expense, though, right? At what expense?
If you're an investor, though, it's like, where's the progress? Where's the growth, the extended growth? In saying that, though, I mean, the stock market seems fine. The stock market is like still growing.
Like even if you take a look at crypto, as long as you were in
Yeah.
Bitcoin, you saw a growth, right? Like the same thing with stocks. As long as you're within those top 7 stocks like Nvidia, Facebook, Amazon, Apple's struggling a little bit right now,
Yeah.
but even then, like you've seen growth, and either you've seen growth or you've seen like it being stagnant, right? Like Apple's been stuck at 200, right? But like,
Yeah.
and everyone in the last like year has an opportunity to buy it at 200. It dipped maybe for like the week and a half that the tariff news was coming out to like 180, but it's been stuck at like 200. But as long as you're in the right
What about the
category, everything's been growing.
You know what's been good with Bitcoin? Bitcoin has like proven these people wrong, but the people that criticize crypto as being, oh, it's only been doing so well because it's like a low interest rate environment. Just wait for a recession to hit. Like it's never been through. It has. It's been through all of it now. Like we've been through QE, QT, low interest rates, high interest rates, low inflation, high inflation. So it's
What
like
is?
Bowl.
Jeez.
her bowl is dry.
Yeah, her bowl is completely dry.
That's not good. But yeah, man, crypto like does it seems to be like no matter what you throw at it, Bitcoin's always gonna march on and make a new all-time high. Like that seems to be the way it has gone so far. Not bad.
It's not going to stop growing. It's not going to be like a new one. It'll take its place.
We getting ready to dump here, or what's going on?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I think getting ready for Asia.
Half an hour.
Let's see what Asia does.
What does the Bitcoin daily chart look like?
Looks like we need a retracement to me, but
Whoa.
I know nothing.
Look at that bullish engulfing. Huge bullish engulfing daily candle. Yeah. Oh, dude,
It's a
it would
good
be
sign
great
for the
to
next like
see
week or so, I guess.
how good would it be to just get a duplicate of yesterday's candle stacked.
Oof.
And today, like we just go up that same height. That'd be beautiful.
What if 105 is a new bottom?
Just because we kind of ran into resistance, and then now, I don't know, the last 2 days were up. Not that the day before yesterday was green, but it was up. Like it went lower and then it went up over the course of the day. And it pretty much went up all day today. I think we do see some retracement.
Does anyone see a retracement?
But I don't know. Looks like high lows so far. I just think this big FOMO move, anyone from a bunch of FOMO into the longs, and they'll probably get swept or pulled tonight. We've been in the higher low later tonight. Probably go up again tomorrow morning. That would be my guess. I mean, I could keep going now, but my guess would be that it will come down a bit first before continuing up. Gained some pretty good ground today, though. Seems like there's a bit of a change in character.
Today was a good day.
Yeah, definitely.
It was a
got
good
us
day.
out of that out of that misery, you know.
Yeah, definitely compared to open week. It was just down, down, down. There's no up. There wasn't even anything good to short because there was no up moves. Just down.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
was just
you would have had
dangerous.
to FOMO into the short. And the lower it went, it was like the less I wanted the short. This is like longing the
Yeah,
top.
because it felt like a turning point every moment. Yeah, I know what you mean,
Like
man.
this is not gonna like
It's like how you
even if
get
it does
stuck.
go down, how's it gonna go down that much further? Like the risk to reward is not as good. Like the further down we went, the risk reward's not as good anymore.
Yeah,
And
you
then
don't
sure
dare
enough, it
long
did
it.
feel like it was going to turn
Yeah,
around
but
pretty
you
soon.
don't
I kind of felt it
exactly.
yesterday.
It is scary to long during that time too. I agree.
I
It's just
did,
like
but
you
I
don't
got
know
kicked
what.
out of both of the positions I had
Yeah,
because there was that nice. I actually had a really nice entry, but I put my entry in the profit on both positions, and it came down just enough to pick me out on the move down
yep.
overnight or early this morning, whenever the hell that happened. And then it pumped this morning. I was like, damn it, because I had two good positions.
Well, I hope this bull flag on the SPY plays out and it just continues to rally off here. That'd be
Well,
great.
it looks like it's coming down at the moment. It's looking a little bit weak. Well, 1 minute here. Look, it's losing momentum on the upside.
Oh, on the 1 minute.
Yeah. I'm looking at US 500. Sure.
Yeah, yeah. Mini futures.
Well, it's not the E-mini futures. It's just US 500. It's a ticker, but it's like the futures market for S&P 500.
Yeah, the Capital Com one.
Yeah.
Capital Com. Sorry, my voice is so like nasally. I'm still like trying to get over this sickness.
How dare you?
Sounds like I'm holding my nose. Holding onto my nose, speaking through my.
Said you've gotten sick.
Yeah, I was. I'm a lot better now, though.
We love to hear that.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I had an awesome position on Say, and Say freaking ripped like 20% after it stopped me. So pissed. It took 30%. And I had a position down real low.
Yeah, MOG was up like 26% too.
Yeah, there is an off chance that Iran doesn't accept it, but I mean, I saw a
Like
news
disobeys.
well, or just say we didn't agree, but I saw a news bulletin that said Iranian official confirms ceasefire, but I could also, I mean, there's so much fake news, bro, but it's a pretty reliable source.
Yeah.
But,
I will say
Anybody
that
else has Coinbase? It's saying buying is temporarily unavailable. I was about to take a little bit of profit. And anybody else having problems?
But you can't buy on Coinbase right now?
Yeah, it's giving me
You
some
got it.
services are
Something went-
temporarily
Yes,
unavailable.
We encountered a problem. What the heck?
Yeah, that means profit to dump it. Seems to do that right.
They're like, hold on, we need to take profits before we let you guys.
My whole balance
Yeah,
is showing zero.
I was just trying to sell a little bit because I was afraid it was going to go down, and I would at least wanted to grab something, you know.
Oh, dude, this is messed up.
Yeah, Coinbase has been wicked sketchy for that stuff.
Bro, it shows zero. I have a zero balance on everything.
I really hope that this isn't anything.
It's back. It's back.
It'll come back.
Love that. Love that.
It will come back. Don't worry. It's just there.
Yeah, it's back. It's back.
They're just doing some weird shit. Oh, your balance is back.
Yeah, everything's back. I was refreshing for like 6 times, and finally I'm like, the last one I did, it was back.
Yeah, mine's back too. All right. Whew.
Pretty I was thinking about how Trump put out that give me 2 weeks to come to a decision or something, and then 2 days later, or like less than 2 days later, the operations carried out. That was.
I mean,
I think that was a
Iran.
clever tactic.
There
Well,
wasn't no taco on that one.
Well, Iran said that they weren't going to give anything up, so the decision at that point had been made.
Oh, I see.
I would,
So
I
it
would,
got
yeah,
his
that's how
hand
I
was
look at
forced
it.
kind of thing.
You
Yeah.
know, I don't, in terms of like volatility, like just what we've seen like whenever it's like all of a sudden, shots are fired and it's like it goes down, then it goes up and all that stuff. Anyway, I think that over the next couple days at least, like it would be so dumb for anybody to do anything dumb. Cause I mean, I think that like, it's Trump and nobody kind of maybe knows what to expect. And I mean, I think if people are smart, they definitely don't do anything over the next 2 days. I really wouldn't expect to see anything. But then again, you never know. I'm just hoping, I guess, that nothing happens due to that. And like due to the fact that it's like Trump might, do something crazy. If we do something crazy, then I would love to just see us go up for like a few days straight, man. That'd be cool.
We were kind of expecting like a 3-day retracement or at least sideways action at the least, right?
Correction.
I say
A
we
couple,
just send it, dude. We just send it from here. Usher in the summer rally. Let's go.
a couple of Iranian medias have come out and said that the ceasefire is not true.
No. That's fake news. I just confirmed it. Iran contradicted. It has received and agreed to ceasefire.
It is true then, yeah?
Who's your
They're
source?
they're going back poly market.
No, that's old, I think. I just
The
saw it
poly
from
market.
Tehran Times.
Poly markets first said that they have not received ceasefire proposal from Trump, and then at 7:18 they said now it says it
Oh,
has received and agreed to ceasefire.
okay. I guess that's reliable.
What if it was just like tweets back and forth and Trump was like, "Yo, dog, we need a ceasefire," and he replies back on and like tweets him and he's like, "Yeah, dog, I got you on that," and then that was like the news and that's how they reported it. That'd be dope.
It's never straightforward with this guy.
It's weird that they're still allowing attacks. That's kind of weird for a few hours, I guess.
It is
but,
weird,
like,
isn't it?
Yeah,
But
it's very weird.
Dbloc, and I kind of believe him. He always says that that's just political theater at this point. That's all it is, and I kind of agree with that.
Yeah. Me too.
I mean, how else do you explain it, right? It's the only thing that does really explain it.
In terms of the tariff news and that 90-day pause being up, I mean, China and America did come to an agreement on tariffs already. So, I mean, that just hit me. I just was like, oh wait, they've already actually come to an agreement, China and America. So, I mean, in terms of the impact over the time till kind of like the 90 days is up or whatever. At least we know China's locked in, I think.
That was my understanding.
Volume is so slow, man. It's just summer out. Summer's tough to trade.
I think everybody's scared too.
Yeah, you got fear, and then you also have like there's just not a lot of people here right now.
So you guys that mainly short, what's your thought process? Are you just waiting for the next dip, or waiting for it to fall apart again very quickly, or are you still bearish?
I'm not. I think we had a bit of a change in character there. So I think the mid or the short term bottom is in. Like short to mid term bottom is in. I think we're gonna probably just climb for the next week or so. But so I'm not like really bearish necessarily for the short to mid term. But I do think we go down for a while. But I think we're gonna go up a little bit before then. I think we're gonna recover some of the damage that was done over the weekend. But
When's the
I think
next?
right
When's
now,
the next?
I think we're gonna, in the very short term, I think we're gonna retrace the big move we just made. But I think that might have been like a changing character. I don't know. We'll see if we get a higher oil. Let's go
When's the
higher.
next full moon?
I don't
Full
know.
moon, people.
Wednesday.
I'm
Or
becoming
is
a
that a
believer in this moon thing. It seems to be fairly
Yeah,
somewhat
well,
accurate.
we're approaching the new moon, I think, or it was full like last week, or like during the highs, the recent highs. So that kind of lines up. That checks out, but it's yeah. We'll see how it goes.
Yo, look at the move. Look at the move on Say. I think someone was
Yeah,
short, trying to
Say is
short
killing.
25 cents. That's crazy.
Say is absolutely crushing.
I was saying 26 earlier, but it's almost, did it tap 26? 25.
It's time to check that moon. Whoa. Echo. Sorry. It's time to check that moon effect. See if there's any correlations here. Moon phases. Let's see.
Don't tell me if you figure out there's not. I want to believe.
Well, I can certainly see a lot of instances where the price rallies, like moves up in toward the full moon. There's a lot of evidence of that in the recent sort of. There is some like moon positions that it's just sideways and like choppy. There's no real clear direction. But yeah, there should be a turning point either at or during the new moon. Like so, when we get the peak new moon point, or like the days afterwards, there should be like a pivot point according to
Next full moon's July
past
10th.
behavior. There you go. So it's not too long to wait. What about the next new moon?
June 25th. So that's like 2 days
Oh,
for me.
like
6:31 a.m.
yeah, it's tomorrow for me. So yeah, new moon. Less than 24 hours away.
So you're saying we should expect chop? Is that what I heard?
I don't know if that you can't. I don't think that there's like any precise expectation. I just think that there's a few examples of like the price moving down toward a new moon, like sort of like what we've been getting, right? We've been moving down toward the new moon,
All right,
and
selling my
that the
stuff
new
off right
moon,
now. Hold on.
and that the new moon, like between the new moon and the full moon, the
But
bottom
now I'm getting
should be
headlines
found,
saying that
like a local
Iran's
low.
foreign minister does not agree to the ceasefire.
Uh-huh.
What now?
So there's
Who doesn't?
a whole bunch of conflicting reports.
Yeah, there's a lot of conflicting reports happening all of a sudden. Iran's foreign minister, it says Argagachi, I guess he's the foreign minister, says no ceasefire as of now. He's the foreign minister, but I don't know. I don't know if it's
By the sounds of it, they're playing petty games. So Iran want to say they're the ones who called the ceasefire, they called the last shot, and then Israel want to say that they're the ones who did it. That's why they're denying it.
yeah, I can see that. Oh, this is coming from his Twitter. His name is Saeed Abbas. He's a foreign minister.
Foreign minister?
Yeah, if you go to his Twitter 4 minutes ago, he's tweeted, yeah, I didn't even know this guy existed. He's saying, as of now, there is no agreement on any ceasefire or cessation of military operations. However, provided that Israel regime stops its illegal aggression against the Iranian people no later than 4 a.m. Tehran time, we have no intention to continue our response afterwards. That sounds bullish. The final decision on the cessation of our military operations will be made later. So they're just saying, like, I guess he's saying, Israel, you stop first, and then we'll stop also.
And then we'll decide
Sounds
when to.
like a ceasefire without saying it's a ceasefire.
Yeah, that's still bullish. You can check. It's his Twitter. His name is Saeed Abbas Argachi. I don't know how to say his last name. Argachi.
Gotcha. Don't know.
It's ARAGHCHI at on Twitter. Follow this guy, dude. Put his notifications on. Or AM Tehran time. That's the deadline, Israel. I'm watching Bloomberg and they're just now reporting it around the foreign minister.
What are they reporting?
Just that guy's tweet on the 4 a.m. deadline to Israel. Yeah, we're starting to get a pop now. That confirmation.
Damn.
Dude, Coinbase is either going having some liquidity issues or something. Seeing some wicks on ETH that I'm not seeing anywhere else. Wicks to the downside.
You would think that that would be like the last one to have liquidity issues, but
Yeah, or they're just stopping out big buys that just came in that put stop loss right below 2,400. Or they just wick down to like 39 or 23.9. They're the only ones that did that.
And I'm not seeing the wick.
On the mobile app, it was down to 39. So it went to like 23.94, and then it popped on that confirmation from that guy to 24.09, and then the next candle it wicked even below that down to 23.91.
Very strange.
And it popped back above 2400 again.
I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about Bitcoin. I am seeing it on ETH. I see what you're saying now.
Did anyone see this Twitter post by Andrew Tate yesterday about shorting oil and making millions because of the Iran deal? He got wrecked if he actually did it. Like he got destroyed today because oil was down bad. Or not shorting it, longing oil. Longing, sorry. If Farcoin came down and tested $1, it's bouncing at 99 cents. For being a meme coin and all, Farcoin held up pretty well. Pretty dang good. Actually, a lot of memes actually didn't bleed as much as you would typically think.
A lot of the big boys playing Fartcoin, I think now.
Yeah, I mean it's on Coinbase now too, so it's like now you got even more exposure. And I think the only listing left is that's probably why they're playing. Honestly, is Robinhood. Robinhood's listed every meme that Coinbase has listed so far. They've listed Popcat, they've listed Whiff, Pepe. I think they've listed some crazy ones that really don't even really have that much backing. Can't remember the name. I think it was that Peanut one. Peanut. They have not listed Fartcoin yet.
How dare you? Peanut is the future of finance.
Yeah, Peanut. I think I'm looking. I'm logging the Coinbase right now to check which one it is, but they've listed every meme that Coinbase lists so far.
But dang.
They listed Pudgy Penguins, Popcat. Oh yeah, it is. It's Peanut the Squirrel, and they listed Mew, Cats in a Dog's World, and Moodang. They got Moodang on there too. Moodang. That's Drew's go-to.
Okay.
It's only time until they list Fartcat. Not Fartcat. Fartcoin.
Fartcat. All right, that's it. We're making it.
That's the new meme, dude.
Fartcat.
Launch it. And I wish I would have got Moodang down there. Yeah, I tried to get it. I just got stopped out to the point where I just stopped wanting to try again. Need to go one more time. I would have caught it.
Damn, bro, it's gonna be harsh on your rectums.
You said what? Harsh on what?
It's gotta be harsh on your rectum.
Yeah.
I've been buying whiff on the dips, and I sold it all in profit, but I didn't buy this time, and I was just a little worried because it's been so erratic, and it was a pretty good dip, and so I bought some more not as risky ones, and I'm just the 20 almost 22% stare me in the face like you know. Push-ups.
She's pretty. It's the same model and everything. Looks clean though. China just opened. So I think the last uncertainty is Israel. Like, I haven't seen anything from Israel.
Bang, bang, boom.
Even Iran said that they're only going to agree if they stop at 4 a.m. or whatever. Israel hasn't said anything.
Yeah, that's kind of what I've been waiting for too. I mean, Trump put in there in that post or whatever, he literally said in the next 6 hours. Now, it like whenever you read it, you think in the next 6 hours in terms of okay, sure, whatever ammo you got left, go ahead and fire it off. However, when I read it, I'm like, okay, if Iran's agreed, and we've heard that, but Israel hadn't.
No, but Iran just came out and said they don't agree unless they stop by 4 a.m.
Right. Right. Interesting how that whole thing works, right?
Yeah, it's just crazy, man. I thought like
It's
when
crazy,
you
right?
when you agree to a ceasefire, everyone just drops their weapons or whatever they're doing and just goes
Not only
about
that, but Iran is the one being like, "Yeah, dog, we're good," but Israel's is like they hadn't opened the doors yet. Let the light in, man.
Yeah, dude, for real.
It's a interesting. It's a interesting. It's a interesting.
With Netanyahu, what if Trump came up with this all without running it through Netanyahu? I doubt it though, but yeah, like they should definitely responded so by now.
Oh,
Said something.
my whole thing. My understanding is that Trump was pissed at Netanyahu about what happened. Like, because I mean, Israel started dropping, but they were, under nuclear war or whatever. Okay, well, if that's the case, Israel, here we are, America. We dropped bombs. They were huge. And then now you have no reason to want to continue this. So what's the reason now? That's kind of the question. If Israel doesn't agree, well, what's the reason now? Hadn't the original problem already been taken care of?
I think it's the old "hold me back, bro" type thing. Hold me back, because Israel's like, hold me back, because they want to kick their rear, or at least put it out that, no, we got them down, now we want to kick them. I think it's part of the negotiation tactic. I don't think it's true. And I think we coordinated everything with Israel. I think we were in on it, partners, I think, but that's my personal opinion.
I mean, I think we were in on it too, but with them, but I'm saying like where we currently stand, since Israel hadn't said anything. I mean, I guess we'll just see how it plays out.
I think it's hold me back, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I think Israel's the last piece. I mean, they need to come out and say something, man, so I can figure out what to do here. I don't know to short right now. Should I take a look at some more positions? Should I add? Should I take profit? Freaking Israel, dude, holding things up.
Unfortunately, dude, I had a long at like 98.3. And then once the news came out and everything was going up, like I went to X out of all my like buys if price came back down to those places. And I X'd out of my long from 98.3. Thankfully I closed it at 105.5. Literally on accident. And
Not a bad trade, man.
nah, it wasn't. Nah, dog, it's all Gucci, dude. But yeah, I got a tight stop here, but dude. I hammered down, dog. But I got a tight stop, but I think if it goes up, it goes up, and if it goes down, it goes down. So I'm longing it, dude. But I'm like really close to my stop, too. Plus, I already made profits, so I'm okay with losing a few bucks here after accidentally Xing out of it.
When you figure the news that it's gonna come from Israel is like we agree or whatever, like I imagine them saying like no to Trump. That would just make Trump look like an idiot.
I think that
you had the reaction from the news we got today. So, I mean, the bad news was, okay, we're supposed to buy. Good news is, the good news, all right, we should probably take profits because that whole big impulse move up, you don't know if that's all going to get taken back, and you don't know if there's going to be like some weird other news that comes out. It's just like, okay, like now I'm going back down. You don't really ever know. So I think that's a better place to be taking profits than it would be to FOMO into a new long position or something. I mean, altcoins are still like fairly like decently low, but if you want to maximize, I would wait for a dip and see if there's a higher low. And I don't know. I mean, I guess it could just like skyrocket and go parabolic from here for whatever reason, but I don't think it will.
I would agree with that. But just in case it does, I just got along with a really tight stop here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to long, I'd say your stop should be tight.
Yeah, I also don't think that going parabolic with July coming in, I don't think so. Maybe stabilization of price, and remember July and August is these are dead months for the West.
No, so you were like really low. Your volume was really low.
Yeah, volume is very low during these months.
No, I'm talking about your volume on your mic.
Oh, sorry, dude. Is that better?
I mean, a tiny bit.
But volume is really low for all time.
Yeah, that's also true. That's but I mean, there was a lot of volume earlier, so it's like, okay, well, you got some good news. It's usually like buy the rumor, sell the news. Like, so I think it's a better place to take profits. I mean, it might be too strong to short. I don't know. Like, I would think that it's more of a take profit zone than like a shorting zone, but I don't know. I don't think it's really like going to new longs, or if you're going to like keep your risk management really tight. Otherwise, just wait for like a retracement. If we get some higher lows, and just long those instead.
In any case, in the shorter time frames, I mean, it does look bullish. The 50 is crossing the 800 right now. So for the price to actually just correct a bit and go down to the 50, since it's over the 800, that's fine.
Whatever, man. I'm just trying to make $2 million, dude. I'm not yelling. But if we want some micro CDA, so we haven't lost the 50 on the 5-minute yet, but we do have what appears to be 2 higher lows, or 2 lower highs so far. We're approaching the 50.
On the 15-minute,
So
the 50 is
on the,
just about to cross 800. That's super bullish. So even if it corrects and kind of meets up with the 50, if it passes the 13 here, RSI has already looked pretty good on the 15. On the 1 hour, yeah, looks like it needs a correction at 1 hour. But even in the 1 hour, it look great on the 1 hour. The MA is pointed upward on the 1 hour.
a good spot to take back would be like this 103.2 area, like 103.2, 103.3. That'd be a good area to take back. But
yeah,
there is also a vector that goes all the way down to 100,600.
Like a wick to 103,400, right? 103, a wick down to 103,400, stabilize at 103, 103,700, where the 200 is on the 1 hour also.
Yeah, I mean 103.6, I guess you could say too. Like, but that basically that whole area. But I think it would be as long as it's above 103, pretty much. Like, I think that'd be a good area to take back. If it doesn't, then we're probably going back down to,
In terms of
below
news, right?
101.
We got the good news from Trump, and then we got some doubt with Iran saying we didn't agree to anything until Israel agrees first, and they have until 4 a.m. So now that's some of the doubt. Now I guess Israel would be the last confirmation for like a completion of whatever cycle we've been in with this whole Israel-Iran thing. I mean, they haven't said anything. If they come out and say yes, then yeah, I think we go higher. But if they say anything negative towards it, yeah, we'll probably go back down and get some of that areas that you were talking about.
If it's anything negative, it'll probably come from Trump before it actually comes from Israel.
Hey, maybe he starts blaming Netanyahu. I don't know what he's doing.
No, right. If there is still a deal in the works that was 6 hours long, then I mean, that's actually my thought. It's like, okay, I'm thinking until bad news, we're bullish for at least the next 6 hours. That's kind of my thought. to hear some bullish crypto news. I got a good feeling this week. Real good feeling. We're just sitting on 105 and a penny and a zero. Oh, I guess that's a dime.
Sui looks like it wants to grind a little higher.
What's it at right now?
280.
Sheesh. Dang, dude. I can't. I mean, I knew it was going to go up and down, but I got, you know how it is, dude. You FOMO in. I mean, thankfully, I was able to make some good trades before I FOMO'd in on Sui, but now I'm just leaving the position. That's why I'm literally like, what's it at? Because I can't even look at it right now.
Well, what's your entry? It can't be that far up, right? Because it was
Well,
at 3.
I don't really actually know what my entry is because I mean, I got in around 2, like sold somewhere, bought a little cheaper. So I mean, my true entry in terms of that bag, I'm not sure,
What do you
but
think your average is?
probably around 250.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
No, I know. But my last like buy was at 4, and then it went to like 380, and I'm just like, oh, dude. Because you know how it is. It's like it's groundbreaking. Like what is it? The Dbloc says like you gotta trust it. Like it's like your foundational like crypto, like your
Your high conviction play.
yeah.
Your
Thank you. Yeah, so it was a high conviction play. So I just left it and quit looking at it. Thankfully, I quit looking at it, dude, because I would have tried to long Sui numerous times. Thankfully, I quit looking at it. Wow, that's actually interesting. My spot bag got so bad, I quit looking at it, so I didn't lose any money trying to long it whenever it went down.
Or panic sell potentially. Yeah, that's the if you can just forget it and leave it.
Yeah, bro. And then don't lose money trying to long it on the way down. Talk about a real winner. I round tripped it. How about that? Or something.
There is like a lot of bullish news that can come up towards the end of June, July. Like all the bear stuff that we've been dealing with since this first half of the year, it could almost like back to back to back just be resolved. I don't know, that would just be amazing. Like maybe a peace deal with Ukraine, Russia, a deal on tariffs. There's something else that we could do. Oh, rate cuts. Like those, imagine all 3 of those happening consecutively. The market
Yeah,
would just
dude.
be in like, I don't even
Dude,
know where
that's the thing with Trump, you know, fan of him or not of him and his action or inaction or this, that, or the other. Like if you like believe in the majority of the things that he says he's gonna do, he does them. So if you believe like in the things that he says he's going to do and he does them, that means that the only thing he has to have is the time to accomplish those goals. And so whenever Israel attacks Iran and Iran has nuclear, you know, all of a sudden you take his focus of the economy and now it turns into I've got to deal with my number one priority. So he needs time to work on the economic situation kind of thing in terms of like stable coins and tariffs because you know and all that stuff like you know that makes sense, right?
Yep.
So I'm hoping they at least give him like freaking 3 days to do some cool stuff that makes us pumpity pump, dog. All right. Just like you were saying. I have a dream. I think
right now
105 is the bottom, dude. This is the lowest we'll ever be able to buy Bitcoin until the next bear market.
feels like the market's just waiting for confirmation.
It is. Plus, China entered at 9:30, and I think that if anybody has the right to like be like have uncertainty, it's definitely China. It's like, okay, we don't buy, we don't sell. What do we do?
And a lot of these alts made a lower high too off of their April lows. I mean, some went lower. Like I think Dbloc was going through a few list of coins earlier, and some just a lot of gaming coins they made new lows. And some of these other coins actually made a higher low. So maybe there's also like a reshuffling of capital going on right now. Or a hint of at an alt season, maybe summer alt season. I could feel it. I could feel it.
All right, Trump just posted. I got to see what this is about. It's on Hannity, and he always treats him like a confidant. From what I've seen, it's generally true. Let me watch.
We are literally hanging by your every word right now.
Talking about Trump, right? I'm just a guy.
Give us what we want, brother.
Oh, you meant that in a positive way. I'm trying to find the video.
Always in a
That's a
positive
good
way,
article.
man. Homosexual. Well, I'm gonna leave it right there.
Might have just been posted on Hannity.com. It wasn't like hit on his show. But he still kind of fuds Hannity too, because he told Hannity that we only dropped 6 bunker busters. And then that's what Hannity reported. So, like, generally with Hannity and Trump, and I don't follow Hannity or anything like that. It's nothing like that. It's just that generally he like gives him more information than anybody else, but it's still not the complete and total truth. It's so funny to like watch this man. It's like, dude, you're a dog, dude. It's like not funny, but it kind of is.
Yeah, Trump's just posting articles now about basically giving him some props. These
Yeah.
articles like talking positive about him.
Yeah, it seems like the only thing that it really does is like encapsulates the past 12 days, I guess.
Yeah, this is
At
something
least
I
in a
learned
positive light.
that foreign minister of Iran 40 minutes ago. He said the military operations are for our powerful armed forces to punish Israel for its aggression continued until the very last minute at 4 a.m. Together with all Iranians, I thank the brave armed forces who remain ready to defend our country to the very last drop of blood. So until the very last minute. So it looks like Iran, they've wound down. They're done. Last minute, 4 a.m. So now it's Israel, bro. Where's Israel?
Where did you read that? I want to read that. Where did you read that?
Uh, it's on his Twitter account. It's the
What's his
foreign
name?
minister of. I just closed it one sec.
Sorry, dude.
His
Do I just
his
type
at
in?
is
Yeah.
ARAGHCHI. His name is Saeed Abbas. I can't pronounce his last name. Argachi or something.
That was a really good. I don't know if that's right, but if it's not, hell of an effort. I wonder if maybe that's why Israel's waiting. I mean, that'd be a positive way to look at it, is because the Iranian guy's saying that they waited to the last minute. So therefore, Israel has to wait to the last minute by default, right? I mean, that would seem like the thing to do.
Well, yeah, in his original thing, Trump said Israel and Iran agreed to a complete ceasefire in 6 hours. So 6 hours from, I think he dropped that news around 6 p.m. So that's midnight Eastern time.
You know, those missiles that Iran, I mean, all this is like alleged and stuff. I want to know there, but all these missiles that like Iran shot, and some of them did get through into Israel. But Israel like started it, right? I mean, in terms of at least fire, allegedly. I mean, just allegedly, I guess, per narrative. And Israel, excuse me, um, sorry, I saw blue candle. My mind went sideways. But so the bombs got through into Israel. So basically, to me, it's like, oh, we didn't think anything could get through. Well, it did. We saw that allegedly. And therefore, that would mean that Israel could theoretically be toast without us. Because before it was always, oh, well, Israel has America and everybody else, but they also have the Iron Dome. It's like, well, you kind of outmanned it once. It's not like you can't do it again. And not only that, it's not like you can't do it again without nuclear. So, you know, if Iran is serious and wants peace, then come on, Israel. What would Jesus do?
We're gonna go through 106. I don't think we're gonna pop 106 this round, or just go at it.
I don't think so, but could be wrong. Very well could be wrong.
I was thinking of taking profits once it got back up there. I'm in some alts, but you know, they follow Bitcoin. So I was kind of looking at 106 going, maybe I should take some alt profits around that time.
I mean, there's kind of like a bull flag type of thing on the 5 minute. I would think there would be some retracement, but then again, BTC always does crazy things.
I think that on all of this stuff. That's why I'm wondering, thinking about taking profits. But man, it's hard to pull a trigger when it's like we're so down that it
Yeah,
needs to
I
go
mean, it
further up.
sucks, but it's like if you're selling it for higher than where you bought it, then we're all set anyway.
Yeah, I've done pretty well. I mean, I should take some profits, but man, it's hard.
No one ever went broke taking profits.
Do that.
It does seem like there's people trying to short it. We might get like one more pop to the upside, but it might just double top up there. I don't know. That's sort of the most bullish thing I see playing out. But I would think that there's going to be a retracement at some point soon, like tonight, to fill in some of the up move.
If it did get past 106, what's the next level? Like 107.7-ish?
Oh, 106.5 is definitely going to be another level though. Well, mainly 106. I mean, the next serious level you'd have to contend with would be like 108.8. Maybe 109 area. But we haven't really broken this like daily downtrend yet. Or, yeah, I mean, call it daily. It's been going down for like over a month, so I would think it doesn't put in a new high. I would think it maybe does go up over the next week or two. It then comes down again afterwards. You're looking at it on a longer time frame, but I don't know if it will go up to 106 immediately. You might have to come back down a bit and then push past 106. And if we make a higher high above like 106.5, let's say, then we definitely have a
Man,
good
whoever
chance
shorted
of at least
oil,
reaching towards the
whoever shorted
highs.
oil made a lot of money today. Oil just dropped 16.5%.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as the ceasefire was announced, it just went up free fall. Yeah.
Did you notice gas prices today?
Gas, no. I was looking at oil, gold, and silver today.
No. Well, I just meant like I didn't know if you were like on the road, like in your local area. Just for the record, not actual charting. Ours was up so freaking much. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, and Trump did make a comment about don't raise oil prices, blah blah blah. But it was up like 30 cents around us. It's like, bruh,
Already
yeah,
gouged.
yeah, they're just gouging, dude.
That's crazy. They were speculating, so they private entities raised the price in your area. That's crazy.
Oh, dude, everybody did. That's why I was wondering if you were on the road. Like, I'm just wondering if it was around me or did anybody else notice that?
Yeah,
Because
gas are still okay in Asia.
okay, well, yeah, dude. Well, America's so freaking, dude. That's the thing, dude. We get
30 cents. That's too much, man. That's crazy.
Oh, dude, it was probably even more than that. I was being conservative, honestly, with 30 cents. But it's just crazy, man. If they could just I just wish they'd get rid of like stuff like that, you know? It's like you got all this regulation and you already tax it, and then you're gonna allow those people to gouge it. Anyway.
Yeah.
Those sons of bitches.
Went down. Yeah, it went down by 16% in like a few hours. They just took us for a ride, raised those oil prices. They went long, took their profits, did a double top with a lower high on the second top, and they just threw it, took their profits, and now they're out, probably shorting it now, about billions.
All right, let me look at this chart because you seem pretty upset about this.
Your mic's kind of like scraggly or whatever, Qui-Gon. Just so you
You're
know.
scraggly. No,
I'm
thank
fine
you.
with
It's probably because my fan is blowing on it.
It's like not bad enough to like say anything, to be honest with you, but I just figured I'd mention it just so you knew.
Is this any better?
Probably.
Probably.
I think it's better. If it's not, I'll let you know.
Yeah, since the news is done, that's three legs up from last night. Ceasefire news brings us up here. Look, the 50 is not a bad area to come down to on the 15 on the lower time frames, of course.
Oh no, dude, I'd be cool with that. Come on, baby. Do your thing, Biddy. Just don't hit my stop.
Where's your stop at?
In between 105 and 0. You know what I mean? Oh, let's go.
Oh,
It's somewhere near the 618 and the 0.5.
okay. Of this entire of this trend.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, you're okay. So it's around 103.
Oh yeah. Cause I had a long from 98.3 to 105.5. I accidentally
Yeah.
closed it and then I opened it back up at 105. So
Oof.
I'm cool with losing a little bit because if it does go up, I mean, I see it freaking tanking. Big sales there. Not.
Yeah, the news is done. I mean, if ceasefire is a ceasefire, that's good.
Well, now they're saying IDF identifies missiles launched from Iran short a while ago.
Yeah, I think Iran just wants to do a little more before 4 a.m. Hmm.
Missiles going down on the chat.
Yo, Is that you guys to where are you getting this info from that quick? You just already following these people?
No. That's
I
someone
think
else.
it was it was me. No, I think I was saying earlier. I structured my Twitter that just follows like all the top like news people. That
Yeah,
just usually just
how did you do that?
I have a tracker also.
I like over like a year of just researching like who has the fastest news people.
Oh,
The
okay.
biggest one is just
It's not like a simple change. It's like takes
Yeah.
time. I got you.
But the biggest one is this
It's
guy named
sometimes it's good to follow like
Financial
sometimes it's
Juice.
good to
At
follow
Financial
CNN and all
Juice
these like,
is the
yeah.
if you follow this one account, he or they, it's probably it's like a entity, but it's called Financial Juice. They're usually probably the fastest people out of everything, and they cover everything from like
Dude,
anything
Financial
global.
Juice is good. They're like
Yeah,
lightning
Financial
fast.
Juice is really fast.
Yep. It's also good to follow certain journalists. Certain journalists who are at like they are at the scene. So they're actually faster. There are some people that like you could follow that like they get the info. They're the guys that pass the info to big media.
You know what's crazy about that? There was the before the bombers started headed towards Iran to do it. There was there's another account that follows Zero Hedge. Zero Hedge, it's good for news. It's maybe not the fastest. He's usually a little bit delayed, he or they, whatever. But he had posted there was an account that actually was one of the first Twitter accounts to see those planes because he lived in Missouri and he tweeted just saw like a bunch of bombers fly overhead, not sure where they're going. And that was like I think almost like 14 hours before the attack. So that was like the attack was on Saturday. He tweeted that like on Friday morning or something when they were because they flew those F2 bombers or whatever. I guess they're housed in Missouri, and he tweeted that out. He was the first account.
Trump just posted.
Tyler
No.
Durden. And those were a decoy.
Yeah, the ones going to Guam were decoys.
Mhm.
So Iran thought it was going to come from the east. They didn't know the right ones were coming from the west. They're going to go through Europe.
So this little dip here is it's still okay at this point because we're above that we're above this pivot point. Even though we're below 105,420, we're still above the 5 EMA on the 3-day line, and we're above the cross line that we need to be above. But we have fallen underneath this triangle, and we're kind of in this yellow area. But what's going on is the 30-minute time frame is heading up. So the tip of that time frame is coming up through the bottom. So that's why we're having a little bit of reversion downward while that time frame is coming up. So I'm going to show you what that looks like right here. So here's the tip of the time frame. See how that is facing upward like that. So you got the 800 on the top of the 30-minute right here. So the 5 EMA is above the 800, and then coming up from underneath that is the 200 EMA, and then the 200 MA, and then underneath that is the 50 MA, and then of course the 50 EMA is poking through the 200 EMA. See the white line there. So you've got the pivot point kind of in the middle of all these EMAs. So what's going to happen here is the price is kind of coming down to, to meet this. So we want to make sure that we can have a little time for this reversion to, to hold above this level, you know, while this move ahead in time. So sometimes you get that that movement down while we kind of level off a little bit, and you move a little bit sideways. You just don't want to have a collapse underneath that 50 MA, so that, you know, if that happens, then you come underneath the pivot, you know. So right now we're under the daily open a little bit, but the pivot point is here at about 103 757, and then the 50 MA is just underneath what number is that? 1026. So you're going to have a little bit of, you know, trouble here if we lose the 800. So if let's go to the 5 minute, and at this point you'll see that we've lost the 50 MA, and we've come underneath the 50 EMA. So we'll want to hold that, you know, we want to rise up above that level. And you can see the volume profile here. We've just fallen underneath that just a little bit. So we'll want to recover this. And so we want to look at the 1 minute to see if we've broken the structure. We have a little bit, and then you got this gap between the 5 EMA and the 800. So this is where we want to focus right now. We want to make sure that we don't fall, you know, totally underneath that 800, because that is at 103,700 down there. So we want to make sure we come up back over that 50 before that 50 falls below and pushes everything down, which would then, you know, help us lose this area back underneath this pivot. So holding above the 800 on the 30 minute is our goal right now. And at least to this 200 MA. So that level is the 1028. We want to hold here above 1028 and keep that 103. We want really to hold above 104. 104, 420 is our pivot area. We want to go from 104, 420 over 105, 420, and regain 106. 106.1 is the level that we need to be trading over, 106.1. So let's see. This line here is our 106.1 area right there, 106.129. So this is our resistance here between 106.1 and 106.7 right there, 107.9, and then this is our next little spot between 108.2 right there, and then that 109.5. So let me try to highlight that. Again, that 5 EMA on the 3-day is critical. Let's see if I can put that up. So this is that little triangle here. We got over this wedge. That was beautiful today. And now we want to hold this this triangle here. And that is this section.
Trump just posted that Iran and Israel came to him and simultaneously said peace. Anyway, he just posted that. Just wanted to mention it live.
Good. Didn't he say that a while ago that they wanted to?
He did, but he didn't say specifically that both of them came to him simultaneously.
Oh,
or whatever.
So he's
there was more
reaffirming
to
that
it.
they want peace.
Yeah,
Okay.
there is more, a little bit more to it. I knew the time was now. The world and the Middle East are the real winners. Both nations will see tremendous love, peace, and prosperity in their futures. They have so much to gain and yet so much to lose if they stay from the road of righteousness and truth. The future for Israel and Iran is unlimited and filled with great promise. God bless you both.
Well, that sounds
So that's
good.
yeah, that's really good because I was about $16 from my stop loss. Let's go, baby! Pump, 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 pump.
Good for you. $16 is wow.
Yeah, no, hey, thanks. But I was watching you very intently, so please go ahead.
No, it's all right. But check that. I mean, really, we are right at that 5 EMA on that 3-day. That is beautiful, lovely. We need to hold that. We need to rise up over that and not lose that.
Hey, BJ.
You're welcome.
Hi, hi. I was hoping I could. I've been playing around with these Fibonacci channel kind of like.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think I found some correlation. I'm cleaning up my chart really quick so I can. It's not so busy. But I was gonna send a screenshot over and ask kind of what you think, or however we can do that. However,
Sure.
I can put it in general chat. I just didn't, want to make assumptions off it, so I knew I was using the tools right. That's why
Sure.
awesome.
You want to do your screen live and I'll look at it while you do it, or are you comfortable with that?
I'm sorry, I accidentally hung up. What did you say?
Would you like to show your screen live, or are you comfortable with that, or would you rather do a
Yeah,
screenshot?
I can do that. It's just off my phone. Here we go.
I mean, if you'd rather wait till another time, or we can do a screenshot.
No, that's totally fine. If you got the moment,
I sure do.
I'm happy to share screen.
While he's doing that, how you feel about XRP, BJ?
Oh, XRP did a great job recovering today, and it went. Let me quick run to that chart. If you give me a second, I can change my screen. I was fishing all day today, so I'm just getting in now. So I have not. Pardon me?
Did you catch anything?
I did. I caught some crappie, some bass, and just cooked it up. It was delicious.
You're giving away your location with fish like that. Plus, you didn't say crappie, so that means you from near me.
Where's near you?
Directions to heaven.
Georgia. I guess your name or whatever does say Florida, to be fair.
Well, I am now in Kentucky, and I was fishing on the Green River Lake today.
Oh, no way.
Yep.
Wow.
It was absolutely beautiful. I'll put a
It is
picture.
beautiful. It
Oh,
is.
it was just stunning. I saw some ducks. I saw a couple herons. We saw some deer on our way out.
It'd be pretty hot and humid today there, though, huh?
Oh my feet turned into lobsters. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was hot. We had to find some shade because I put some sunscreen on, like lathered it, and it didn't really matter. Here I was supposed to change my screen, and I started talking and I forgot what I was doing. Okay, change my
No, that's
screen.
fine. I'm fixing. I have to undo because I somehow lost my Angular fibs that I had set up.
Oh,
But
okay.
basically, we're coming up on. I mean, it depends on what Bitcoin wants to do, but it looked to me like we're coming up on the trend line that we've been on, the upwards trend that we've been on since April. And I don't really know what all I can do with that information, but I was kind of curious to see if I am looking at this right. Oh,
Okay, well, I can show you where mine are, maybe. I don't know if that'll help you.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess for starters, are there specific like rule sets to using the fib trends or fib channel tools, or is it kind of just the same as a regular fib, but on an angle?
The fib channel, I should get a clean. I started with a new chart, or I put a different chart, high drawings. Okay, so the channel. Okay, so the channel is, I tend to use the channel when you are in a break, this way, when you have a spot that goes this way. Oh shoot, I need to have a chart that doesn't have all these other, but a channel would be where you have a downward, you can go this, it's not going to work when I have all this other stuff, because nobody's going to be able to see what I'm doing. So I'm going to
Yeah,
have
I
to
think
start
I can,
another,
I
I'm going
can
to have
just
to start another.
follow with the voice or whatever's clever for you.
Yeah, so I'll start another chart, where I can show where I would put that. But it there's a specific time and a place where you would put a channel downward, and it wouldn't be here necessarily, this part. You could put it, see, on this line, because and then it would work this way. Yes, you could put a channel like that, actually, and actually it would work right here. You stick it on this line right here, and it works. Yeah, it
And
does.
I was thinking that it is definitely more usable kind of to make a grid on like daily charts. Since
Mm-hmm.
it's one
Well, I
candle
do. Yeah.
per sector. So like you like it kind of, if the trend exists, right, then you could still potentially close and be looking at fibs from different angles is what I was thinking. But um
Yeah,
yeah,
this definitely works on this 3-day.
cool.
Yep, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, because I've been kind of just playing around with it and exploring. I like to tinker. That's kind of how my brain works. And I've just been finding a lot of correlation in the last couple of days, and I don't know if that's because we've just been in these, kind of constant swings up and down, uh, or if that's just like those correlations are always there. But I've definitely been finding it useful for helping me kind of grid things out with a minimal knowledge of the tools.
So you're right. There are different places where the different tools work better than others. Now, I like the fan, the resistance fan, but I'm developing this snowflake pattern, and I'm having a lot of confluence with this. So I'm in the works of trying to write that book on this pattern.
Yeah, you've been talking a lot about the snowflake and using it as kind of a predictive tool. Yeah.
Yep. And look at this. I have this 3-month. I put this just now. I put it on a monthly, And check it out. Look at that. I haven't even looked at this before, but it's kind of amazing. Wow. So this fib, look, this arc, look at that. This is the daily, and this is that line that we need to meet here. That's pretty incredible right there. This is I hadn't even looked at the monthly and forever. And this is the pattern that I drew out. Now I just threw this is the pattern that I drew out, and where I found the path for what we were going to do today. And I look at where price is, and look at that. This was my wedge. It's pretty amazing. And then, oh my goodness. Sometimes, I mean, I just kind of get speechless sometimes, but anyway.
Yeah.
So, so this is our, oh wow, we just threw that on. Okay, so when I played with this 864 minute, this is how I found the path for today's move. And when I came on earlier, and we reached this, see, this is the line, and price went right to that arrow, that tip. I have a picture of it in the chart channel. Went right here, exactly to this tip today. And I was stunned. I came on, I was like, what the heck? It went there perfectly, perfect. And the pivot, it was 105, 420. So it's amazing stuff. I don't know how else to say it, but it is. And then yeah, so this was the this little wedge triangle, and yeah, here's this time frame. Look at that. And then here's the second little triangle that I drew. Then yeah, we had to hit this, and I came on earlier today and I talked about these two dotted red lines that we had to cross on the 4 hour. Now, you asked me to do that channel, right? Just now, and I threw it on, and this is that line. Look, and let me go back to the monthly, and look at where that hit, right? Exactly there. Put it back. It was, now this is that 4 hour curve. Right here, see it? Right here. Right there. So now I have this chart on the monthly. You see how it takes the price, and it scoops it up from this point right there. And brings it from this. Look at how perfectly that curves around that area right there. And this channel fib that this is what we just put on. That's amazing. right here.
Yeah.
Okay, and now this is the new curves, this green. And that hugs right underneath here. And that will when we get over that, that'll pull the price up to above in the snowflake. You know, that is around this major, this is the major one. So we were right in this spot. We had to get over that particular line. We were in the in the armpit, and we had to get over that tiny little spot in order to beat that downtrend right there. Right. Oh, we were in that armpit, and we had to get out of that. It was really something. So and we had to go up this triangle right here, this one, this up this. See, and remember this spike from front. This is that triangle. This we had to come up the bottom of this and hit 101.864, that line. And we couldn't fall underneath 99.78. This was this scoop, this right here, this one. You see, it popped up right there. Where is
Yeah,
it?
that
Yeah,
led.
this. Okay, so it was that plus the curve. I mean, y'all think I'm crazy, but there's the curves are so important. Then when we had that dip, there was a fib curve. I have pictures of that where they were going see how this goes this way, the purple
Yeah, that spiral.
right here, this one.
Yeah.
Okay, so on the lower time frames, it was going this way, curving this way like this. See how these meet right there? That right there. Okay.
Yeah.
So on the earlier time frames, that was hugging the pole this way, like an ear going from concave. Now look at how that goes like that way, diagonal. Downward and to the right. See, if you have your your screen up into fours, you know, you have a crossbar, and when you cross the time that it takes a candle, when you run out of time that way, you have to get over that arc on a curve, right? The candle has to come up over the top and then start over here. And if it doesn't get over a curve, then it gets knocked down, right? And if you go below there, then that's bearish. All right. But now watch what happens when I'm on a monthly. Watch what happens to all of this structure when I go down and a difference of time frame. I got to hold this constant. So I'm going to put it on visual front. Okay. So and look at how see how this stops here. Okay, so this is on a monthly, so this is between May and June. Okay, so June is here, but then June ends, you know, and if I move this over, the candle for June, or here's May ends here. Then you have May. Okay, so here's the middle of the candle, right? You see what I mean? Here's May. That's the middle of it. So you have the wick is here, but your sides are here and here. That's why these seams play an important role on this candle, right? Now, you see this space? There's a gap between this seam on the month and this seam. and then these arms, okay, and then you got this wedge right there, right? Then this candle ends on that side. Then you have that, see that space? There's a gap there. Then you have an angle down on that fib channel, like we just talked about. Then look at that big space right here between 102.5 and then down here. What is that? 88. See what I'm talking about? And now that snowflake, see how that has a bottom right there? And I have 4 hour. Now this, here's the candle between, here's, what do we, May, and now the June candle is here. Where is it? Where's the candle? Where the heck is the candle? See how I got my, here's that wedge, right? So where does the candle sides go from here to here? Now notice how these angles go this way. Now I'm going to put it on, well, how many weeks? Let's put it on a weekly, since this is monthly. Let's put it on 3 week and see how the spaces are different. Okay, so here's the edge, right? Now here's the gap, right? Here's the edge. Here's the candle wick, right? Here's the pole. Here's the edge of that. So you have a space, you have an edge. Now here's the arc up here. Now here's the channel. So this is on a 3 week. Now let's look at the 3 day. See how that's different. Here's the candle, edge. Here's the pole, the week. Now, where does that pole land? Look at what you have. You have a pole, and on there, here was the end of the week on this projection, right? This is how you find your timing, because the different time frames have a pole, they have the candle sides, and there's a space in between. That's how you find your gaps. That's why the 4 hour always has this triangle of doom, because we trade, and a lot of times on the 5 a minute, the whatever, and then there's these times when the sides have there's a gap in between of the candle bars, because the wicks. Now when I that's the 3 day. Now let's go without all this stuff so you can see what I'm saying. Okay, so candles. Okay, so here's the edge of a candle. Here's the edge of a candle. Now, then you look at when they close, open and close. Here, you go straight down. Okay, so when is that closing? When is that opening? Now, you go to your 30 minute, and you see, okay, where is that opening? Where you look at the edges and the time. Okay, now you go down to the minute. So then you try to find confluence. Okay, where in my chart where am I gonna see that there's a gap, right? Okay, so okay, so this is what we were talking about. Okay, so see now on the 3 days, see how that ring is like this way. Now our price is here. Let me put that back. Okay, so our price went up here. Now it's here. We don't have this ring on this side to help us. We're not in that ring anymore on this 3-day. Okay, this arc is still part of our chart. So is this. Okay. But time-wise, we're not part of this one anymore on the 3-day. Let's see, on the 30-minute, are we part of that? No, we're past it. But the other day, I wish I could have that picture of that chart. I wish I could bring it up. But when we dipped here, okay, you can see it this way. When we dipped here, there it is. Okay. We went underneath. We didn't have that as a support anymore, and we fell through the bottom. See, we didn't have that anymore. So when we hit that this level here, we fell out the bottom, and you can see that on a picture that I put. What is that number? 1016, something like that. But it was on one time, I think the 4 hour, whatever time frame it was, when we fell out of the bottom there at 99,278. Like this, there it was, right there. And at that point, okay, that was where we lost that support. Okay, so now then we rose up, then we got back into it. Okay, and then we can come up because there was a movement to the, whatever you call this, counterclockwise. Okay, up the fib ring, and you can see that then we can got into that tip. Now that goes back to what I was saying. This comes across that here. You can see that what do you call this curve? Okay, that curve, and right here is where we are now. Then this is here. It's hard sometimes to keep track of it all, but you fall on this seam, and then look at that. It's like a little bridge.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. This little curve acts like a binder. You see that? How it pulls this chart together again. You fall down, and you could fall through this seam right there, and it's like a puzzle. It pulls it back together, and it happens. It's so weird how it's like glue. It brings you from this point here where we could have fallen from 100. This number, it's amazing. We could have fallen right through there, back all the way down, but we didn't. Right through this hole, right? And that could have taken us to 96. It's amazing how right there, boom and boom, right through that seam. But this little bridge was there. Okay. Now, okay. And it never ceases to amaze me. So that little curve right there was something else. Okay, then we didn't then we didn't hold that. All right. But we came up on this one. This, with this was a bridge here. Okay, now we're here. Oh, okay. So, my point is that this is how one way to look at stuff is to see where these seams are, and they play a huge role in your direction.
Yeah, yeah, it's sort of so like that was kind of when I started playing with the fib trims. I felt like I was having a BJ moment, like I was like sitting there, and because I started to see by making this sort of grid, and I was playing a little bit with the speed circles too, but those I still just barely understand that. But I started to see the the charts in more of like 3D, where it's I have my
Isn't that
X, my
cool?
Y. Yeah, it's like I have my X, my Y. So I have movement, I have up and down, right? Price action. But then it's almost like I'm beginning to see a little bit into the fabric of price action over time. And so
Yep.
this is kind of what I was looking at earlier, and like it was kind of accidental because price action had gotten slow, and I was like, okay, well let me take a look at what I could see with the way I have this fib set up, and I'm trying to fix because I somehow messed up um my angles. Oh, there we go. I think that should fix it. Yeah, I messed up my angles a little bit, but I had basically two fib channels that like were um what's the word, so they made a perfect cross, right? And so that kind of made my grid. And when looking at these, I found a lot of confluence. I mean, on the daily, but even on the smaller time frames, I found tons of confluence as well, which that surprised me a bit. I was kind of expecting it more just to be um applicable for macro movements, but I guess it's all part of the kind of smaller movement at the end, right? So um but what I found was when I was looking, and this was when we were watching it, trying to figure out if it was going to keep pumping, or like kind of where we'd stop and turn back. And essentially, um it's easier to see on the daily here, but I found that w- w- I was having confluence between the fib levels on my chart that I was using. Let me pull those up really quick. Um, yeah, so I pulled a couple of fibs off of that big candle, the daily candle, but on the 30-minute, it was like the larger candle on the first upswing. And um trying to figure out where it might stop, and just to not let it you know pull the rug from underneath me while I wasn't paying attention. So kind of right here is where I noticed that my what is this, my my fib must have got. Oh, my fib's off because because I'm on a different time frame. But it was my 382 on the 30-minute for the larger move, and the larger move being a Fibonacci retracement that I pulled from the top of all-time highs down to the bottom of the most recent candle on the daily, the one that we've been pumping today. And that lined up, I kind of traced it up through this pocket to try to see where it went. And that brought me over to my angular fib, or my fib channel. And I was like, I don't know why, but there seems to be a lot of, confluence. And I started tracing it back. And it was this one right here, this where this green line that I have is.
Yes.
And that brought me back all the way to April, to the beginning of the pump,
Yes.
which I was thinking about it, right? And it's, a bit of a similar, I mean, it's not the same, but a bit of a similar setup in terms of, we had a first bottom and then a second bottom with a big candle, right? And same thing here. So essentially, I was theorizing that, I still don't know how we get there and how long it's going to take. But essentially, if we can hit that green line, right, which, it less likely, I was like hoping we could kind of get closer to it tonight, but I don't think it'll be tonight. And this will probably be a couple weeks, uh, because as
But,
we're
okay, because
slowing down.
I can't see your numbers because it's small because my screen is really little.
Yeah, let
Can you
me
tell me
put this
what
up.
that green line would be?
So I'll tell you 1 second. Um, and I'll also increase the size of my fonts. All right, so the green line, and basically the way I have it mapped out is the one that has the numbers off to the left here, that's going at a upward angle to the right, so going with time, right? I call that my X fib, right? Because that's kind of like my X axis. And the one that is giving me my more vertical diagonal lines that are going up and to the right, with the numbers on the bottom, that's my Y fib, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then this other, regular fib, that's my all-time high. So essentially the correlation was, we stopped zero, zero is where it started because that's how it started out. If we went straight sideways, that would bring us to 2 on my bottom, or on my Y fib. And that would, if we went straight up, that would bring us to like, I mean, it's unrealistic, but it would bring us to R4 on my XFib, which is 132.48. And that's not super important, but the target that I'm talking about would be if we could get to, and depending on how long it takes, right? And if we do more dipping, which we definitely could, because we are in this kind of shorter term, downtrend on the macro, but it's going to eventually become a macro uptrend, right? Um, or should become that. But it's this green line is on my y-axis. That is my 0.5. And so essentially, we'd have to push through my 0.5 on the X, which I took the numbers off just because it was getting cluttered, but I'll pull that up really quick. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, and please talk over me if you need. I know we've got price action, so.
So your 132 is not off. Your 132 is a fairly, decent number. I mean, 120 right after between 124 and 132 is, I mean, that's there.
Yeah, and I
So
just don't know if we have the momentum for tonight, though, or at least right
not
now.
tonight. No, not
But
tonight.
over the next few months, so that was kind of like my bottom range is like 127, and the top of my range that I was able to get so far, or to see as feasible, is like 167 for the top of the bull. Um, but I was trying to kind of like get an idea of if I can use this as a not a tight predictive tool, but more of a generalized predictive tool, which will give me kind of these levels where it's like, okay, if we don't make it up past, 111,959 per se, right? Like we're probably going to drop down XYZ, it'll be a couple days of consolidation, that kind of thing. Where I'm trying to start to think about it and with the if then, so that if something happens, I'm not so kind of surprised and shocked. But my theory was because that trend line is close enough. Now it's it's going to get further away as time goes on. However, that to me, that as long as we don't have something catastrophic that makes us dump out of this kind of downtrend floor we have right here, right? Um, I think it's only ultimately going to magnetize us up, and that's where price wants to go. That's where the market sees it. That's where sentiment is over time, at least for the long-term investors. I should say, the longer term or more macro sentiment is there. But my hope was if we could have broken through at least to the 618 on this bigger move today, right? Which I don't think that's going to happen today. And that's totally fine. But that might get us up to our 786. That would have put us at my pink line, which is on my my 786 for the X or the Y axis. 786. If we could have rode that up, that would have brought us to my my 1618 or under my 1618. So I was kind of if we had kept moving, my target would have been somewhere around between 111 and 115, possibly even making all-time highs. Although I'm kind of glad we didn't do that today, because I think that would have meant a longer wait before we actually hit real highs, because I don't know if we had the market ready for kind of price discovery. And I think that could have sent things a bit into a panic. But yeah, I basically, I guess I got excited. I had a moment where I kind of was like, it's like the first time I really felt engaged with, especially with the macro chart. And then, some of these tools that I don't play with, and I love the wheel. I just don't really know how and where to apply it yet. But I do like the idea that it has these curves that shift as you move, which to me seems like it would be really good for adjusting or considering momentum while you chart and time shifts or over time, I guess.
The fib circle, yes, I love the fib circle.
Yeah.
The fib circle is great for a transition zone when you're at a seam and you end and you're at a beginning. Where you're out of one fibs, I kind of call it like a series. So if you're at one pivot and you're beginning anew, so like if I'm at a pivot point, like for instance, like right here, and I know that my next zone is between here and let's say the 1083, I would take right now a fib circle and put it on this spot here at the bottom, and I would put it through this seam, and it would create a hierarchy between for a top and a bottom, similar to what this resistance arc is over here, and it would kind of take the place of a snowflake in a way from that the previous, because we've gotten out of that macro. It would kind of be overkill from what I've got, but I could show you in a way so I would do it right here at this bottom, and I would take it up to my so you have this this dashed line here, and I would put that on my angular, right? So if I know my angle is coming up to this point right there, and I needed to go along that 5 EMA on the 3-day, I would match it with my top line there. And yeah, and so that would coincide with that.
Oh, so you use the curvature of the EMA to kind of give you that natural curving fluctuations in the market to be able to align yourself and figure.
Yeah, I used the 45-degree, and I usually have that measured out on my square. And then I've already got that target already laid out. As you can see here, this is already there. That's already there. My pivot's already there. So I've really already got it out. And then this would be just an added, and then it gives me already now my zone underneath here, and it just confers my lines, right? And it gives me my pattern.
Right. It's kind of like a guardrail that when
Yep.
you're moving through these things and trying to analyze everything, you have.
Yep.
You already kind of know where. Yep.
Yeah. So here's my 4-hour line that we drew. We drew that this morning when we were talking. We're right there. Okay, so let's go now to that 3-day. Okay, so where did our circle go? It's right. Okay, so there's the channel that we drew a little while ago. Here's my fib spirals from before. Here's my, this is the all-important line right here. Here's what we got over today. Here's the ear on the 3-day, and here's our new seam, or here's our new fib circle that we just drew right here. Now, look here how that matches. That gives us our center. I have to pull this slower because
Because it shifts while you zoom, so that makes your computer go crazy.
it's trying to digest all this new information, I guess.
Yeah.
So what's happening is that our price is it's going to have to try to go up and over the midpoint here. And what we want is to come up over the top of that arm of that snowflake. We don't want to go below here because our midpoint here would need to match above 3 o'clock. So above 3 o'clock on that fib spiral would need to match this this line. So you can see how our X is here and here, and how our ribs of that X match that. So we need to be following this angle up, and which means we need to be over 1025 what's that line here? 10 one, no, that's not right. So this point is, yeah, the 105,420 is our pivot. So to make the next high, we would need to go over 109 to 115. And then our high up here is this this dashed line right there. That's our measured move right there. And that's our center point. That would be 121. Yeah. And then 121 takes us the next arc up there is 132 and 131.9, which is what your number was, remember? And then the next circle up there is your 138. And then see, here's my target, 138.8. Look at that, remember? And 146.6 up there is your 138.5 and 157. Now I already had 157 over here. Remember? And 146.6. Somebody's got their, what you call it? Look at here, I had 157 too.
You got open mic.
180, 376. So
Mm.
all of that makes a lot of sense already. Just by doing that, it kind of just makes it all make sense. And that is the top of this wedge here, 179, 180,000. 180,000 matches this 179.1, right? You go across that arc and across this arc, and these are fib lines right here. This, like that. And there's 180. So it's all getting confluence.
Yeah.
This is our midline right here, and that's our bow tie. Fall, and here's our arc right there. So this is our 3-day time frame. So let's go to our daily. Now here on our daily, this was our peak up here, or on this one. All right, so this angle up here. You see how the top of the ribbon was going up that green fib line right there,
Yeah.
and how the 50 EMA went up that side right there. Now, and the
Just
other,
confidence with this pathway.
yeah, the other side went up, followed that, and here's that pink arc. All right, so that pink arc is what we cross up here. So when we, if price is right here and we beat this angle, which we're sitting right on the edge of it right there. We get to the top line of this arrow here. And we cross the 109,669. That's that green line there.
Right.
That gets us
Sorry. Go ahead.
exactly right. There it is. Now meets that crossbar. So we push along that angular there. And that line becomes right there, 109,238. So if you notice here, this curve, you have to get there to there. And that takes you to this 118, or just under that, or if you go across. Previous, okay. So do you see how this price is right on the edge of that fib circle? Isn't that amazing that we just did?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm just keeping myself muted because I think someone's got an open mic. But yeah,
That is freaking amazing. I didn't sit
Yeah.
there and do that. That's already there. It's amazing.
Yeah. I found it very relaxing today when I was doing this because it was like the market was slowing down a bit. There's a bit of confusion, or not necessarily confusion, but the market wasn't quite sure where it wanted to go, and just like even just a little bit of data I had in front of me was like I was finding all these points of confluence over different timelines, and it started to bring me back to like the first time I was in this channel and I saw one of your charts and you started explaining it, and it's beautiful honestly because it changes the perspective by which I see um the price action and the market structure. in
Mm-hmm.
time, and
Yep.
it's absolutely fascinating. I appreciate everything you share with us.
It is so fascinating. It really is.
And it's like I would imagine that how your charts end up like this. It's like you get into. I mean, I'm at baby steps, but it's like I get into this like flow state where I am just like I am engaging with the chart. Like and
Mm-hmm.
it almost becomes intuitive, right? It doesn't mean that I'm
Yes.
gonna predict everything correctly, but it's like I start to see the intuitive connection between how markets flow and I guess human psychology, right?
Yes.
Or is really what I'm looking at. But it's yeah.
You're exactly right. It becomes intuitive. Yes, you see things in a different way. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it becomes almost like you find a rhythm. You find it's hard to explain, but it becomes exciting and I don't know. There's a heartbeat in it. It's amazing. It really is. I see Bitcoin and the charts as almost a living thing. Uh, uh, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's like realistically or honestly, if we get down to brass tacks, it kind of is, right? It is kind of the most true. I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to like get too much in the pseudo of it, but it's like probably the most accurate representation of like the human collective um moving in concert and in chaos with each other, right? It's just we're kind of like watching. That's kind of what we're doing. We're watching the charts. We're watching um, humanity interact and thrive through a digital asset, and
Yep,
you can like feel it. You feel it when the market's scared, and you feel it when you know. Uh,
you
and
do.
yeah,
It's almost like
mm,
the heart flutters, and you can see it on the charts.
Yes.
yeah,
Yep. Oh my gosh, you guys. I tell you what. Mm.
yeah. I really appreciate everything you know when you share your charts, DJ. Because it definitely opened my eyes even really early on to um kind of make me feel to inspire me to just kind of sit and sit with the charts and instead of trying to force it to like kind
Yep.
of
Let it
yeah,
talk to you. Yes. And let the trade come to you. Don't force a trade. Yeah.
yeah,
'Cause it'll show you its direction. It really will.
yeah, I appreciate it.
And I you find the path. I don't I'm not kidding you. I um I found that path the other night to where we are, and I even just texted Donnie, and I showed him the chart, and I said, "Here, I just found the path of where Bitcoin's going. You see this arc? I drew this arc by hand. I drew this other line by hand. You can look at them. It's uh, you'll be able to do the same thing. This arrow, this is where it's going. It, and I don't say that because I'm trying to be arrogant. That's not it. I'm just trying to say that there's a rhythm, and this I drew myself. You'll find it. You'll see it.
Yeah, I think that's what why I really connected with these fib trends in the first place was it felt more comfortable to the way that my mind processes in 3D, right? Because it sort of gave, I mean, it's almost like isometric video game. Like it gave me dimension. It added dimension and it gave me like focal points to keep an eye on. That allowed me to kind of step back from it when I wasn't sure where it was going to go, and if it dumps or if it does this, that like I could sort of see where it was going to stop because there's like this grid work and it has depth. And yeah, that's why like I'm super happy that you're on because I was hoping I'd get a chance to kind of see if I just to check my work and make sure that I'm not like completely butchering the use of the tools. But yeah,
Well,
I
there's always
definitely
gonna be like a trial. Look, I mean, there's a trial and an error, trial and error, whatever, and it's okay. And like in all of it, there's spots. I always say we're in a spot. There's a spot in which it can go, one way or another, and both directions are equally correct at times. Equally, it can go this way or that based on just a dollar or two. It's just because if it doesn't get that high enough, it's going to go down. It's just that's just at the spot it is. It's going to, it's not going to hit that. It's going to come down. If it doesn't hit there, see, if it didn't get across that line, it's coming down. It's just how it is. So once you get in tune enough to know where that spot is, if it doesn't come high enough, it's coming down. If it hits on that curve, it'll, react or not react. Depending on where that is. And one other thing is about have you ever seen those dolls that, one fits inside the other?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Russian dolls.
Yes, that's kind of how Bitcoin is on the time frames. It's kind of like they all fit together and to make the one, and then like all of the EMAs fit inside the other, and on the daily, weekly, and so on. And then once they all come together, they all fit inside each other. And once you figure that out, then you got it. But it's kind of like it's kind of like those Russian dolls, that they all fit one inside of the other to make the whole, for the direction.
Yeah.
Because it layers on top of each other, and it depends on which one's on top of the other at a certain given time. And then like if the 4 hours up here and the 1 minute's down there, then they all have to come together at that certain point. And if you know where each of them is at a given time, and then you can time it so that you know where they're all going to meet, then you figured it out. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's why I keep track of where the ribbon is, because if you know where the top of the time frame is and the bottom of the time frame is on all of them, let's see if I can get them out. That helps to get the big picture.
Right. And I think it helps if you're unsure and trying to potentially mitigate your risk, but you don't know where it's going to go, because at least you have kind of you build structure that you can see and feels more real, so that you can be like, up, it's starting to go past here. I'm going to set my stop loss here.
Right. Right. Like if you know that like you go from this point all the way down to here, sometimes it's so wide that it's amazing. And then sometimes it's a very narrow. See, like look how narrow, but this fits into the bigger one. And this fits into the 1 minute, you know what I mean? So if you know where, look at how narrow this band is. This band is so narrow. Then the 5 minute. but the range on the 5 minute is fairly wide, but the EMAs are skinny. And then you go over here to the 4 hour, you know, look at the EMA band, but the the volume band, you want to, you know, keep a look at where you might have a gap. You know, if your gap is pretty wide, that
You know what that looks like? It looks like a worm tunneling through the earth,
Mm-hmm.
dredging along. Sorry, and which like it's just dredging along. It's trying to make its way through. Cool.
Yeah. And that's the reason I like to use the lines, because I can see, okay, which way am I going?
I mean, we could do direction better. I see.
Yeah, and you got, you know, your lift, you're lifting up here. See, there's
What's going on,
you're
everybody?
lift. Yeah, sorry,
Dbloc.
Dbloc.
No, you're good. I just got back. I'm just getting back into the office. I'll be on in a second.
Hey, can I ask y'all a much simpler question?
Yeah.
So I'm trading on HBAR, and so I'm still trying. I mean, I'm still trying to get trend lines and all that. So I have a trend line drawn on HBAR, and it looks to me like it's breaking out of this downtrend. And I say that because it looks to me like it broke out once before at when it was around 18 cents here back on like the 11th of June, which is roughly, there was a few days there. But anyway, am I right that that's breaking out of the trend line slightly? And if I'm right, obviously it can come back into the trend line, but am I waiting to see if it bounces off the trend line and then goes back up? Should I not be expecting a bounce back at least to the trend line?
So HBAR went through that between the 10 and the 15 cents. Then it went from the 15 to the 20, what was it, the 23 cent?
Yeah, I'm
And
talking
then
much more macro. So my trend line's drawn from like just this latest downtrend from like May 12th to present. And I don't know if that's a short term, too short term, but it's just the latest downtrend basically. Do you see what I'm saying?
Conservative traders will usually try to do the retest, so break the trend line, retest, and trade that. And that's what, in my opinion, conservative traders do. Some breakout traders just braid off the breakout and try to follow the momentum, and they put a trailing stop loss or like try to follow it. But yeah, I'd say conservative traders do the retest and a little more degen, go straight for the breakout.
Yeah, I bought it on the V-shaped recovery, so I've actually been in to this for really just a spot bag. I just bought some, but I was really I want to know if my trend lines are right. I know that's probably asking too much if somebody wants to check it, but anyway, I just want to know
trend
if I
lines,
was.
as long as all you have to do on trend lines is to connect pivot points, the major pivot points, and they're pretty obvious on the chart. You know, you'll see wherever, like, you know, you get a zig, you get a zag. That means you get an A, you get a B line. So in between the A and the B line, that point, that apex would be the pivot point. And you just connect those pivot points on the top side and on the bottom side. The top side would be considered resistance, and the bottom side would be considered support.
Right on.
Yo, anyone that was looking at sorry to interrupt, I think Qui-Gon was looking to short it. It did just get to that 27 cent level. I don't know if it's gonna reject from it, but
And on different time frames, you know, your trend lines might not match up on, you know, you might set them up on 15-minute chart and then you go to like something smaller, it might not work out, or vice versa. So
Yeah, I've
you know,
noticed
you'll
that.
have your
Weird.
macro trends and your micro trends.
Anyway, thanks for the help, guys.
What's good, family? What I miss? Anything good?
Man, I've just been doing some dumbbells, watching the charts.
Nice.
Yeah. Partner.
Didn't miss
You
anything.
pump
We're
up the
good,
chart?
man. We're hanging $105,000.
Oh, I did just talk with BJ, and if my kind of charting is correct, and it does seem like we are not too far, and like this pump that we've had has been following the same trend line that we had starting back in April, on the April 7th and April 10th, and so just feeling pretty bullish and healthy about where we're going, and yeah,
Oh, that's good.
personally.
I'm still looking for a small retracement here to about 1041, maybe a little bit higher. Just off of the symmetrical that we broke. But we are putting in, actually it'd be nice to get a lower touch to be able to lock in this bull flag. Sort of what I'm thinking here.
Yeah, I'm glad we didn't do all the pump today and then, end up kind of falling flat for a bit.
So I'm looking to come down, clear these liquidations, hold this SR flip, hold the bottom of this bear flag, of this bull flag, and then maybe make another attempt. Either way, I got zero complaints about today. We can just sit here for the next.
I'm happy.
Yeah, we can just sit here for the rest of the night, and I'll be completely okay with it.
Today was fun.
I second that.
One of these days, we'll see dominance down at 59%, and everyone will be eating a little bit better. But it's good. I think, man, even if dominance stays here and Bitcoin keeps on pushing, as long as you got patience, and you're in the right coin, not all the alts are going to get it, but I think some alts are going to get some love, at least the good ones, pretty soon.
Yeah, you guys that are freaking out about the ongoing attacks. The ceasefire starts officially at midnight Eastern. But it's not a ceasefire. Excuse me, at midnight Eastern, Iran gets 12 hours. And they have to cease all ongoing attacks. After those 12 hours, Israel gets 12 hours to cease. If neither one of them violates in that 24-hour period, then the war is deemed over and the ceasefire is deemed in place. So these attacks that are going on are already scheduled missions. There was some allotment made for it. Basically, you guys have to stop fighting in 24 hours. Go ahead and duke it out. Don't do anything crazy. Get it out of your system.
Crazy.
And then
I heard they were all invited to a nice big dinner, and they were going to play some Bob Marley and smoke a lot of weed if they
that's
pull
what
through.
they need to. Listen, a little bit of weed couldn't hurt this situation. I'm just saying.
At least CBD, right?
Something. Pump some oxygen into the room. Something.
Isn't it weird that they agree? Well, we're just going to kill a few more, then we'll
Telling you, it's all political theater, man. Everybody's got to be allowed to save face. You hear how they're talking on TV. It's completely different than what they're doing in real time. On Iranian television, they're talking crazy. Don't think that this could ever go unanswered, and we will strike to the hand of the dragon. And they made a big deal about those attacks on the U.S. Embassies that didn't do shit. We know our side of the story. There was pre-warning of those attacks. Faculty have been moved. Equipment have been moved. These are stories that people in Iran will never hear. Unless it's from venues like, this or something.
Bro, you know this during this whole time, not the whole time, but a majority of the time, they had shut down like most of Iran's internet.
Yeah.
The Iranian citizens, they didn't even have access to a lot of stuff. It was just turned off.
You know, if you're dressed like a Westerner in a lot of parts in Iran, like, you know, if you're a female and you let your hair down and wear blue jeans, like, dude, it's pretty bad.
Well, yeah, we're not. You know, we live in a world where sovereign countries get to make their rules. That's not what we're arguing.
Now I was just thinking, like, you know, putting things in perspective, just like, you know, like how, you know, some areas are, and it's like, you know, who do we believe that they, you know, want to be modernized, not modernized, but westernized? You know, it's like
But why do
there's
they?
still part
Why
of
do
us
they
that
have to?
doesn't.
Why do they have to
That's
be
what.
though?
Well, there's ones that want to be and they can't. That's the thing. So
Well,
as a
then they got to
majority,
move to
is
the
like,
west.
well, it's easier said than done, though.
I
You
get it,
know.
but you know what I mean. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
you can't change a country for the wants of, you know. That's the way shit runs over there.
But I think that could be a narrative that the U.S. is going to use, things like that, you know, which isn't just a narrative. I mean, it's kind of true if you think about it. It's like, you know, some of these countries are still living in, like, in our perspective, which is our, you know, not like, this is all with all due respect, but some of them seems like, you know, they're living in like prehistoric times, you know, with some of this stuff, you know, it's crazy.
I would say let it be an example of why anytime you see our own government here in the United States try to trample on your rights to stand up because you're not that far away from being totalitarian. It seems that it tends over history it tends to go that way. So freedom's hard to come by and it's not free.
And there's certain
On a bit of
cities
a
in the
bright,
U.S. that if you do decide to cover yourself as a woman, and if you do decide to walk around modestly, you're also treated a certain way.
yeah, absolutely. I was just saying on a bit of a brighter side, I know the argument for westernization exists, but something about that I think that gets missed a lot is um, a lot of these societies that may seem a little bit behind the time, where they thrive is in community, and so sometimes it's what you wish for isn't always better, and
It's a choice.
vice
That's the
versa,
problem
right?
with bringing
Yeah.
democracy everywhere. The problems that we've had in the world are when we bring democracy somewhere, and then all of a sudden now they have democracy, but they vote for people that hate us. Guess what? You just gave everybody a vote. Just because you give people democracy doesn't mean they're going to vote for you.
Right.
And
Or,
you have to be
or nor
okay
do
with that.
we.
If the goal really is to bring democracy, that means you have to be 1000% with whoever that country puts in power.
Right. And it's easy to like lose sight of culture if you're not from that culture, right? So um I think that's a lot of this kind of on smaller scale happens and then turns into bigger things.
I think the West assumes that the East doesn't live the way they do because they don't want to. I mean, because they can't. When in reality is they've just decided not to. They decided that they value other things. Look at what happened when they decided to prove the West wrong. You know, the whole point of Dubai was to prove that if we wanted to live like you, we could do it better. And compare Dubai to one of the, to some cities in the West. So yeah, the rules and the laws and some of the religious shit could be oppressive, definitely. And there's an argument
Especially
to be
against
made.
females.
There's an
It's like,
argument to be made for that, but there is also
especially
an
against
argument.
females.
Well, there is also an argument to be made that our lackadaisical attitude of letting girls walk around half naked isn't helpful either.
True, there's got to be
Yeah,
a
look at our
balance.
divorce rate.
All
But
I'm
the thing
saying,
is,
all
like,
I'm saying is
Chris,
each side can look at the other side and be like, "Yeah, I don't want to do that." You know what I mean? It's
well,
just
that's
hard when you're on one side to see it from the other side's perspective.
Exactly.
that's the thing.
Everything isn't all peaches and sunshine over here either. And yeah,
Some of
it's
them don't.
it,
Yeah,
go
some of
ahead.
them. My bad. I thought you were finished. Some of them don't see the other side, you know. So it's like once they see that glimpse, then they're like, "Wait,
Mm-hmm.
I had to hide my face my whole
Especially
life."
the young ones, yo. Imagine social media, bro. You're from one of these places, you've never really seen how the other side lives. Now you've got social, and you're like, yo,
Yeah.
that looks like
It's like,
fun, you know. But that's what happens, right? The young become old. The old, the young take power, and if their values change, then the country changes. Kind of like
Yeah, I
ours,
mean that's
bro.
true.
We're waiting for some of our older people to kind of get out of power so that we can change a couple things too. Even as advanced as we are, as far as with freedoms and shit like that, right? There's still a couple extra steps that we would like to take that the older generation kind of stands in the way of. I imagine it's probably just like that, but on like a bigger scale. You know what I mean?
or someone just dumped a big bag.
Had to take a little bit of profit.
Yeah, I think we come down to 104.2 here and clear some of these liquidations. We'll see if that's enough to satisfy the beast.
Yo, Iran is pushing this thing for the last minute.
They're going to.
They're going.
They got to make it look good, in my opinion. I would give it all I got. It's almost like you got 24 hours to take it out on the person that you hate the most. Go.
They just said a fourth wave of ballistic missiles has just been launched from Iran targeting central Israel.
Man, they better watch it. It may piss them off and this not come to an end.
Excuse me.
So wait, like they're getting it out of their system, and then Israel will have another 12 hours.
Israel gets the last lick. By the way that this is written out, by the way that Trump announced it, Israel gets the last lick. Look, I'll bring it up so you can see. This is the way I read it, but it seems
crazy
pretty.
to me.
It's pretty serious.
Well, they probably got sites. They're like, we can't stop until we get these strategic locations too. You know, who knows?
Well, what Israel wants to do is take out some of the ballistic capabilities, because like the nuke shit is gone, but they're like, they could still send some.
Yo, this last barrage actually hit a civilian, like 3 civilians dead.
Where is it?
Was it that the ones that hit? Was that more? Go ahead, man. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say a lot of this is also probably a business decision too. Like a lot of times, if they have the funding to buy new stuff, they want to get rid of the old equipment too.
All right, check it out. This was the official message. Has been fully agreed between Israel and Iran that there will be a complete and total ceasefire. I like how this guy highlighted this and didn't pay attention to anything else, because all the important shit is down here. In approximate 6 hours from now, that's 12 o'clock Eastern, when Israel and Iran have wound down and completed their progress final missions for 12 hours, at which point the war will be considered officially ended. Iran will start a ceasefire, and upon the 12th hour of Iran's ceasefire, Israel will start their ceasefire. That means Israel's got a 12-hour free lick on Iran that Iran can't respond to. So Israel will start their ceasefire in 12 hours. If Israel doesn't violate their ceasefire and Iran doesn't violate their ceasefire, upon the 24th hour, an official end of the 12-day war will be saluted by the world. This was the funny part to me. During each ceasefire, the other side will remain peaceful and respectful. Okay, how are we supposed to police that exactly? On the assumption that everything works as it should, which it will, I will congratulate both countries, Israel and Iran, on having the stamina, courage, blah 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 blah.
You're straight Hunger Games.
Nah, this is crazy. This is like political theater on a global scale at its finest, with real people at stake, which is what's crazy.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's
because it doesn't mean nobody's gonna die in those 24 hours.
Well, apparently 3 people just died.
Yeah.
This guy Mario on Twitter. You know Mario? He just posted a minute ago. They have footage of missile striking like
Yeah, Ahmad in
residential
chat said
area.
that there was 2 casualties the last they checked from the last one. He's in Israel right now.
Yeah,
Are they those supersonic missiles or the ones they're having a hard time blocking? Does anybody know?
Well, that's what's interesting because they didn't send those, which is why I still consider this a de-escalation. Because they didn't send the hypersonics. They sent
How'd
things
they
that the
get through the
dome.
dome?
Well, not because the dome is beaten. The dome has been putting in work for the past.
Which Qatar gave him a heads up. Like Qatar was basically in the know, and Qatar had a
Well,
heads up.
that was the response to the U.S. attack. So they went on Iranian television. They came out and they said, "Look, we hit them with the same amount of missiles that they hit us." This is how they're selling it. They counted the amount of missiles. They said, "We hit the American bases in Qatar and in the region with the same amount of missiles that they hit us with." What they didn't tell their people is that they warned Qatar, they warned the U.S. The U.S. moved all their shit. All their missiles missed. No infrastructure was hit. You know what I mean? It looks good and it sounds good, but it didn't do shit. And then what I don't like is that Trump comes out after and goes, after the Iranians celebrated the attack on the U.S. that didn't do absolutely nothing, Trump comes out and goes, "Well, it's a good thing you gave us the heads up and there was nobody there."
Oh,
It's like, bro, we're trying to do, bro, stop. Like, I know the Iranians might not see that message for a while, but like, come on, we're trying to do something here. Like, just go with it. Don't let your ego, you know what I mean? He can't let one opportunity to be like, look, listen.
He never misses opportunity to self-promote.
Yeah, it's great.
Yo, what if this is Iran playing games with Trump and they're not gonna abide by it?
We'll find out in 24 hours. They played games for those 60 days, and then they saw what happened, so...
See, what I see what's going under the radar, which I don't want to spook people out, but no one's talking about biological warfare and the implications. Like, even if all these bombs and high-tech explosions, it's like, if heads really want to plot, there's so many biological weapons both sides have, they can really do some damage.
You
That
know what's
scares me
crazy?
more the bombs.
I think the point that the point that we have to really pay attention to is the fact that they are trying to de-escalate. They understand that any escalation past this point means certain destruction. A biological weapon would 1000% be an escalation.
But you know what's crazy about you brought up biological? Iran did make this random threat. It was like 3-4 days ago. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but they were like, the world will remember. It will go down in history.
They're talking about God's rod, that missile that they have, the rod of God or something they call it. I can't remember what it's called.
Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman.
It sounds like a porn video.
He calls for the god of Rod, the Rod God.
It's supposed to be their big boy.
Yeah, it's the Rod of God, but they're not. Are they supposed to have one in Iran? I thought that was America's.
No, they got one in Iran. Yeah, Israel has nukes, but they're winning this. Why would they use them? Israel doesn't get anything out of escalating this. Especially with the other shit they've got going on. They're already on the world sort of shit list for Gaza.
So China's already been caught. They've been some students got caught bringing some fungus over that like could just kill so much.
Yeah, you remember the North Korean girls that was it South Korea or North Korea? I think it was North Korea. They were streamers, and the North Korean government, they didn't know at the time was the North Korean government. Somebody came up to them and said, "We want you to fly over here, and we want you to do a prank, and to record it." And they gave him some powder to throw in the guy's face that ended up being some biological shit and killed. You remember this? It was a while back.
Yeah, I heard.
And the girls had no idea what they were doing. They just thought they were playing a prank.
Yeah, I think it was North
I
Korea.
do not remember this. That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, no, it was crazy. The whole thing was recorded too.
I mean, the girls might have been agents though, and
that could have been a cover story. That sounds like nobody's that dumb. You know what I mean?
It seems like the girls were trained agents or something,
Yeah.
How did they not get sick?
I don't know what ended up happening to them. I don't know if they ended up getting sick too, or what it was, or if they had if it was in a device. I can't remember the exact story. But it should pop right up if you Google it, though. His brother, that's what it was, right? Because it's when he was trying to kill off his family members. Kim Jong-un's brother.
Kim Jong, he was out here condemning the attacks.
You know, it's crazy when Rocket Man says, hey, you guys are bugging.
Right.
When Lil Rocket Man says, you guys have gone too far.
He doesn't want to be next. But yeah,
That's
those
what it
girls
is.
had it on little cloths. Like they just thought it was a joke, apparently. So maybe they needed to inhale enough through the nostril.
Yeah.
They put it over their face. So.
But I mean, now that Drew mentions it, it is kind of like a shit alibi. Like they basically just said, "I'm just a girl," like that meme. I didn't know I'm just a girl. Like, yeah, okay, if I like a well-trained assassin.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't go down there, but seems like some countries have been trying on the states for a while.
I think those type of problems pop up if this escalates to the point where we really go in there and do some damage to like infrastructure, cities, people. Because what you're doing is for every person you kill, there's 3 people who now will spend the rest of their lives making sure you pay for it. And it's just like anything else, right? You kill my brother, you just made an enemy. You kill my brother, my mom, and my dad, you got issues.
Yeah, it seems a lot of people are not turning their back to Trump, but like are really upset about his Iran decisions. And
The war thing, a lot of people voted to get out of wars. That was part of the, no new wars, no foreign intervention, no regime change, no.
your boy Tucker was dissing.
I'll be real with you, like I'm not the Trump's biggest fan, but I will admit that this is different. This being as we're the only military that could have done this, and that they were well within 3 years of developing a nuke. Like, what are you supposed to do? Keep your promise, let them develop the nuke, wait, hope the next president takes care of it. I'm not gonna hold that against them. I think it's something that needed to be done, honestly. If everything that we heard is true, if this isn't an Iraq sort of situation where there was no enriched uranium and there was no weapons of mass destruction, but if everything we've been told to this point is true and on board, then I got nothing to say about the decision.
I mean, I think the decision was made with an okay from China and Russia because it's like it's so sensitive because Russia and China could be like, we'll just give them nukes. So I don't think the U.S. would step into some kind of scenario like that. So, I think they're at the table. Russia and China, of course, with BRICS and trying to talk it out
You
and
gotta
figure out what
you
to
gotta
do.
think, right? They don't, just because we see them as the bad guys, they don't necessarily want to go to World War III either.
Right.
Like, this
Exactly.
isn't gonna be a fun sort of situation for anybody involved.
Especially with oil so expensive right now.
Yeah, like, let's get our countries in check. We're all trying to avoid recessions right now. Like, it's not the time to go to war.
It looks like one of those girls did a little over 3 years and one was released.
She's just a girl, bro. She didn't know what was going on.
Influencer.
How often does the government come to you, North Korean government, and give you the permission to leave? Just fly to Malaysia. Like, even if they didn't know, I think something should have rung a bell. Like, something should have felt weird.
They're agents. Secret Charlie's Angels.
I just read it quickly, but I don't believe they were from North Korea. It looked like one was from Malaysia and one was from Vietnam. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Plot twist. Maybe that's what. Okay.
Yeah, it still could be. I mean, that would actually
Great
maybe
cover
cover it.
story.
Yeah.
At this point, listen, I'm not inviting either one of them over. So they might as well
Come on,
just
guys.
be
It's
spies. So
just some girls, guys.
Yeah, I
Come on.
mean, at very least they're sus. Okay.
Yeah, D-Block, they're wilding out in Florida with the Homeland Security. Yeah, they just approved a plan to build a detention center, and I guess it's for like undocumented immigrants, and they're gonna
humans are
have it
tripping.
surrounded by a moat with alligators and pythons.
No, wait,
Straight up.
where was that?
They're probably just gonna build it in the Everglades. It's just a natural moat.
That's where it's at in the
Yeah,
Everglades.
if you build something out in the middle of the Everglades, like there's miles and miles and miles of
Yeah.
swamp.
They got a nickname for it. They're calling it Alligator Alcatraz.
That's crazy. Yeah.
It's extra terrifying since they added the snakes out there.
That's wild.
On a plane?
That
Yeah,
reminds me of New York back when graffiti was really bad and the trains were getting hit all the time. The mayor of New York put out an official request, and this was real, to put triple 2-story barbed wire fences around the yards, and then between two of the barbed wire fences have wolves. In case any kids try to jump in to paint the trains. They were like, "Sir, we can't unleash wolves in the yard." Like, what the hell?
I mean, you could just go with trained police German shepherds, and why you got wolves?
The fences
What are you
worked.
gonna
They
do with
didn't need
wolves?
the
Like, hey,
wolves.
Canada, can you borrow some wolves?
Alright, but if you're
All the
you're gonna
older
go
dudes used to
full
tell that story. It's funny, like all the old graffiti heads used to tell that story when we were kids about how the
gonna go-
government tried to sick wolves on them.
if you're gonna go full like 18th century draconian like punishment, you gotta go full kill, man. You gotta bring the wolves. You can't just bring German shepherds. It's like, bringing a knife to a gunfight. Don't do it.
I mean, why not bears? Like, why half step?
Right.
Were there
bears
no
would
lions and
fit in
tigers
in the
available?
castle with you. You know what I mean? Like, who would be
Well, New York State got some
eating
wolves.
this food and drinking the wine with you?
They got some coyotes, some wolves around there in New York State.
Yeah, it would have probably been easy to open up.
Yo, how like lonely of a person do you have to be to want to sick hounds on people for graffiti? That is.
I'm not gonna lie, yo. The old heads had the city going crazy back in the day.
And that's like Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones.
Now it's funny because now the graffiti's like a tourist attraction. You know? Now I got friends that get paid thousands of dollars to do what they would have done for free in the middle of the night.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
wild.
During gallery shows, like canvases, just like 2x2 little canvases, just a little tag by dudes from like the 80s selling for like $50,000-$60,000 a pop.
Let me tell you how crazy it is. We had an old graffiti artist put an initiative into the city of Miami where every building that's built has to have a certain square feet of public art or they get fined. So it's like almost automatic mural. The thing is now they just, they get a contractor to come in and draw 3 big red circles and they're like, there's our art. So it's still not really going to the artist, but yeah, from getting fined for putting art on buildings to fining the buildings for not having art is crazy.
Well, that's the thing, is it keeps them from like vandalizing the city. Ideally, right? It gives them something to do, and like I'm happy for them, dude. Like that.
Let me tell you what happens if you let graffiti artists go wild. If you let graffiti artists go wild, you end up with something like Wynwood, which is like the largest outdoor open air mural sort of exhibition ever. What it is world-renowned artists from all over the world. Because what people don't understand about graffiti artists is graffiti artists have a code that they live by where if you can't do something better than the guy before you, you can't go over it. So what happens is eventually the streets curate the best of the best of the best, and then you end up with just some amazing shit. But what happens every time you come in and start cleaning shit over, painting shit over, and anybody can go on that. Then all the kids come out and the chicken scratch and all the bullshit. That's when it looks bad.
Someone comes and whitewashes a beautiful piecework, man.
Yeah,
That's
and then for the next
damn.
3 or 4 months, you got all of these toys just tearing the wall up until finally someone comes and puts something nice, and then it sticks. Nobody touches it.
That's actually pretty cool.
It is until it's not, because unfortunately, you know, people take that stuff very seriously. So things can get really messy when people do break that respect, you know?
Well, that's why it works, because there's repercussions. If there weren't any
Yeah.
repercussions, then yeah.
Yeah, it does. There are a lot of unfortunate situations that happen that have no
I got
indication whether somebody's a good person or not. You know what I mean? It's like it's a
I
lot
got
of
my
crazy.
ass kicked once tagging over someone, and they knew. I was just like so obvious. They knew it was me too. Like everyone knew my. It was. I got my ass whooped.
Man, I thought about this. There was a guy who used to tag my door with. I'm not gonna say the name, but it was angry, and then his, like, you know, government name. I'm pretty sure it was his tag, and I was like, you know, I'm just gonna tag over it because he's like, that's my door, man, and I'm glad I didn't, but yeah, I was getting frustrated because he just kept coming back and tagging a really shitty tag on my door.
Yeah, I deserve to get my butt kicked. I was what, like 17. I was tagging
But
like
Drew,
Bart
I was
Simpson.
like 11, Drew, and you know I can't see well at night time, and I tagged over one of the biggest riders in all of Australia. Whoops, at the bus stop.
That's
Not
always the
a-
excuse. I've had people go over some of my pieces, and that's always the excuse. It was dark. I couldn't see shit.
This was real.
Like, yeah, all right.
Yeah. Not a good idea, man. I never would have done that, but yeah. They never got me, but they caused me a bit of trouble.
I haven't gone out painting in a while, man. I've been stuck in here with two hooligans.
Yeah. I haven't gone out painting since my buddy got caught painting a bus while it had passengers in it. And then, but yeah, well, it's kind of cool, kind of stupid. But, oh.
I'm past the point where I got to worry about any sort of police or anything like that.
And I mean, these days it's a little. It's not like it used to be. You know, like there's a lot of places where it's a lot less pursued, I should say. But you know, it's still a crazy world out there, right?
I've got some buddies that have been super, super successful, man. Travel the world week to week to week, different galleries, different art shows, getting paid tons of money for shit that used to be illegal.
And that's why I don't hate on street art, because that's good, you know? Like,
Yeah.
good.
Diddy came to one of the shows that I helped co-curate, kind of like I was more of an art handler for it. And as soon as that happened, I called him. I was like, yo, take off all the pictures with Diddy there. And luckily they were quick with it. Nobody figured out he was there.
What do you mean all the pictures with Diddy? And what?
On their Facebook posts. Like
Oh.
Uh-oh.
And I was like, yeah. And this was years ago. This was back in like, I don't know, 2000, maybe 12 or something.
That's funny.
Are you breaching your NDA, Drew?
No, there's no NDA on that.
Probably could have got some of those pieces.
Null and void at this point, right?
Probably could have got some of those pieces off, man. Let them take you
Yeah,
shopping.
I sold a Tracy 168 that night. Fab Five Freddy was there too.
Fab Five Freddy.
Wow, that's epic.
Yeah, we broke down a whole wall from Worcester in this one building. We actually tore down the wall that we found, like a Basquiat piece on the wall. So we took the wall out of this building and brought it into gallery. It's a huge wall.
Yeah, that's what they've been doing to a lot of Banksy pieces and old Rabo pieces. just carving them right out of the side of buildings.
I've peeled a few walls. How do you guys feel about drone graffiti?
About what?
Drone graffiti.
You mean like kind of like large scale graffiti that you
Doing
Now
only see
they've got these
from
little
far?
drones out now that you can like send up to places, and
Yeah,
eventually they're
just
gonna
I
be.
mean the idea of
Eventually you'll be
oh,
able to
God, sorry.
program them with your tags and just go nuts.
People are already doing it, and so the reason I asked,
Part of graffiti is the risk, right? The reason that
right,
there's a disconnect between graffiti artists and street artists is because street artists, for the most part, are art school kids that come out and start painting murals, right? Get paid right out of art school to paint murals. That's very different than risking. You know, you go out, you get to have a chair and an umbrella. This kid goes out middle of the night, got 15 minutes to do what takes you 3 hours to do, and risk going to jail for it. You're not the same. You know what I mean? You haven't paid the same dues.
yeah, I so that's like I don't necessarily I'm not against art in any form, but I do think like uh there's a lot of street art that misses a big part of the culture that made it possible, um, and that's a little messy. I mean, it's like similar things happened when cannabis got decriminalized here and
Yeah.
sort of people legalized. It's there have been people that have bled and sweat for that industry when there was a lot more risk involved. That weren't bad people. I think those people should be the first ones to get the job, unless there's maybe certain rules. Maybe you shouldn't if you've got a lot of domestic charges and stuff like that. But oh,
Uh,
it's
Duck, I have a friend of
it's
mine, Mr. Stick, and that's all he does is draw a stick, man. Internationally renowned stick figure. Getting paid tons of money for this damn stick figure.
This kid here.
You could go somewhere with that.
Your Stay High stick figure was pretty dope.
Yeah. When it comes to that, it's all about ups. Doesn't matter what you're drawing, it's how many people have seen it. Can you go a city block without seeing it? You know? Like my boy Atomic that does the oranges in Miami. Like you cannot drive a city block in Miami without seeing one of these oranges. To the point
Yeah,
where
Rambo
it's almost like an unofficial mascot.
Yeah, Rambo got up like that. You're probably around with Jesus Saves. Have you seen like?
Yeah. Yeah,
In New
there's
York,
been a couple of them. The Jesus
I
Saves.
helped him out actually at a gallery. Jesus Saves.
What's the other one?
Cool cat.
To the Moon is the one that's like now that's kind of like Jesus Saves.
He's Puerto Rican. Jesus Saves.
If you ever seen the To the Moon with an arrow, usually on sidewalks. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's that sort of same sort of thing.
The good old days.
I ain't gonna name drop buddies, but just I've been seeing a lot more some local and national Hermes artwork around my city, so I'm real happy for that. They're killing it, man. If you're listening, big ups. You know who you are.
Just do it, Bitcoin.
So it took about 33 minutes after the announcement of the ceasefire for some fire to start.
Yeah, because of that, the
the
bubble
12,
I told
12
you
hour.
about. Yeah, that's why
Yeah,
everybody was
12.
freaking out because it's like he announced a ceasefire and they're like, "There's rockets dropping right now," and it's like, guys, did you read like you read the first sentence of the damn tweet and then stopped. I am
Click on it at the
looking
end.
to pick up some soul on whatever retracement we get here. So eventually, guys, if you remember the soul play when we had our M pattern up here and we were looking to come down into this vector gap, but we didn't know how far we would come down. When we drew these green lines and we started talking about setting grids instead of catching, eco bottoms. So all my grid filled completely and I manualed a little bit. What I want to do is be able to manual one more on a retrace, and then my average will be somewhere around 140. 140, 135. Let's see if we can get M2 looking right here.
Yeah, way to keep everyone on the edge of their seat, though. It's like you got the ceasefire, but the hostilities continue. It's like
When you think about it, you can almost put yourself in the room and tell every deal that was made. Right? Like you come in and say, "Okay, look, you're going to have to give it up." You know you're going to have to give it up. And Iran goes, "All right, we'll give it up, but you're going to have to make it look good." The US says, "All right, cool. We're going to come in, we're going to do this." He was like, "All right, we're going to have to retaliate though. Because, we can't just let you come in here. We're going to look crazy if you just let us, And then Israel was like, "Well, we haven't got our pound of flesh yet. Our people still, demand more. So we're going to need a little extra time." And then Iran probably said, "Look, no, no, no." And US was like, "Look, you don't really have a leg to stand on here." You know what I mean? Like, beggars can't be choosers. You want to stay in power or you want regime change?
and you got Putin over there and China just
Yeah. And then, Trump was probably like, "Well, I want to announce it right away. I want to come out and I want to announce the peace talk, or the ceasefire." And then they're probably like, "Well, we can't have it look like you came in and told us what to do. We can't have that. So we're gonna have to talk tough back." Like, all right, well, I'm gonna announce a ceasefire. You'll have 12 hours to do what you have to do. Then we're gonna give Israel the last lick, and then that's it. Okay, that's it. We're done. And then everybody was like, all right, cool.
Oh man.
yeah, it's wild. Yeah, so
I
now
mean,
the U.S. is going to demand student visa applications. They have to make their social media public if you're coming in for a student visa.
for everything that can be said, being in the war game phase of humanity is better than we've been for a while, and like I kind of thought it's gotta be an inevitability. Either we bomb each other to death, or we figure out how to do this dance a little safer. And it seems kind of like
kind of reassure gives you a little bit of reassurance in human nature that at least everybody's still scared of dying. You know what I mean? Like at
Yeah.
least the crazy is sort of maintained to like, okay, let's stop at total annihilation. Let's see if we can
You're
stop
like,
short
hey,
of.
like, well, and that's like actually kind of like a big test, right? Like, that's I'm not, I don't freak out easy, man. But that's always the underlying concern. It's
Yeah.
like that, we make the worst choice, and we haven't, and good for that, right?
Just be glad the Iran didn't say anything about Trump's mama or something.
I mean, there's always time.
The one good thing about having somebody in office that's kind of like a wild card like that is that nobody really knows what he's capable of doing. So they're not trying to test it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think he's crazy enough to, but shit. I'm also not trying to find out.
Fafo, remember he posted that meme of him with Fafo?
Yeah.
Fafo.
Remember when he
Well, it's like,
asked? Remember when he asked on national television, "Why do we have nukes if we're not allowed to use them?"
I mean, he's not wrong. Right? Like,
There's just some
he's
shit
not
you're not
right.
supposed to say out loud.
Yeah. He don't care. Well, and that's the thing is like, he can be bought, but it's also like, do you want to test and find out where that line is gone?
I best not.
Yeah.
Best not. They tested that 60-day deadline, and you saw what happens.
I'm gonna try to scalp this. If we dip here, I'm gonna see if I can get a little scalp off this.
Yeah, I'm happy to swing at this if we get a good sort of bottoming candle at 104.1. The CME gap is gone, so that's out of there. We can get rid of that. We made short work of that shit. Let me see where the 50 is on the 15.
These candles are moving so slow, man.
Yeah, look at that. That's what I'm looking for there. That SR flip would also be a retest of the 15, of the 50 on the 15-minute. We can hold there. Maybe we make another attempt.
I think we're gonna little dip right. I'm thinking we're gonna dip right here if this little local support doesn't hold down a low 104, 103.8 maybe even.
Yeah, I mean, so if you look at the daily, it could go ways. Smaller time frame. I've got like, I mean, maybe we can see a little dumpy dump, but I don't think it's gonna stay for long. I think we'd recover quick if we did. 99, even down to 97 is what I'm seeing personally.
And think about all the people that did panic.
You said 97?
Yeah, 97, 5, like 97.6 is the lowest I think we could
I
go.
don't see any of that, personally.
I
I
don't
think
see it, but
you'd be lucky to come back down underneath 103.
All right, guys, let's be honest. When's the last time anybody checked the liquidation heat map?
I looked at it yesterday. I know we got a big hot spot ahead of us.
No, it's probably almost soon.
Oh, we ate a lot of it. Yeah, we ate a good amount of it.
To the 6 ballistic missile launchers just launched. They ain't stopping, dude.
Look at the weekly.
Yeah, I feel like that's building up for the price discovery breakout. You know how every lower high they leave behind more liquidity above the tops. So there can be like a short squeeze to bring us in a price discovery.
Oh wait, you were looking to short say, weren't you? Were you looking to say? Were you looking
No,
to
it was too bullish. It was way too bullish. And like if you look at it like
Well,
I
I
think
jumped.
it's too strong.
I got in. I remember I think it's going to 27. I did short from 27. I tap 27.
Nice. That's 200 SMA on the daily. It's just above the 200 EMA right now. On the daily, that's fierce looking W on the daily. And so like if it breaks that level, if it breaks like 28, this could go on up the upside.
Sound like you're underwater.
Why does everybody keep saying that?
Because that's how you sounded. Blub, 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 blub. Nah, you're good now.
All right.
Maybe you were just sitting back and your noise cancellation was flicking on and off or something because you were too far from the mic. It was giving a weird vibrato.
Yeah, something happens when my air conditioner is on. Something happens to my mic. Apparently. I don't know. Maybe it's just broken.
Watch the market get tossed around. Now we dump. Everyone's excited. Bang. Okay, we're ceasefire. But we still dump it a little bit and then pump it.
We should.
There's a lot of people.
We should come down. Remember yesterday when we were popping up through this, I said it's not good enough to get to the full recovery. We want to get above it high enough to where we can get a nice retracement and still hold it. And
Why is not
so
like
far, it's what we've
102.5
done.
a target?
Huh?
102.5.
Yeah, 102.5 to like 102.9 is that SR. This is where we lost it. This is where things went bad. Then we tried to get over once, twice, 3 times. Finally got over, held it. Now we just got to prove it on the way down. I mean, look at where we are. We're damn near back to the trap longs. This has been perfect symmetry on... I'm going to nerd out here for a second. Just bear with me. But this has been perfect symmetry on the traps. Meaning... it's like a carbon copy, right? You had... I want it. Let me put on the 15. So we had our midweek reversal into our weekend trap. Textbook weekend trap. Freed the trap longs, but retraced. And then put in the high in the next 24 hours. 3-day retracement. Midweek reversal was sideways, right? Consolidated. Trap high, trap long, traditional trap again. Now we did the same thing reverse. Freed the trap shorts, retrace for a little while, put in the last top in the next 24 hour or the next bottom in the next 24 hours. And then now we're on our 3-day retracement. This perfect mirrored copy.
Yeah, man, you got that shit down to a science.
I mean, it was like, it's like, boop. Same exact shit. This same move.
Take a fractal and then flip it upside down.
Yeah. This same move right here. Freed the trap longs, came down, 24 hours popped up, 3-day retracement is this exact move that we're in. If it was backwards. Freed the trap longs, retracement, popped out next 24 hours. 3-day down.
My phone died at the worst possible time. I'd love to hear your why 97 could not happen. just so I know kind of where you're coming from.
Well,
I'll
we put a lot of
that.
we've put a lot of we put a lot of support between here and there. If World War III couldn't get us there, I'm not saying that it didn't have to go to 97. It probably did. Remember, if we look at the weekly here, we were expecting to come down all the way down to 96.9, the bottom of that vector. Right? Except for our trading environment changed right here. At least temporarily, for now, if things stick. We were repricing the price of Bitcoin with the fear of going into World War III. Bitcoin is now being repriced on what its fair value is if we're not at war. So the problem is to take that all back. It would have to be what we're thinking, right? It would have to be ceasefire's off, US goes in again, all the uncertainty comes back, all the So but right now it just looks like a fake out underneath the 50, right? If we take all this off and we look at the 50-13 strategy, where we wait for the 13 to cross for the momentum shift, right? We didn't get that. We just, price came down, 13 never crossed, we're back above now. If we can hold this 103, which is why I said it's important because it's the 50, if we can hold that 103, then these bottom sort of ranges are out of the question. If that doesn't hold, then we can start talking about maybe, seeing what happens. But as far as the world looks right now, something out of the ordinary would have to happen for us to do that. And the fact that we, on this retracement here specifically, that we didn't just V-shape, right? We saw what happened last time we just V-shaped something. We V-shaped it. It was great. We all celebrated. Then we consolidated and we came back through that gap like it never even existed. Like there was nothing there. Because there wasn't. We hadn't set any sort of support.
Yeah, we did at least even on our pump it was pretty like slow, steady, caught support at each level on the way up. So
Well, yeah, we popped and then we consolidated in this range, which would have built high volume nodes. Then we consolidated in this range. Then we came back to this range. Then we came back and we retested the 100, right? Which set a support there. So now when you look at the VPVR, look at all these high volume nodes right here. All of that was created because of this price action. If this price action hadn't have happened, this would have been a gap, right? And we know what happens when price comes through the gap, right? It just falls through the gap really quick. So we have a gap here. Which is why I say if this breaks, we probably come through pretty quickly to this measured move. But even if we come down to here, we've got all of this to sort of break through. It just seems very improbable that we do all of that now without some massive bad news.
The volume is just like dead, man. These candles are just crawling.
Dump it. That's what I'm talking about. Dump that right now. Pull the plug. Drop it.
A good sort of way of looking at it, right? Because you do want to protect yourself against the possibilities, right? But just sit and put a percentage on it. Like, how sure am I that this is going to happen? Right? Is there a 25% chance that it goes to 97? Do I feel like there's a 50% chance, a 75% chance? Right? If you feel there's a 25% chance it might happen, maybe you keep 25% of your dry powder on the side in case it does. Right? If you're 50-50, well, maybe you need more of an even split. But I just don't want to see anybody staying 100% out for something that they're only 45% sure of, or even 65% sure of. Right? Even if you're 75% sure that we're going to get lower lows, that means you should probably have somewhere around 25% invested somewhere with tight stops.
And also, even if we were to tap that level on some like bearish event news, you would have to either have limit orders probably set there, or you'd have to be like in the moment to catch it. Because if it did ever happen, because you already saw there was large buy orders defending that level,
Yeah.
it's probably going to be a fast, like, you have to catch it. They'll probably 5 minutes down there at most, and then it's already gone.
That's how we stay locked in.
I'm way
Yeah, it's
too
like-
dialed into this thing. Like, I promise you, if I wasn't invested, I would be nowhere near as dialed into this war shit as I am right now. But yeah,
So I didn't sleep for like 2 days. I passed out today, like after the market closed, and I woke up to ceasefire. I was like, thank God I was in position.
watching the sort of, like I was saying, the political theater sort of play out, right? My thesis that they were starting de-escalation directly is directly proportionate to how much I put on a dip. Right? If I wouldn't have had that thought and been like they're gonna slow step this, but it's just a safe face, I wouldn't have gone as heavy as I did on the lows. So that's what I mean. Like, it makes sense to play to your conviction, right? Like how sure you are about something.
But we talk a lot about black swans. Would you consider the bombing a black swan? Like that's something that no one saw coming, right?
Okay,
I mean, I guess
so
we had hints of it days before, like
okay, so
a couple
if
days that
look,
it's never happened before.
if it would have happened before Israel attacked, let's say if nothing had happened at all and we woke up in the morning and the US came in and said we just dropped a bomb on, da 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 da, then yeah. The problem is, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, the president told everybody in Tehran to evacuate. So automatically that puts us on, oh shit, we're going in sort of mode. Then a week after that, every general that they had available that wasn't doing anything went on every single news broadcast to talk about this bunker buster bomb with little animations and you know what I mean? So it's like they slow stepped us into it, right? I wasn't surprised. I was surprised that it had happened already. Like, we were waiting for an attack that day, or we were waiting for some sort of precision strike that day. We were surprised to hear the first announcement we heard is that it's over, right? We didn't hear any sort of but was it a black swan? I don't think it had the effect of a black swan because, like I said, they kind of prepared us for it. A black swan would have been, like I said, if they did it a lot earlier or if they dropped the bomb somewhere completely different.
What about if Israel in the next 12 hours assassinates this guy, Ayatollah?
It wouldn't be a black swan, but it would be really messed up. That is the opposite of a ceasefire. Remember, they said that they are at least to be respectful, and I don't think it's very respectful. If you believe the story, if you believe the stories that are out or the rumors that are out, they wanted to, and Trump wouldn't sign off on it. Probably because he knows what that means for. He knows what that means for us. Russia and China will definitely get involved at that point.
I don't think you want to make a martyr out of them either. That's never
Yeah,
smart.
and do we really want to live in a world where, like, I don't know, bro. That's like where you just go out and take. I don't know. That opens up shit for your president. And that opens up shit
Yeah.
for There's certain things that are just kind of not done. Serbo, I'm DCAing. It's like an open DCA into this soul, so no, there's no stop loss now. If it goes down, I just buy more heavier. I just made some initial buys. Let me go see if I can do some research on the last couple of attacks here. I want to make sure that I catch the first sign of escalation if there is one. That give us a bit of a heads up warning here.
This Meyer guy's reporting like everything in real time. He said Israel closes airspace amid ceasefire claims and new missile barrage.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you know that saying where show me the chart and I'll show you the news? The charts are moving like we got one more piece of bad news somewhere.
Yeah, Twitter timeline getting a little too excited right now. Moon Boys a little euphoric on this little 6%, 7%, 8% pump. Thinking it's time to dump it. Just a little bit, you know. It's a lot of shakeout for the breakout.
Oh dang man, Prime. Forgot to get Prime.
Yo, I just got Truth Social the other day, and then I like followed a couple pages, and one of the pages I followed was like this crypto page, and this specific page had like 103.7 thousand something. I can't remember what it was, but there was like this other Trump page. It was like obvious that it wanted me to follow it. So I clicked follow because it also had 103.7 thousand whatever, and they just accepted my like follow request. Anyway, I'm bullish on Trump crypto right now. Oh yeah. Not the actual coin, just Trump and crypto. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, sounds explainable.
I just don't believe in coincidences when it like comes to numbers like that.
Winky dinks. Oh, I don't believe in coincidences either. I do believe in scams though. Like I don't fall, like we gay.
I might have bought a little bit of not just bought, I might have longed a little bit of Trump here today. I mean,
That's probably not the worst
if
time,
there's a
honestly.
time to
Like,
long Trump, wouldn't it be like right now? I mean,
yeah, he kind of just went ham, right? Like, but like also did his job. I think that's.
yeah, and the price is cheap, even though it hadn't been out that long.
Hey, you know what? Hey, buddy, I joined you in there. Actually, that's not
How
the
low
worst
did Trump get?
idea.
I mean, it's at like $9 right now. I think
Yeah,
it
but
got down to like probably 8-ish. I know it got it down into the 8s. I don't know if it got below 8. I don't think it got below 7.
I know the last time it was this low was when I first bought it, and I made a lot of money. I'm not saying that that's going to happen or even close. I would
Yeah,
not.
dude, no telling what happens,
But
obviously.
I mean, for all we know, it dumps all the way to freaking $2 or like $0. But yeah,
It
no,
made a higher. It made a higher low. I just looked at
yeah.
it.
Like
I just put enough leverage on it to where my liquidation is below the low.
Yeah.
And I didn't put that many dollars on it, but it's still like a decent amount of leverage. So I mean,
Yeah, I
I don't
mean,
know. If it happens, it happens.
It could tank right here, but it's also like it is above all of its MAs on the 30-minute. So that's not a bad look, right? Although
It's low dollars. it just feels like, all right, dude. If I'm gonna buy it or long it, it feels like here's the time. It's
I mean,
low.
yeah, it kind of look like actually, yeah, no, because pretty much this whole time it's been doing the same thing. The difference is it was not above its MA. So I'm feeling kind of bullish on Trump too.
I mean, I hadn't even looked at it.
I was looking at it through my exchange. I mean, that's
Oh
range.
wow, actually.
I need to pull it up on Trinity. What are you
Wow.
seeing? Seeing anything in particular?
I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either. Just from my glance, yeah. And
I
this is
forgot
actually
I
probably the
charted
first.
it.
Like I never I definitely FOMO'd back in, but like I was never like hyped about it after the first pump. You know, it looks decent. It's just fun. That's good.
I do hope Bitcoin holds here.
Yeah, that's kind of the kicker, right? Is certain things.
I really don't think that it will. I agree with Dbloc for sure.
Right.
I'm just hoping it will.
I mean, so I'm getting Trump at a small enough margin at us on like very low leverage. Actually, I might just hit spot. I want to just do that instead. It's like then if it, if I lose something, and like if it does accumulate or gain quite a bit, like I can just sell the spot. It's way safer. I'll wait for confirmation to play leverage. Yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna say that I've been watching Launchcoin. It's actually been pretty fun to trade. Like actually fun.
Yeah.
It's kind of been weird, but
Did you trade any of that fun USDT the other day when it was like up 40%?
nah, dude, nah. I
Yeah, I was
saw it, but
I was in and out, but I was catching. I caught some good little cuts of that, man.
my
Little
like average price right now on Launchcoin's like 9 cents.
Yeah.
And the price right now is almost 11.5 cents.
Cool.
But I mean, I took profit and even bought back in quite a few times. It's it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, I like Launchcoin too. Like it's an actual decent protocol. I like the idea of it.
Yeah. Well, plus like it's a so for every penny is the equivalent of $10 million in market cap.
Yeah.
Okay. That's literally how this one works. I love that too, because I'm like, gosh, why couldn't
Good.
everybody make it this simple? And
Yeah, good arithmetic system so that like you don't have to do so much
right.
complicated. Yeah.
And I mean, at some point, it's just like based off the market cap, is the market cap going to go below this? and plus based off what the wallets are holding and like the original people, it's like it can't go down too low.
Yeah.
I mean, it can. Don't get me wrong, but it felt good, you know.
Yeah. I like it's one that I don't want to forget about it. I don't want to lose sight of it because if it does, continue to grow and like it is a functioning asset coin, right? That has a purpose, that has decent design, that has that like uh good arithmetic design for like the purpose we're talking, which makes sense if you're essentially in a sort of crowdfunding finance program, right? I don't know. I like it. I've seen it a few times. Don't feel bad being part of the pump. Personally. You know what I'm gonna do? I want to take my eyes off something more. Bitcoin. Oh, limit. Hmm. We're in the 8 range, 8 to 7.
Looks like there's a little W here on the 1 minute for Bitcoin.
Yeah. Stop loss on Bitcoin right as you speak.
If it could actually, if it could push up a little bit here, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Feels like it's wanting to see that flap in the stop loss zone. I don't know why I thought making a pizza about Bitcoin.
Mm.
Stop.
Man.
We are
There's just no way. It never comes down to my stop loss this many times without hitting it. I've never seen it happen. Like when I get it within a few dollars, it don't touch it this many times
Yeah, you're right.
without falling through it. I'd love for
Yeah.
this to be the one time that doesn't happen. Don't get me wrong. It just
Well, it's also got that little itty bitty gap between it's my it's my it's the 13 MA and the 800, right? And I feel like that just means once the floor collapses, both floors are going to collapse pretty quick.
so whenever Trump made that post, literally right there where it took off, right where it took off is where CME close was at. Price has gone up, and for the last 3 hours or whatever it is, 2 hours 50 minutes, it's bounced off 1% above CME close and last Friday. And I know we already closed the CME gap. I just still had the lineup. I just think it's super interesting. That's actually why I set my stop loss where I did. It was because it was that 1% above CME close right where price jumped off and created that vector. So shout out to CME. Does that make sense?
Beast looking picture. It's under it. 800. Is that over? In a hardcore industry consolidation, I don't know, thing going on.
Excuse me, what kind of thing you said you got going on there? What kind of thing you said you got going on there?
Hey, you know, well, XR Pizzle.
I got some longs on some altcoins that I'm just kind of waiting for dominance to do that thing that it's been doing for days on end now. For days. For days, dominance. You've been doing that thing.
Days.
Oh.
For days.
You know what I
Days.
mean? You know what I mean? Anyway, I just thought of that. So don't forget about dominance, man. That thing will dominate you.
You know, it's a dominant but silent killer. Their dominance.
Dude, it is, dude. It is. It's the silent killer. Just like colon cancer.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna say night, yes, but all right.
Well, colon cancer actually is a silent killer. Sorry.
I mean, man, you know, maybe we haven't got the right Dutch oven.
Can anybody else understand what the hell he just said?
I have no clue. I wasn't even gonna ask.
Oh, that sounds like you've got a. It sounds like you've got 2 pairs of wet socks over your microphone.
Do I? I'm gonna shut up then.
They can't understand what the heck you're trying to say.
Well, I think I could understand him. I just couldn't whatever he said that at that one moment in time.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was.
I don't know what that was either.
Sometimes he doesn't. This thing where his mic cuts off like right before he's finished talking. But that
Yeah.
time I wasn't sure if he was speaking a different language or something.
Life's hard, man. It really is.
I said it sounds like you haven't had the right Dutch oven. That's all good, brother.
You ain't had the right Dutch. Wait, what? What is how is that? How did that have any relevance to what we were saying?
As you said, you know, colon cancer is the silent killer, and so it sounds like you haven't had the right Dutch oven.
Okay.
I wasn't just like out the blue, like, hey, brother.
I'm like, what made me sound like that?
What were the targets that you guys were saying for Bitcoin? Like 103 or something? 102? 104?
I think there's strong support at 0.0000. But before that, there also are some other losses.
Oh, I see. SR flip 104. What if we get that on Bitcoin, but alts move higher, dude? I'm looking at Chainlink. It just made a new high.
Also seeming like they're stronger than Bitcoin at the moment, which is weird. Yeah, I think Bitcoin going to 103. Probably see if it can hold that.
Yo, bro, I
right
got
now
big.
it is above the 200.
I got it going to 107.8, baby. Let's go, dude. Bulls, giddy up.
That's pretty ambitious. Stranger things have happened.
Nah, dude, I know, dude. But can we get some bullish talk up in here, dude? Look, dude, nobody. Well, I mean,
we gotta get some more higher lows.
No, I just
one
said the
more
bullish
higher
talk.
low.
If Bitcoin gets there and alts just move higher, that's bullish.
Dude,
chain
I
link
want
is
to
for the
I want to leave this vector under us is what I want to do, dude. Let's leave the vector under us. Let's go up, dude, and then let's go down.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
just
down for
saying
that
that
too.
because we're in position.
They do got it. They got to give a chance for. It's got to be. They got to give a chance for some people to buy back in. Either they buy back in higher if you sold the bottom. But the thing is, man, the way they sold it off, like we were talking about Dbloc, it wasn't like a black swan type of event where like no one had a chance to sell off. Like you had plenty of time to sell off at like 108, 109, 110, 107, 106.
Yeah,
Like, I don't.
dude, Ghost, I think you made a comment yesterday, and whenever you said it, like you know how like your brain like triggers random memories whenever like specific things happen and you don't know why. Well, dude, it triggered this memory in my head. It triggered D-Block talking about like back whenever we were literally at 97 going 100, going over 100. We thought we were going to stop at 98, but FOMO kicked in and FOMO created that vector. And so whenever you said that, I'm like, dang, we didn't go back down to 97 because that FOMO kicked in again right there at the same price. Like, I mean, that's just what my brain like told me. You know what I mean? Do you remember that? Right?
I think so. Yeah.
It was the same price too. But anyway, basically, I was like thinking, I'm like, man, did like FOMO kick in? Like, do people see like 98 as a bottom for Bitcoin? I mean, anyway, that was just in the moment where my head was at. I get that things change daily by the second, you know, but I don't know. I kind of felt like it was FOMO because I thought we were going to go lower too.
All I can really say is that I don't think that that was the lowest low, but I don't think we saw the last lower high either.
Oh yeah.
So, like, I think we do reach up for another slightly lower high, and then come back down and make another slightly lower low. So we eventually get to 92, and then we can decide there
Dude,
what the
quiet.
real
I love.
story is.
Wait, Quad,
I
do you
love.
think we make?
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just wondering. Do you think we make a new all-time high and then 92, or do you think the all-time high is going to stay as is right now, and then we're going to go 92?
The way it's looking, I don't think it's going to make a new all-time high. Like, I think it could, but I don't think it's going to go into price discovery. I think it'll just take out the previous high and then come down again. Because I've seen stuff like that happen a lot. But the I don't know, sort of my running theory is that we're just going to keep putting in lower highs on the daily, slightly lower highs on the daily, and slightly lower lows until they eventually grind down into like a lower range. And then we'll get this big drop out of nowhere. Like eventually we'll just have one day where it drops a significant amount. That'll be like the final capitulation before we just rock it up and go into like up only mode, essentially.
What if we leave this vector under us, bro, until after the blow off top? Let's go. That would be wild, right? I'm just
I
saying.
mean, anything's possible, but
That's right.
I don't think it's a problem.
Dude, I love how you like think it'll go up, but think it'll go down. Gosh, dude, if I had the ability to think that price was gonna go down, dude, I'd be rich.
Dude, well, you have
I'd be rich, dude. Dude.
That's how you know when to sell. You sell with intentions of the price going up, and you buy, or no, you buy with intentions of price going up. You sell with intent of price going down. So if you want to know when to sell, just know, hey, I think know when to be like, hey, I think I can get this cheaper than where it is right now, and I bought it for lower than where it is right now.
Yo, Kwa, how often do you like double down on a short when you're in the profit or whatever, or like add to a position,
Not
add to
very
a short
often.
position? Not very often. Okay.
If
Okay,
it's
that
like
that
a
actually
macro
that makes me feel
downtrend,
good, dude. That makes me smile.
it's
Cause
better
dude,
to be in and out of shorts. Like you want to get in a short, ride to like whatever move down, have like a pretty tight risk reward ratio. And if it ends up just completely dumping, then great, you got lucky. But have like I like to enter shorts, and when I get my move, I exit. And then if it comes up and makes another lower high, I'll try to short that again because you make more profit being in and out on short positions rather than
dang, dude.
with a
I
long
mean,
position. You
I'm
can
like
hold it for a long
always,
time and add on the dips. And just hold it for a longer period of time.
yeah, I'm always profitable whenever I short because I have like it's just like I never do it. So whenever I do it, it's because it's like, yeah.
You ever run into like I never round trip my shorts, but I always round trip my long.
Oh, that's yes,
Makes sense?
exactly,
You know what I'm saying?
exactly. That's my point.
I'll take profits
Exactly.
on shorts
Yeah.
before I take profits on longs. Longs, I'm like a little bit higher. Oh man, I caught the bottom, so I'll just ride them, and then it just comes right back. Where shorts, I'm like, man, it's coming back up. It's coming back up. Let me just get this money while I
Yeah,
can.
dude. Yeah, yeah. You'll take like $3 profit. You'll be like, oh, I killed that short right there. Kind of a joke, but you know.
No, that you're not lying, dude. That's exactly what I do. I'm like, yeah, I got that
Yeah, yeah,
$5.
yeah, yeah. It wasn't a joke at all. I just anyway.
Well,
I made myself
if
feel awkward.
you're looking at like a macro trend, you pretty much have to be bullish in the long term, like on something that's in a macro uptrend that has been for years or decades or even centuries. So the market generally goes up. And the reason for that is because of the debasement of fiat currency. So the fact that the dollar is the buying power of a dollar is going down is reflected in the assets getting more expensive versus the US dollar because the US dollar is not as powerful. So you're getting less for your dollar as prices inflate because they're inflating the supply of the US dollar. So over the long term, the markets generally go up over the long term. So people go long into the markets moving up, and you can hold for a longer period of time, and generally you end up okay. With a short, there could be short-term volatility, short-term corrections, and short-term retracements, where you take a short position, like holding, trying to capitalize on the short-term volatility to the downside, or even just hedging against positions that you have that are long that you still would like to hold on to for a longer period of time. You can still make money as the price drops. Because like if the price is coming, as long as the price is coming down, even if it's above your entry, it's still kind of working against you. So you're not making money as long as the price is going down if you're in a long position. But if the price is going down and you're in a short position and you hold that long position for a longer period of time, like a month, but then you're shorting moves, like say there's a move down and you have a bearish day, you just short for just that one day. But then you're holding this big massive long position that you're planning on holding for like 2 weeks or a month or something. So you go short for one day, and if you get a bottom and it ends up being like a higher low, you can add to your long position and just like adjust your stop loss accordingly because your new average is going to be a little higher, and that's like averaging up. Like, but you're buying, so you're averaging up your position entry, but you have a larger position. So if it is going to continue to trend up over time, over a long period of time, it's going to
Right.
hold that position longer. Whereas, like, you can, if there's one day where things are just going down, but you don't think it's going to go down further than where your entry is, then you can short for that one day the extra money that you make to add to your long position.
Dude,
assuming if you got your risk management like under control, you're working with like proper amounts of leverage, or no leverage at all.
No, right, but I think the key takeaway from what you said there for me was essentially, I think. Well, basically, my point is that I think I rush the. Well, I don't think. I know that I rush getting back or adding. I rush adding to my position whenever it's going up. That's my issue because I'm rushing it. I need to focus more on like the daily and stuff. Okay, Trump just posted. He just said the ceasefire is now in effect. Please do not violate.
Please do
Donald
not
J.
break.
Trump. What's up?
No, I was like, please do not break the rules.
Yeah. Well, ceasefire is active. Hey, the only rockets that need to be launched are on the charge, baby. Let's go.
Yo, ETH is flying right here, dude. He broke out of this little triangle. Might be ETH season here. It just launches. It's launching. Come on.
This Bitcoin dominance might have just got a bounce rate.
Chainlink saw it first. Made the first move.
Hey, Ghost, what do you have XRP going to?
I'm not Ghost, bro. It's crypto
Oh,
big. But
dang it, dude. I'm sorry, man.
no, you did. I don't even have a target for XRP.
Dang it,
I mean,
dude. So many people sound alike. I think I need to get a headset. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it needs to get to like I have it going to at least 280. 280 and then maybe consolidate there, maybe pull back a little bit and then reach for the $3. But I don't have like a target. But short term, I think 280 is 100%. Like I think it's coming on this rally up. Wait, no, not 280. Sorry. On this rally up, we should get into threes. I was looking at another chart.
Honestly, I hadn't looked at it. I'm in an XLM position, and I kind of think it might. I don't know. I have conviction in XLM, so it's tough because like there's a measured move up to 25 cents, but 25 cents is also a psychological. So it's like
Big buy, or at least on some alts are getting some big buys. Solana just rocketed. Pepe rocketed.
I'm just in a good position, and it's like, are we going to bounce off the 25, or are we just going to go above it and hold it as support?
ETH is starting to pick up, dude. Alt season's here.
Dude, I'm kind of thinking the same thing, dude. When we gonna get some good news, dude? When's the news gonna hit, bro?
Ah, I got rejected. Or maybe not.
Be careful, guys. Bitcoin dominance.
Yeah, that's right. The silent killer.
Dominance just bounced dirt. And it's coming back down now. Holy shit.
Now dominance is about to knife right there, dude. It's gonna knife.
It bounced, but for a second, but then it's
Yeah, as soon as it bounced, ETH got like a red
down to the
candle
downside.
rejecting it. But like all the smaller alts, like Solana, Sui, Pepe, Brett, Farcoin, all of them are just going off right now.
Dude, I got out of my Fartcoin position just because I was up. Like, I'm just like, I can't pay attention to this anymore. I saw the price and was just like, oh my gosh. Yeah, that'd have been sweet. I was more focused on launch coin though. I don't know which one went up more.
This line's moving. Bitcoin's starting to move. Something's happening. Maybe this is just a liquidity grab.
I notice this
Maybe-
happens a lot right around 12 o'clock. 12:15. Sometimes it's offset by like 15 minutes. You'll have like a correction maybe.
Oh,
figured
this
it-
is the point in time where I'm supposed to probably sell, because if I don't, then I'm going to be up for the next 2 hours.
Maybe
Dude,
that candle
who
was
said
Trump.
that? You might have just changed my life.
You mean I'm not the
Oh,
only
yeah.
one that does that?
Well, yeah, because it happens again at 3. So you got to stay up and see what happens at 3.
Okay, I'm learning.
And the sun's coming up, so you got to catch the sunrise. So might as well just stay up all night.
Man, I'm in Ondo and it's rocketing right now.
Yeah, alts are catching huge bids right here. Maybe this is just an alt squeeze, but alts are starting to move pretty fast. ETH is actually kind of slow. Man, I forgot I was gonna stay short. No, my stay short is still safe. Stay's not moving.
Yeah. Thanks for saying that. Reduce that position size, even though my stop loss hadn't gotten hit, and I'd be okay with that. I'm gonna reduce it right there. I'll sleep a little better tonight. That's what I know. If I sleep at all. Yo, what if what if each world power, okay, had its own coin. Trump has a coin. Kim Jong-un has a coin. All these different world leaders have a coin. And then whenever like there's the like nuclear war or whatever, everybody puts their money into the coin that they think's gonna win. Because if the coin wins, that means it survives.
I want what he's smoking.
That's no, but like it's
A
not even like that. I don't even know where that came from, dude.
Hey man,
Sounds like the
you know
game of
what?
Risk.
Yeah, I thought of it as just a little. It's kind of I've thought of this before a couple times, but like Trump, if a president were to get his salary by something like this Trump coin, to where his popularity determined his pay. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I guess they're all bought off by other people, but
Well,
I
yeah, but
mean,
that would alleviate that.
I
That's the whole
understand the
point.
concept. It could probably be used somewhere for sure.
Just, I mean,
I
but you
feel
brought
you.
that
I
up, and
feel
I
you.
was like, yeah, I have a weird, I've had a weird idea about the coins and the president, and that, you know, not similar to yours, but still, it probably is strange.
There you go. That's the spirit.
Yo, BlackRock and Fidelity bought $36,000 worth of ETH, or 36,000 ETH worth $86 million.
Jesus,
86 million.
something's got to be going on with that.
I need to call my uncle. Yo, I can't lie. Launchcoin's a dog. It's a dog, dude. It's a dog, dude. It's on the porch and it's barking and it's saying, "Hey, what's up? Hello."
I still have a small amount, very small amount that I bought at $1.34. It's like down. It's like down so bad.
$1.34?
Litecoin? Yeah.
No, launch coin.
Oh, launch coin. I'm sorry. I
I was about
misheard
to
you.
say, bro. Oh my gosh, dog.
I don't even. Yeah, I've never bought launch coin though.
Most people haven't.
But Litecoin's kind of a dog too. That's maybe why I thought about it.
Bro, it really is. I don't think I've ever bought any at any point ever. But like it's been around, bro. It has been around. I bought everything, but I don't think I've ever touched Litecoin. It's funny, actually, now that I think about it.
I
Yeah,
think
when
I
I look
bought
at
a little bit when they were talking about it possibly being part of the ETF, but yeah, I sold it shortly after.
the VRVP, I think is the volume, the visual or VPVR, whichever one. On launch coin, it's got a major gap to fill, but it'd be cool if it just kept going up. I need to set some stop losses and go to bed.
What network is Launchcoin? Is that on? It's on Coinbase. Is it like a Soul coin or is it a ETH coin?
Bruh, I'm gonna be honest with you, dog. I don't even know, bruh. I don't know how that worked, though. I really don't, bruh. I'm telling you the truth. I wish I did. I need to. Oh, it's on Believe, dude. It's literally called Launch Coin on Believe. I don't even know how I remember that, dude. I don't know if that means anything. Isn't it on the Believe network?
Sounds
Does
like,
that an-
yeah. I've
does
never
that
heard of the
answer the
belief.
question?
Yeah, yeah, makes sense. I just don't know. I
Hell
don't know
yeah,
much.
dude. I answered the question. Oh yeah. Hey, dude, it's the little things in life, bro.
I hear that.
And that time, somehow my brain remembered it. I remember.
Did you believe?
Magic. Hmm. I was gonna go with, oh, we're halfway there. Oh, living on prayer. Oh, like actually, oh, sorry. Oh, good, because I was going to anyways. No, that's actually like really good marketing for like a crowdsourcing token. Like, yeah, it's on what? On Believe. Feel it though. You feel that? Yeah, that's good. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that's actually like fire marketing. Oh, oh,
Y'all
oh,
feel, bro.
dude. What is happening right here with like all of these tokens right now? This is just everything's gone flat.
Oh, dude, launch coin, bro. Are you kidding me, dude? You just gonna keep? You gonna go up, dude?
Is it?
Oh, sure.
I'm not sure whether that's conviction or.
Well, I mean, I was just like gonna set a stop loss, and then it went above one of my trim lines. I was
Okay,
like,
but here's the thing, right? So if you look at what Launchcoin's doing, and then if you look at everything else, because everything else is doing one thing, and then Launchcoin is doing its own thing. So it's either really good or really bad. I think it's good though.
wait, what?
Like
Can you say that again?
every chart that I've looked at right now is just flat, dead
No,
flat.
no. Everything's moving, dude. We like
Is
everything
it?
just started moving
Yeah,
in the
I'm
last
making
5 minutes.
money right
Oh, did
now.
it? Oh, I just took my eyes off it. No, it's not.
Yeah, it's moving again, or at least what I'm in here. This
Okay,
Like
Hondo's still going up.
Solana's ripping, Sui's ripping, Pepe's ripping, Whiff's ripping, Hype's
I'm
ripping,
dipping.
Joe's
Okay.
ripping.
Okay, so I'm just got bad at that. Cool.
Oh,
You may
bro,
have,
maybe
you may
your phone's upside down, dude.
I am upside down. My phone is right side up. Okay, I'll let you know.
Hey, dog, I'm just kidding, bro. My bad.
I mean, I'm not, but you know, hey, all right. Wait, you just
Shit.
let all the blood rush to your head, just just cause.
Dude, it be like that sometimes.
I'll do it every opportunity I get,
Dang it.
particularly when trading Bitcoin. Got to do that when trading Bitcoin. That way, if you rip a fart, it like goes up and wafts back down. Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering what its
We'll,
blow off
we'll
top is
listen
gonna
to
look
it.
like.
Why they don't let me out much?
Oh, big sell right there.
You know, if it goes up too far, it's just going to shit out on the way down. Hey, can y'all tell me how vector gaps work? So, like, if something comes down and it's leaving gaps, I get that. But then, like, now it's going back up and it's leaving other gaps. So, does it cancel out the gaps that it made on the way down, but the gaps that are left on the way up are now new gaps? Is that right?
I walked in on gaps.
I was asking about how vector gaps work. So like when the chart dumped the other day, you know, yesterday and over the weekend, and it left vector gaps, right? So when it goes back up, it's obviously covering those gaps back up, but it's leaving more gaps. So are these gaps
So,
new
and this
gaps?
will go for like fair value gaps. This will go for a lot of things. There are gaps that get left behind for reasons, is the way it's been explained to me. Some, like, it will generally try to retrace and correct itself and correct the gaps. However, if the market is moving and it's got enough sentiment and it builds enough support, those gaps can be left behind for a long time. And I think, and please anybody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that when it comes down to brass tacks, that's a lot of what's getting taken care of in the bear market, right? And when the bear comes, that's everything that got left behind. That's getting collected and turned into liquidity, right? But at that, I'm not sure about. I have so, and also it doesn't have to collect all the gaps. Sometimes it'll just collect like 50% and then keep it on moving. You know what I mean? Sometimes it won't even collect that much. So they're good to
Yeah, if
kind
the
of.
price hasn't gone back for that vector candle, there's still a vector gap. So even though it's like creating a new vector and reclaiming an old one at the same time, it's still creating a new vector candle.
Gotcha. That was actually my question. Yeah. How the cancellation of them work out, because it's so whatever the last one is, even though it canceled out an old vector, the new candle that canceled out an old vector can actually create a new one. If it right. That was kind of my question, which it seems that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just look at them separate, like separately. So like a vector candle, if price didn't go back to that area, then it's a vector gap. It hasn't been claimed. There's indicator like TR main, I think, has it built in. Or there's one called vector zones, and it'll show you the unclaimed vectors and like what percentage of the candle has been claimed.
So does it count like how does it work if I'm looking on like shorter time frames versus longer time frames? Would it be the shortest time frames because that's obviously going to be what's going to have the least amount of vectors, versus if I look at the 1 hour chart, obviously there's huge vectors. So is it the shortest time frame? How does that work? Do you understand you get what I'm trying to say?
I don't know as much about that. I only recently heard Dbloc assess that. I mean, like so say there's a vector on the daily, that just means there was enough volume in that candle to be a vector candle, but it wasn't necessarily all in the same place, probably.
Right, but then if you switch over to the 1 minute candle, there's no vector at all. You see what I'm saying? I was just wondering how that worked, if it mattered between time frames, or is it really a vector candle just because you've seen it on the 1 hour, which
Well, like a
doesn't even,
daily
you know what I
candle
mean?
spans a whole day, so that there was enough volume in that vector
Yeah, maybe
within
the
that
daily
vector to
bad. Maybe the daily
but
was
when you
bad.
go to when you go down to a smaller time frame, that doesn't necessarily mean that like every single candle inside that daily vector is going to be a vector.
Yeah. Thank you, Charles.
Gotcha.
I appreciate you.
It was just like enough of that daily had enough tick
But
volume to
it was
become a
constantly
vector.
moving up basically and really never retraced enough to make a red candle, right?
Yeah.
Or green if it's
Vector
going down.
candles are like an increase in volume that could only be institutional buying, like market maker buying, is what that means.
Gotcha.
So does it just mean it was constantly going up? It's just that there was a certain specific type of volume, a lot more of it.
Basically, there's a push by
That
the market maker in a given direction, and eventually they're going to want to get paid back from it. Is why
yes,
they always get covered, basically.
yeah. Dbloc just explained it like when there's a vector candle, market maker is putting longs or shorts in that candle that need to come back for, and when they come back for it, market maker pays themselves on those
Right.
longs or
I've
those
heard him say
shorts.
that. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank y'all for trying to answer that for me.
But he explains it better than me, but that's me.
I get what you're saying, though. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And he explains it better than me, and you explained it better than me. Thank you.
I think he explains it to so many people so many times that he gets good at explaining.
His patience is
Yeah,
amazing.
probably. Yeah, he's good at explaining things.
Yeah, these alts are going a little nutty right now.
Yeah, this is fun. I need to be in bed, but I have a hard time going when it's doing this.
Yeah, I'll sleep when Fartcoin.
And like one way to think of so like say you're claiming an old vector. So while you're doing that, market maker is paying. Well, not I'm saying you, the candles. Market
Yeah,
makers
usually
paying
I'm paying them
themselves.
too.
They're paying themselves, and at the same time, they're opening up new longs or shorts. So that new vector candle is going to, if they create a new one, that one's is going to have to be reclaimed as well.
Yeah, I remember that now. I remember. Yeah, I remember him saying that. That was
So
the
you have
missing
to
piece.
go like to the
Yeah, they're covering their long now, coming back with it, right? With a short.
yeah. Well, when they come back, they're not necessarily opening new. That's when they're paying themselves.
They're
And if
paying
you see
themselves
a
on the
new vector candle pop up, they're opening new positions. What it's
right,
market maker.
right. Yeah, I love that he's got those marked on his chart. You know that it's been
The
really
vector
helpful
gaps,
for me. Yeah. Uh-huh.
and those are
Oh,
just
well, not necessarily just the vector gaps. He usually does mark those too, but just the market maker candles in general. You can see what they're doing. You know.
and that's just the indicator TR main. You can add it if you have trading view. You can add it,
Yeah, it's free, which is great, and
and it'll
he has
automatically
all
show
the
up on your
settings.
chart whenever there's a new one.
What's
Yeah,
it
and
called?
he
TA?
has his settings.
TR main, TR, it's Trader's
Trader's
Reality.
reality.
I
Right on.
think if you
Yeah,
just
I'm
type
gonna have
in
to
TR,
put that on there.
you found it.
No, I don't have trading view up, but I'm pulling it up.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, he's got it screenshot too. Like his settings and stuff. Because when you add it, like it's not gonna look identical. He changed the settings a lot.
Gotcha.
So if you go to, he's got under education, his like indicators, and he screenshot a lot of that.
Yeah, I'm
The
cheap.
Trump
I'm not
Trump
paying
is tweeting
for.
right now.
Oh,
Should you have any
What's he
issues,
saying?
I do have some alternatives that also show vector candles in different ways. Um, there's a couple of other oscillators. I think TR main is the best though.
Trump's tweeting about Powell and like the stock market's just ripping, everything's just ripping right now. He's basically just because Powell speaks tomorrow and he's like he just goes on a rant on Powell
Cool.
and how he
Love
should
that.
have a rate cut. Like we should cut right now, and he hopes that they grill him on why he has not cut yet. It would save America billions of dollars. He's
I mean,
incompetent.
yeah,
imagine that this is the entire reason that we just bombed Iran, is so that we could push Trump or Powell into.
What? Where did Dbloc post his indicator? Like some of that indicator stuff.
That I don't actually know.
That one guy Helix is
I
always
think it's
saying
at
it's
the
under.
very, very bottom. I actually saw it for the first time the other day because I had never actually seen it before, but I actually saw it the other day. If
I
you
see
Oh,
some
he's
indicators
got.
down here like market cipher indicator, PVSRA indicator. I don't know if it's in that
Oh,
area.
under market safer indicator, he's got he screenshot all of the settings for TR main.
What's the label on it?
TR_main.
Yeah, I've seen the market cipher indicator, and there's like PVSRA, D-block 5-minute scalping, liquidation levels, global info. Am I in the wrong area?
So under market cipher indicator, he screenshot his TR main settings.
Oh, okay, so when I pull that up, it's going to be in there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
if
I'm
you
sorry.
click on.
You were saying it was under there. I'm like, I don't see it right under there. It's PVSRA. Sorry.
No worry. Yeah, it does. He did it under market safer indicator, and
Gotcha.
it's the indicator that the main one he uses with the vector candles. It's called TR main. And if you want it to look like his does, then copy what he put in the screenshots.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
know
see it now.
a
Cool.
lot of what he puts in his settings is actually just turning off a lot of the stuff, because that's honestly, it's a really powerful indicator for all in one kind of thing, but like it can be a lot on your screen at a time. So
Yeah, I'm pretty new, so I try to, I'm still learning, so I try to, keep it kind of simple until I
yeah,
kind of understand what I'm looking at in the first place.
yeah, I can tell you that I overwhelmed myself a lot at the beginning. Um, I'm also a bad listener, so that's
He's
partially
got
my
an
fault.
education section on there too. I think that it goes into vector candle, like to explain.
Yeah,
If you click on vector candles, and
that
then
is
there's some people.
super
Yeah,
helpful.
he's got like some. I mean, they're like PDFs explaining
Yeah.
them.
God,
And
reading's so
that
hard though.
that whole section, you
They're,
can download all
I mean,
those.
they're pretty short. They're pretty.
Yeah, it's
If
nothing
you just scroll to the
crazy.
top.
I'm
It's like pictures and stuff. It's really helpful, like little quick
I have to
reference
check that
guides
stuff
too
out.
when you're starting out. And you can download it straight to your computer. They're not big files either. I made a little folder out of it. I don't reference them too much at this point, but like it was really, really helpful. So highly suggest just taking a look on, if not today, at some point through kind of all the sections, seeing what they got.
Yeah, I'll do that actually.
Yeah. And there, I believe, is also a 13 MA, 50 MA cross indicator somewhere. That's a nice, easy one, kind of starting out to give you an idea when things might be getting ready to swing, um, or when momentum's getting ready to shift, really. and that'll help you a bit too, just to kind of have like an idea, and it paints your 50 MA different colors depending on whether or not it's an upswing or a downswing.
Yeah,
And
I've seen that one. Yeah.
yeah, so just helpful, like just to have it on screen. But and you'll find your kind of like comfort zone and your strategy and all that stuff. So don't let me sway that. Just that one, when I found it, was really helpful for me. I figured I'd mention it.
Dude, I got into this to listen to people that have been doing this for a while. I kind of been doing it on my own. And I mean, I catch this and that, watching YouTube and all that. That's where I'm at. But I actually, I learn a lot. So, I mean, I'm never, I have so many stupid questions. I try to, kind of pace myself with y'all. So
No
I'm
such
always
no
ready.
such
I'm always ready to listen.
yeah. No such thing as a stupid question, man. And I'm pretty new too, like so don't I'm just it wasn't that long ago that I was just joining the group and like sitting in your seat, kind of figuring it out, and people were helpful with me, and I've grown a lot here, man. Really, really grateful for this community. So glad to have you.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
No worries.
And ma'am, you're not the one that kept getting called ma'am the other day. I don't do it to. I don't. I'm older, so I was just taught to say ma'am, and I was in the military, so I mean no offense. I know that offends people some nowadays, but
I don't think that was me. I don't know. No,
I
it's
know
fine.
that. Yeah. I think there's a difference too in the tone, right? Like, there's people that are calling people ma'am as like a hit. You can kind of tell. I was raised the same way.
yeah, I
Yes
still
sir,
say
yes
sir, ma'am,
ma'am.
and
Mhm.
I'm the old guy now, kind of.
Mhm.
I've
Goes a
been chewed
long way.
out for it a couple times though. Some
Yeah.
people don't like it.
Yeah, but I think it's also how you respond when that happens too makes a big difference, right? It's like some people get really upset, and then you can always feel that fire. I promise. And everybody's entitled to their opinion, but generally, I've found uh, some people will get offended, and that's their right, right? And
Yeah, I
so,
don't mind it.
and if they do, like, it's never my intent, so I'm not gonna argue with them. Like, I'm gonna listen and hear them out. 'Cause,
Yeah, I
you
just
know,
apologize. Say I'm sorry. That's just the way I
yep,
was raised.
yep, exactly. And yeah, it's there is a difference between the people that are like they gotta be right. They gotta be like fuck that. Keep the language. Sorry, actually, I just messed up. But as you know, if you're argumentative and someone else is argumentative, it's gonna be an argument. If you're de-escalatory and respectful, generally at least you did your part. And
Right.
that's all we can ask for, right?
You guys, the market is ripping right now.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
fun. Especially after sitting through this weekend, which was so painful.
yeah. But if you sat through it and like didn't get wrecked, you're doing great.
Now I sold out and bought back toward the bottom. I didn't get the very bottom, but I did pretty well. I'm sitting pretty right now.
Good, good, good. Love to hear it.
I don't use leverage or nothing though. I'm just kind of swing trading.
Oh, that's good.
Now you're smart,
I
dude.
mean,
I got wrecked. I mean, I finally was able to catch some of the bottoms in the last two days, but trying to trade it throughout the weekend just wrecked me.
I got wrecked in one of my accounts this weekend, and although I think it could have been user error, but I think that was something going on with their exchange or whatever. Because I put my stop losses in, and they did not trigger.
Yeah, I'm up
So
13.95% today. It's a good day.
good.
XRP is going straight up. Hasn't had a single red candle last like
Oh,
20 minutes. Oh, I just said it. No, I just said no. Green.
it's a battery though. I see that rollover happening. This is this is what Farcoin did, and that's why I got out of Farcoin. It got here and it was like, is it gonna keep going? It did not. Well, I don't know if it's dumped. It was not. It was no longer sustainable to just sit in my long. Just waiting by the dip or short it. Let's see.
I think this is on the Powell news. What Trump just wrote about Powell. I think this is on the Powell news.
Yeah, I was telling the other guys, I was hearing some stuff. It wasn't Powell, but it was one of the main guys. I don't know, their names or whatever. And I go through so much information that I just catch kind of what's important. But it was like one of the people from the Fed, and he was saying that
Ed Waller. Waller.
is that which one it was? Yeah, and he was saying that basically was hinting toward possible rate cuts in July. But I said that to some of the other guys in the group earlier, and they looked up. I guess there's a place you can look up, the odds, and it's still only 20%. But I keep hearing that, you know what I mean? And now Trump's coming out after them. They're really pushing for rates in July. I feel like, man.
Yeah,
I think
Waller said it on Friday, and then Fed Bowman said it today. So that's two Feds
Yeah,
back to
man.
back that said July.
I kind of feel like, and only 20%. These guys are smarter than me, but I don't know. I just gotta.
I feel like they're waiting for this test because Powell has a testimony for tomorrow, and I think it goes to Wednesday. I feel like they're gonna wait for any clues from Powell directly tomorrow or Wednesday.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I've been 100% on so far is predictions on rate cuts. We'll call it. And that's because every time it's been no.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably pretty safe going with no again here in July, but I'm hopeful.
In the history of Fed futures, the Fed has never gone against whatever the Fed futures is pointing at. So whatever the Fed futures is like leaning towards,
I know that.
when he comes on stage, like he's never gone against it. So if it's like 95% no cut, it's always going to be a no cut, like because they don't want to like surprise the market and shock the market. That's why he sends out like these little like foot soldiers, like Waller on Friday, today Bowman, and throughout the month there's going to be a few others that to kind of like give the market a little bit of an edge, like hey, like yeah, it looks like we're going to do it on July, and then the futures start adjusting their probabilities.
I like that. I like that a lot.
It does make sense. I mean, that is, I guess, yeah, you kind of have to telegraph it, right? Because otherwise you're literally not doing the definition of your job.
Yeah,
it's not like he's trying to drop bombs on a foreign nation, right?
They won't come out and like straight up say it, but yeah, like they got to get somewhat of a. They don't want to like cause a bunch of turmoil and like undue volatility. They're the one causing it.
Yes, they have to slowly inject it into the system so that people acclimate to it and then aren't surprised by it when it happens, but also interesting. Sorry, if whoever I cut off, I apologize.
I was just going to say a quick, and you always got the insider trading. How can they keep it from everybody that's around them? It's like, not that they don't do it anyway, but it seems like that would play into like not just throwing it on people, and there's people that already know. But then again, how are the odds makers so sure? They pretty much, what you're telling me is they already know.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because we're talking about the US dollar, right? I feel like at that point, most of the people who would really benefit from the insider information are already kind of. I'm sure that they have enough information to be able to figure out what's going to happen based off of however their company is being affected by the markets at the time in general, but I could be wrong. I have been in those shoes.
I would assume the same.
I mean, alt's moving like this. I feel like they're already pricing in that rate cut.
That's kind of why I brought it up again.
Well, I'm wondering. So, here's the thing, right? I don't think Powell's gonna tell us tonight. So, I I feel like it's not gonna sustain for too long. That's just me personally. But
Well,
I
he
mean,
talks
he
tomorrow
could
morning.
also just
He's
rip
got
it. Right?
he's got a testimony all day tomorrow and Wednesday. He's testifying in front of
Yeah.
Congress. So he's gonna get questioned about it 100%. That's what Trump was just saying. Like he's like, I hope they grill the heck out of this numbskull. He called him some name. I forgot what he called him. But
Too late
Nah,
now.
I'm just got a name for everybody.
He's pretty good at it, man. It's hilarious.
Yeah,
he's good at his name calling.
At very least, it's entertaining.
It is entertaining. I don't know if it's the right thing, but it's entertaining as hell.
This is what he said. He said, I hope Congress really works over this very dumb, hard-headed person over.
Mhm. Really? That? All right. I guess you're. But okay, like he's a little more presidential this time around. There's been more things that are presidential than in the past. But I mean, he's still tough. I don't think you can't. You can take the Cheeto out of the Cheeto bag, but you can't take the Cheeto bag out of the Cheeto, right?
Yeah, these longs are printing. Yeah, I haven't taken much profit on these longs from the bottom yet. So I'm thinking we just get squeezed a little bit more too.
Yeah, I think if you're in a long, like I pulled mine because I started to see things roll over, and it's not a good time for me to get back in. But
They lulled you to sleep. That was the lull.
as
I
we
know I should
speak,
be.
though, we are starting to get overbought in Bitcoin on some of the lower time frames. So just keep that finger on the trigger. You know what I mean?
I know I should be taking some profits on these alts, but God, I don't wanna.
Amen, brother.
I always say that, and then afterwards, I'm like, man, I should have.
I know.
Yeah, same.
But I bought
round
them
trip.
so cheap. I
I've
don't even
round
mind
trip
owning them
every
long
single
term.
buy so far.
If you got a good entry, my problem is a lot of the times when that's happening, that's because I don't have a good entry, which is what I've been working on this week. It's just like, wait, sometimes I can just wait it out. And that's been way beneficial for me.
Yeah, since I actually bought the stuff, it's like, well, if there is a bull market, I struggle with the idea between, okay, so I know it's going to go up and I can sell, and then it's going to come down. I can buy in and fatten my bag. Not necessarily just even the owning the making the money, just getting more of the coin. But then it's like if I mismanage it, I'm going to get screwed out of it, which I have done. And so I struggle with, well, I may not ever get another entry if we keep, if the bull run initiates until after it's, over basically. So I always have that in the back of my head, like never going to get it this cheap again, especially at these prices. This was pretty cheap.
Yeah, I mean, you won't get it, you potentially won't get it this cheap again. But if it increases at a certain rate, and by the time that rate, the rate in the future is cheap, like you at some point
Relative to
you're
the
gonna hit
going
finite
rate,
supply,
right? The dip, a dip later
Yeah.
on that's higher is what you're saying,
Yeah.
basically.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying, and as because it's deflationary and finite, as long as it doesn't get completely dismantled. I mean, and I don't think, I mean, not financial advice, but I don't think you have too much to worry about if you miss something. Obviously, you want to expose yourself as much as you can to good entries and good positions in the market. But you know, it's better to not chase it if it's already passed. Although if you're in spot, that you do have the added advantage of like having a lot less risk on your assets. So you sort of have some time to get out even if it dumps, you know, and you're gonna take a less of a hit doing that. So yeah.
And at times I've just held it for a long period to get back to where it was too. So I mean, it's like I didn't really lose anything. I just had to wait to have access to that money if I were to need it, you know, which I'm really not spending anything I have to have. It's extra, you know.
Yeah. That's actually honestly the main reason I think I want to switch to spot is just not having to consistently, like, you know, you could check the charts and not have to be stressed all the time because you've got 7 positions open, and if one of them goes to wrong, you know, or whatever. And
Right.
so like that's because I mean it's not like it's stressful, but actually like I love it. I really truly enjoy watching the charts. It's like it's become, you know, both a passion and a hobby. At the same time, though, my schedule doesn't love it. But you know, like, um, yeah, it's just for my own time management. I think I want to switch to spot eventually, but maybe I think maybe next run we'll see.
My problem with trying to trade is I work, you know, 9 to 5, and that's when
Mhm.
all the trading happens. I mean, uh, well, I say that, but
That's
um,
legacy, yeah, for sure.
that's the prime time, and it's like uh, I can't manage it during the day. It's even hard, you know, even buying and selling the alts. Uh, just to try to fatten the bag. Like today, I'm driving home and I'm in Ondo, and it goes to 70, it's going up, and I'm like, oh, I would like to take profit at right about 90 or 79 cents. It shoots up there and hits on my drive home, and I missed it. And it goes
Mhm.
all the way back to 75, which I would have re-entered, and that would have been, whatever that is, 5% more or something on my position, and I whatever I had decided to sell. But anyway, so I missed that shit, So
Yeah,
um,
I can relate to that very heavily because I'll my work schedule once I'm busy, it'll be like 2 3 days, and sometimes that's when the market likes to finally move. And you know, but I'll try to keep the focus and like this is something I'm gonna do. I want to do. I'm gonna take the free time to do it, and um, so like even if I'm not making money, I'm still trying to like watch charts when I can and stuff like that. And then it doesn't sting as bad when I do have to work 3 days. Opportunity that I could not expose myself to without uh, risking my job with the other things that I love, for example. It's like, that's not an opportunity missed. That was a decision and a choice made, and doing my part that I got to do to continue to be able to trade.
yeah,
Soul just made another high. Soul is just right. ETH is just so dead. Why is ETH not moving?
it's up almost 8%. It's a big asset, man.
Look at those cells coming out, dude.
That's a big candle. Big cells.
BTCD going DOWN. Bitcoin dominance going down. Let's hope. Okay.
What's Dom at? Oh yeah, 65. Look at that. Is it stopping volume candle? I can never tell.
It's good for ETH. I believe that puts it back into the range, right? Because didn't it drop out of its range over the weekend? I thought I heard the range was somewhere around 24 or
So, so
2,400.
yeah, ETH hit like its CME close at 24.25.
Gotcha. That was above then, so it dipped below, but it wasn't on a sustained candle.
I have no idea.
I've seen it in the
I just know it
2300.
retraced to where it was Friday's 5 p.m. Eastern Standard.
Yeah, it looks like it got all the way down to roughly 290 or 2391 ish.
Oh, bro, it got down below that, dude. It was down below
Oh,
2200.
sorry, I didn't go back far enough. Shit, yeah.
Dude, it
Yeah,
almost
2190.
touched 21 on the dot, bro.
Yeah, I didn't go back far enough. I'm seeing it now.
It
Yeah, I
dipped
see
hard, dude.
I
It
see
dipped
a wick at
heavy.
2113. Yeah. Ow.
Yeah. Yeah, it hurt. Not really.
Damn it.
I actually wasn't in
Yeah,
that,
I
but
kind of wish
I
I
know
bought
that some people went through some pain, so I feel them.
I could be back up 2,700 in no time.
To the moon.
To the moon. It hasn't got a full recovery though yet, has it? About $75 short or thereabouts. They're saying that Dbloc was talking about a 3-day retracement. What happens when we get almost all of it in a day? But some of these things have gotten it all. Does that mean it starts going sideways, or because obviously it can't do this for 3 days straight? I mean, I hope it does, but chances are slim, right? All right, y'all, I'm getting out of here. Have a nice night. Thanks for answering all my questions.
Good night.
Yo, Israel finally responded. Says it agrees to the ceasefire.
They said what now?
Netanyahu, he just responded finally because Israel's been silent during this whole time. Iran said they would agree as long as blah blah blah, but Netanyahu just said he agrees to the truce. He's like, if any violation of truce happens, it will be met with forceful something. But they finally said they agreed to the truce fire also. Because remember, Israel was we had no one had heard anything from Israel on this whole thing.
Interesting.
So now everyone seems to be on the same page. You got Trump on the same page, Iran's on the same page, and now Israel. And then you got Pow tomorrow, dude. Like, bullishness is in the air. I just don't understand why he has to publicly humiliate. Like, even if Powell is ready to cut, dude, I don't know if he would do this, but it's like he almost won't cut just because Trump is just on his back so hard. I don't think he would do that. I don't know if he'd be that petty, but he doesn't strike me as a person that would like do that type of move if a cut is necessary just to be spiteful.
Yeah, I don't think that's why he's doing it, but I can definitely see how it would look that way.
Trump?
No, like Powell just not cutting out of spite.
I mean, most everyone that like I've looked into and most like financial analysts and economists, they've all pretty much said that by now we should have started cutting at the risk of being behind and further escalating downward and laggard indicators that haven't started showing up yet. Netanyahu says Israel achieved its goal of removing Iranian nuclear and ballistic missile threat and agrees to ceasefire. Yeah, but didn't they just launch ballistic missiles 10 minutes ago in their final barrage? Yo, SPY. I have a level at SPY at 6138.25. That was a measured move from like a inverse head and shoulders and an inverse head and shoulders and a cup and handle that was playing out like about a month ago. I just never got to it. Just like range. It's coming right up on it. And that also puts SPY almost right at all-time high, actually. Dang. Yeah, Powell is gonna shake the market. Like, if SPY's right at an all-time high, he's gonna say something to either send it or drop it. Yep, we just have to.
Does anybody know why H bar is struggling so bad?
I don't really trade with H bar usually follows like XRP, right? It kind of H bar and XLM and XRP. They're all in the same like category, I think.
If you look at H bar on the macro, I think on the daily or weekly, it's a huge head and shoulder that's playing out for H bar. For H bar, if you look at the macro for H bar, it's a huge head and shoulder. It's playing out. That's why sometimes you can't really see it. But it was called like a month ago, well, almost a month ago. Because H bar has been going hard.
The S&P's at a big level right here in futures. I think it's gonna get rejected here.
Check out oil. Oil's still diving.
Well, yeah, like ceasefire, dude. Oil, good. Yo, there's a video of Andrew Tate right when this thing popped out. I don't know if anyone saw, but he was talking all cocky, like Iran Israel war, like everything's about to crash. He's about to throw in like millions of dollars in oil if you long it, or yeah. He probably got wrecked, bro. He had to have gotten wrecked yesterday. Like he was just one of those people that was just like going crazy, thinking like the end of the world was coming. He's like gasoline price is about to be higher, manufacturing, and he was just being overconfident, and I think he got wrecked. Anyone that played that oil play, and I know a lot of people did.
Oh, for sure.
Like for sure, got wrecked yesterday, man.
For sure.
Because it was coming out of a weekend, so they were thinking like, yeah, oh wow, SPY just is above it. Dude, SPY is about to, the S&P is about to go into all-time high right here. Nah, it's getting rejected off as well. It's now 0.4% away from all-time high, so 0.5%.
So he's breaking out on another high. Let's see.
Yo, Ghost, are you adding some longs?
Yeah, just big caps since yesterday.
The longs are alts are ripping.
Yeah, I kind of took my initials a little early, but yeah, half of the bag is still in there. Yeah, big caps are ripping. There's some. I should have got into my favorite meme
Memes.
coin.
Look at Whiff. Whiff's almost up
Yeah,
30%. I'm about to re-long Whiff here, dude.
Toshi's up. Toshi's up almost 15.
Yeah, Toshi too. Man, Toshi shook me out of my. Remember I was telling you I was buying on Coinbase?
Yeah.
I sold probably right around where we're at right now, 47, 48. But now I have it. You know, I was saying this earlier, man. I was like, I wonder if this is the dip not to go with Bitcoin and to go all in on alts. Like,
No,
because I was like,
you still have to position on Bitcoin because at the end of the day, that's still where the volume. We still have to respect Bitcoin. If you have to respect the basic rules of dominance, if the play is still if dominance is still that high, then Bitcoin is still a very viable play. You might not get higher returns like what you're gonna get from the big caps, but if you, it's like a safeguard. It's like if Bitcoin still wants to go up, and if you're long on Bitcoin still looks good, then it's still worth it to be in the alts. You know what I mean?
yeah, I
Because you
definitely I
might
went
lose
Bitcoin.
1% on position. You might lose 1% of position on your Bitcoin, but it's like 4 or 5% on the alts. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I went Bitcoin, and then I also went. I did go alts. I did spread on alts, but I wish I didn't go as heavy as I did on Bitcoin. Maybe a little bit heavier on some alts.
That's fine. That's fine. This is still a small range. We got a high on Bitcoin that we got to deal with that I not too confident on breaking just yet.
Dude, if Powell is
Because
bullish tomorrow,
this looks like
he's gonna
this
send
is
the
the
market.
kind of form that looks like a double top. You know, hits that, hits a double top, then we correct back into either the 50 or the 200. We'll have to see. We have
Ghost,
to
you're
depend
coming
on
in
the
real
game.
low. Are you on your mic? I can barely hear
Sorry,
you.
sorry. Yeah, can you hear that?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, my laptop was a little too far. But yeah, um, it's looking like it's okay. Two things. UK is coming up, and it looks like a double top. As a double top, it's fine. It's actually not a bad thing, because if this does a double top right here at like maybe 1059, 1056, it's fine because you got good support. Your 200 is at a great range. By the time it hits 106, your 200 would be at 104. So you got good support. It didn't go up really way too fast that like the 200 couldn't catch up, and you got the 50 nearby. So doing that seems reasonable for now. Yeah. When you hit that bottom and you're not too sure, so you kind of go, okay, I'm just gonna do big caps. I should have gotten into some of the memes as well.
Yeah, that's
I
what I'm
just didn't.
saying. Like I should have, instead of allocating to like I sold Toshi and then I bought Bitcoin instead. I should have got back into Toshi and maybe
Yeah,
not back
all of
into
them
Bitcoin.
are good. Everybody.
Like I sold a
Everybody's
lot of
good.
my memes that I was when I held like
Mm-hmm.
to rotate into Bitcoin. I don't know why. I should have just held on.
Yeah,
I don't know what
Farcoin
I was
did
thinking.
25% from that bottom.
Yeah, like I sold Farcoin around like 95 cents. Sold With
Mm.
right around like 85, 80 cents.
That's what I'm saying. It kind of
But
took.
then I had that cash and I could have bought With when it was at 70 and Farcoin when it was at like 80, but instead I put that money into
Big caps, right?
Bitcoin to be a safer play because I thought maybe if there's a chance there's further downside on the memes, I'll be safer on Bitcoin. But
That's fair play. That's how you should play it. No one knows, right? That's that's
I
the
knew
that's
I knew
the
I knew it was
that's the
bottom.
huge problem with foresight and hindsight. Like you have to learn how to really have to learn how to differentiate both. It's like we have no foresight, but we're great at hindsight. You know.
Yeah, I mean I went heavy on Solana and ETH because I felt like those are pretty close to bottom. But the memes you never know, right? Memes can have some
Yeah, you never know. You never
crazy
know.
candles. Like Whiff could have gone all the way down to 30 cents again this test, and Farcoin could have gone all the way down to like 20 cents on like some crazy knife, right? Like at least Bitcoin, it would have gone down to maybe 95, 93 if there was some craziness happens.
Oh yeah, for
Downside was
sure.
definitely protected. But
For sure.
now I'm like, should I sell some of my Bitcoin and catch this pump on the meme? But I'm like, dang, bro, it's already
No,
overbought.
no, no. Yeah, that's even the RSI is double topping on the 15. It's
On
really
risk
just
or on Bitcoin?
on Bitcoin. So just let this trend play out. It just wants to push. What's cool about it though is that these don't look like vector candles at all. So yeah, I'm just gonna let that play out.
Oh, I forgot you can short SPY on BTCC. I'm about to short this, bro. I think I had this line at 61.38. I called it in one of my other like just friendly chats when we were at like 5,000 like 700. I was like,
Spy is
it's
ready for
most
it.
likely it's most likely gonna go to 61.38, and it just tapped 61.38, and it's starting to come back down. Who was that? Is that Dbloc? Was that you, Ghost?
No, not me.
Come on, Ghost. We know that sounds like your playlist.
Sounds like elevator music.
Like elevator music from a video game that I played before. I don't remember which one. Maybe Final Fantasy.
See, that's definitely either a Dbloc or someone who has a soundboard.
Who is that? Is that Dbloc? Also, Trump's going to NATO too. I think he's leaving tonight or today, this morning. He's going to be amongst all the world leaders that I don't think really like him. But maybe he can secure some deals. We haven't heard of a deal in a minute, dude. What happened to the deals? Where are the tariff deals? So many deals. So many deals. You can't believe how many deals we're getting. I haven't heard a single deal in like a month.
I'm pretty tired of all this winning. It's like, oh my god.
Oh, it is Dbloc, dude. I saw
Somebody
his
make the
light up.
bleeding stop.
Saw his little icon light up.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
I'm trying to fix something on this. Just ignore me for a second here, guys. I'm deleting worthless sounds.
I thought you were trying to like communicate through soundboard because you didn't have your mic active or something.
You guys gonna do 106? Double top? Are we gonna...
Tactical nuke incoming!
No.
Nah, that sounds like a warning.
That wasn't related to your question, there. It was literally the next on the next sound on the soundboard.
That was a warning sign. Don't.
And it's very inappropriate at this time. Anybody who had their TV up loud.
I've been tracking along since 106,000 and rode it all the way down to 98 or 9 or whatever that was. Now I'm back at it.
You held your long throughout that whole dip from 106?
Yeah. Yep.
On purpose? Or you got caught?
Crazy.
On purpose? No, I got trapped.
Oh.
Because I got caught up in that ward thing when it dumped. was all the way back on the other side of the chart.
Did you
So now
add?
I'm
Oh,
coming
here's a
back to my
question.
entry now.
Did you add anything down there? Like 98, 90? Not once? You didn't pull a trigger?
Nope. Nah.
Mamma mia! Yo, alts with another leg. What's going on?
Guess I gotta hold it.
I'm so happy I didn't take profit just yet.
Well, the S&P is coming on major resistance. Like it's literally like 0.4% away from an all-time high. So that usually means it's gonna need something to push it over.
Yeah.
And the only thing I can think of is Powell and his testimony tomorrow. He's either gonna push it or he's gonna say something bearish. But or Trump. Trump can also swing it, right? Like Trump can
Apollo's
swing it
not
with
gonna
the
say
NATO.
anything. He's not gonna say anything bullish, not anything bearish. He's just gonna say nothing.
Exactly the same damn thing.
Nah, he's gonna get grip. He has to speak. He has to have
For
answers.
July, you think he's gonna say something bullish just to like
We've had
some
two
volume
Fed
for July? Nah, he ain't
we've
doing
had
anything.
two
He's
Fed
going on
members
vacation.
already indicate that they are for rate cuts for July. Fed Waller and Fed Bowman. And Bowman is typically bearish. Like when we cut last time, she was one of the deciding members that decided not to cut. Her and it might have been her and Waller who were the opposing members that said because they vote on the actual rate decision. I think she was a vote to no. And she said today July, and Waller on Friday said July. So Powell makes a little hint.
July, I thought it was September.
Is he speaking or is he going in front of Congress to be questioned?
Yeah, in front of Congress to be questioned.
Oh, that's a whole different deal.
Yeah, you can definitely say something. I mean, those testimonies they definitely can swing markets.
He ain't gonna get to say what he wants now.
Yep, he's not reading off of a teleprompter. He's literally just him in front of a desk with a glass of water next to him and just.
What they're gonna do is make it political, ask them a stupid question, get an answer that they don't want, and it's gonna shake the market. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna cut him to death until he tells them to mind their business and to stay in their lane, or says something like "We're nowhere near it," and then the market's gonna overreact to that shit. Hopefully, they keep it civil in there, but I have a feeling it's gonna be politicized.
Trump just tweeted about an hour ago, just going off on him, and he's like, "I hope they grill the heck out of this."
Well, there you go. I guess that answers our question. Our best hope is that he goes in there and he keeps a stiff upper lip and he doesn't take anything personal and he just like stone faces them. Because they're going to try to get him to say something stupid.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty volatile.
It'll be a fun watch though. I wonder if the whole thing will be live. I'm pretty sure, right?
What was that word he kept repeating last meeting?
Uncertainty.
There it is. Uncertainty.
Well, we had our fair share of that.
He's not done with that word.
Well, if you look at the chart, remember like how you usually say like, show me a chart and I'll tell you the news?
Yeah.
The chart's pushing up at all-time highs on the S&P. If you would say something bearish to shake the markets, that would be the time to do it for a pullback. Or it could be the catalyst to send it into all-time high and break that all-time high. 50-50, yo. 50-50.
Everything's
like
better than what was coming. You definitely can get to a time where you overfud something. Like, you take somebody all the way to the edge of World War III, like after this, it's going to be kind of hard to FUD the market, right? Like, what's worse than that? 100% terrorists for everybody.
trap long 10. What is that? 6.5. That's your measured move. 107.2.
To get over that
So
bearish
you
divergence on the weekend, guys, we need to. Good question, Banksy. Let's cover this because we've already gotten above where we wanted to, right? Got our next daily candle coming in, crazy daily candle there. So we can retrace as long as we don't come down underneath that 50. But what we want on the weekly, what we want to get over on the weekly is this range right here. Let's put the bull on top of it. All right, so that line is going to be 106.5, 106.58. What that does for us is, hold on. So So daily candle above 106.5 will invalidate our bearish div. Right. So this bearish divergence that we have right now, getting above 106.5 will pop us out of that downtrend on the RSI. Right, that'll invalidate our bearish divergence. And it will also change our momentum. So this divergence that we just put in this week, right, will get us a momentum flip and validate that divergence and give us new support at a higher level. That's 106.58.
Is that by tomorrow afternoon?
No, this doesn't have a time limit. What does have a time limit is closing that weekly candle above 104.5. Just to lock in
Okay,
some of
when is
that move underneath. We got 5 days for that to
would
happen,
that?
though.
Okay, thank
Yeah. So we want to
5
pump.
days.
We definitely want to pump. But we can afford a bit of a red day if we have to, just because we've come so far off of that 50. But I would love to open and close some candles back above our line. The reason that that level is also important just structurally is because so it was the first spot that we got resistance after breaking above the old. And when we came down, we couldn't get back above, right? Once, twice, 3 times, and then it fell apart. But I do want to point out, and let's just take this off real quick. So structure is still bearish here, right? We're not out of hot water yet. We're just seeing the signs that we need to see to start changing this, right? To really start changing this, we need to get over these. So we had our higher high, and then we had a lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. That's what we need to start getting back, right? We need to start reclaiming these lower highs and changing that structure. Until we do, every one of those can be a rejection that sends us back down structurally. Well, if we start to see weakness above these ranges, right, we start to see that it's giving it back, then yeah, then we'd be looking at this as that rescue ship we were talking about, right, where it was more of a chance to just get out with a little bit of profit for a lower low. But there will be signs. It's not going to sneak up on us. As of right now, everything looks good. When you turn on your 50 EMA and we look at our daily, was it the 3-day? Yeah, look at our 3-day. Right, came down, stopping volume candle off of the 50, and we're waiting for our next 3-day candle. So we've already confirmed this on the 1-day. 1-day stopping volume, bullish engulfing. In 2 days, this will close. Right, if we end up getting the same setup on the 3-day, then it's even stronger.
It's game time right there, 110.
And then for everybody that was asking, at what point do I stop trusting the cycle? That would be breaking the 50 on the weekly.
Ooh, don't say that.
I'm not worried about it happening. I'm just letting people know that, because some people don't have a line. Like some people, you ask them like, what what would change your mind about your thesis? And they're like, nothing. God himself can come down and tell me that it, you know what I mean? It's like, all right, well, good luck with that. But no, Michael Saylor himself could come out tomorrow and say the 4-year cycle is broken. And if he couldn't prove it to me, I would ignore him.
Well, month's almost over. They ran out of time.
Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep now, Lucy. I'm about to call it in a minute here.
Oh no, you might be back.
Nah, hell no.
These Asians get no.
Hell no, I'm gonna hit my pillow. I'm about to go.
You might be.
About to go 100x my pillow.
Might be awakened by the green vector.
Gonna reset the stream here in a second and get ready for bed.
What did you do on your trade from 97, 98? You got
I've
out
only
some of
taken
it.
20% out at that first green vector up here.
Oh, okay. Where'd you get out? 10.
106, about 106 flat. Still
Where
too
you
early
coming
to
to get?
call it, Galactic. We're gonna have to wait to see how tomorrow shapes up. But as long as we're above this SR flip, as far as I'm concerned, we're good.
Where's your next target?
1072.
1072. What you gonna do there? 20 again?
Depends on what everything else is looking like.
Yeah. All right.
No, man, what's going on, brother?
Set two. Huh? Make a little money there.
What's going on with what? Yeah, bro. I think everybody involved decided they didn't want to deal with that. We'll see. We've got 24 hours to see if they respect the ceasefire. But from what I could tell right now, all is quiet. They're not done yet. I believe that Iran still has. I'd have to do the math from when the tweet came out, but they're either just now getting to where they have to cease fire or they've got a couple hours left. And then Israel has 12 hours.
Somebody came on here and said Israel accepted it.
Yeah, but they still have to go through the. So what they're doing is basically they're telling Iran you got to cease fire first for 12 hours. So Iran's gonna be on ceasefire while Israel isn't. And then they said, you know, if there's any ongoing missions, they can carry those on, but no new missions. So I'm expecting at some point tomorrow for Israel to attack while Iran is on ceasefire when they can't respond, and hope and pray that they don't respond.
That's horrible.
And then after that, and then after Iran's 12 hours, if Iran can make it, it's negotiation, right? Like Israel was like, we're not going to do a ceasefire. They're going to break the ceasefire. And they're probably like, we're not going to break the ceasefire. And they're like, all right, then you ceasefire first. And if you hold off for 12 hours and don't do anything, then we'll ceasefire. That's basically how it's just crazy. So Iran's got to prove for 12 hours that they're not going to fire. Then Israel has to prove for 12 hours that they're not going to fire. So basically, Iran for 24 hours can't do shit. Israel for 12 hours can't do shit. And then if they get through the whole 24 hours with nobody breaking the ceasefire, they officially declare the continuation of the ceasefire and the end of the war.
Yo, but like if you think about it, that gives Israel a chance to carry out maybe like
The last
one
lick.
last.
That's why I said Israel gets the last lick.
But what if it's like a strategic lick? Like they
It's
say
like
was
you've got
planned out.
kids,
Like,
bro.
we need
Yeah, I'm sure there's something they want to take out. It's like
a
your
scientist, dude.
kids are
Another
fighting, and then you tell them, okay, you get one last lick, and then that's it. But hopefully, in good faith, what would actually show the best, what would look the best is if they didn't take advantage of those 12 hours and just did nothing. If they ceasefire along with Iran, and then it was just done. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Well, I mean, if you take a look what Iran did, they sent missiles to the last minute. They went overtime. They went to 12:02. I was seeing barrage is still coming in.
Well, to be fair, they probably left Iran at midnight and then took 2 minutes to get there. Yeah, 12 o'clock is when everything sort of came to a stop. I see. But on paper, they technically could do something right now.
I like your analogy of kids. That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's all right.
It's so silly.
Mm-hmm.
But people have to save face. They've got to answer to their people. You still have to be able to
Right.
keep control and
I just entered a short on the S&P right up here at 61.40.
I would not do that.
shit didn't come down yesterday when it should have. Oil went down
Right.
instead of up. Something's cooking.
Yep.
Figure it's a big gap up right here, and it's
I sold off a huge amount
unless
of oil.
unless we open up with an all-time high, there'll be a little bit of a pullback. I mean,
Well,
it's
we're
only
we're
4 points.
within what 2%, maybe 4% of all-time high in the middle of all this. We're
No,
pretty damn good.
We're 0.3% away from all-time high right now on futures. 61.40
Well,
all-time high.
futures, yeah, futures aren't relative to actual daytime, but it could be the all-time high future. I doubt it though. I think we were coming down a bit, but I'm not looking at the chart, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I cannot confirm that. But I sold off all my oil, all my gold. I made 18%.
Oh, you sold off all your gold.
I'm still holding my gold
All
for a
my
bit.
GOD. Oil futures, I'm out just before that drop. And I think a lot of big institutions were out. They made their profit. They're securing their profits. They may keep some.
Well, oil was a preemptive play on them shutting down the strait.
Yep.
There's a
I did that.
possibility if
I
that
started
goes down, then the catalyst is gone.
I did it. Started about a week ago. I announced where I bought in. I announced yesterday that I had gotten out, and I'm pulling back on. I'm not pulling too far back on Raytheon and General Electric, and Lockheed Martin. They're still going to continue
Why did you sell all the gold?
because it's going down. It's gonna,
You don't do.
it's
No
too
balance.
it's too high. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to go down. I'm just saying I made enough profit. I think that's high enough. I don't think we're ever going to see 4,500, 5,000. Silver, no way. There's too much silver just in India.
Uh-oh.
Silver might surprise you.
Silver is not rare.
Let's see.
Oh no, I saw something on the chart.
Okay. Well, I know that the trading floor that was trading at $160 an ounce during the Hunt Brothers. Haven't seen that price again.
The big cup and handle.
Okay. Well, I've got some creamer. I've got some sugar. You bring over the handle, and I've got the cup. I'm not a chartist. I do. Yes, I do chart, but I watch momentum.
That Dbloc, you should show him that.
It's too late to dig into metals right now, bro. I'm about to go to bed.
That silver thing. All right.
I'm just wrapping up a couple things, making sure I've got some TPs just in case.
That's how I made my first. I started with $100 and turned it into 100,000 just going to the bank and getting silver coins.
Wow.
2 weeks. I borrowed $1,000 from my dad, and I said I'll double your money in a month. 40% of all of the coins in circulation at that time were silver. Silver was upwards around 110 an ounce. A quarter was worth, I think, if I had, probably $11.
Oh.
And remember, your grandparents went through the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Oh.
And that was closer. Well, the Israeli Iraq are about the same distance as Cuba is from the mainland U.S. 100 miles. I'm more curious when this asteroid hits the moon. That's going to be interesting. I don't think there's going to be significant. Oh, they would have. I tell you what, I don't think I'd tell them. I would tell the world how bad it would be if it was really bad.
When is this?
Mm-hmm. You'll have to Google it, but it's real soon.
Oh, I saw it on the internet. It's going to make some type of shrapnel.
I'm about to reset the stream real quick, guys. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
There you go. The main thing that protects the Earth is actually Jupiter.
Whoa. You didn't know that.
It absorbs more asteroids than any other body out there.